Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to day number 2 of HomeStory Cup 26, the group stage. Last night, of course, we were live with Group A and Group B. Here we are live with Group C. I do apologize for the delayed start. I apologize for the stream going down. Thankfully, we have not missed a single game. Thankfully, we are jumping right on in, but we did lose the majority of our viewers, so I feel so bad because Sort of raided us. Like we got a very nice raid from Sort of, so big shout to Sort of. Pretty sure we lost all those viewers, but regardless, the show will begin. The show will go on, and here we go. Spawning in the top right hand corner of Amygdala, we have the Finnish Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Berserker Esports. It is Mixu. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the French Protoss player. The red Protoss was at one point on Berserker, now teamless. It is DNS. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It's Gamma time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. For those who were here last night, you would know that the stream did go down once yesterday as well. Feels bad, man, but did go down once. Thankfully, only once. I think the main stream went down like 6 or 7 times. But who's keeping score? We're keeping score. So I do apologize though for the stream going down. Again, it was I don't know what happened, but should be smooth sailings from here on forward. Fingers crossed, Pappy, fingers crossed, as we will be able to settle into our ZVP. Again, when it comes to today's bracket, today's group, we are going to be covering Group C and Group D. Of course, the mainstream have priority pick. They do have priority, and we're stuck. We're going to be covering whatever is left over. We'll be going over the groups and the matches themselves after this series. After this best of 3, we'll be jumping into the group stage. We'll be heading over and we'll be having a look at all the upcoming matches and series to come on the channel. Here we go. Of course, big shout to Take TV for hosting HomeStory Cup, of course, on their own channel as well. They're currently live over on the mainstream. I believe they're covering Clem. No, sorry, they're covering Reina versus HeRoMaRinE, if I remember correctly. So they're covering Gabe versus Reina as we speak. For the time being, though, we're settling into our ZVP. So far, Hatchcast full standard opener out of Mixu. So far, so good. Meanwhile, DNS going for a standard opener himself, going for a gate expand into Cybercore, into a star gate opener. Everything looking normal, everything looking as it should. For the time being, though, we are settling into Amygdala. Of course, some of the big features of this map, we do have our giant tumors here slowly dying over the course of the game. They do expire at around the 8-minute mark. Likewise, we have the gold bases. Speaking of gold bases, Mixu is already going to be chipping away at the rocks and looking to knock them down. Here we go. Is looking to open things up here. Oh, just making sure that we're on TL. Beautiful. But already starting to work on it, nibbling away at those rocks. Back at home, DNS does open up a Det, but is actually going to be following it up with a Stalker. Interesting. Now, a Stalker follow-up does typically signify a Twilight Council, as clearly we can see DNS, he is fixated on trying to deny scouting and trying to hunt down the Overlord, but Mixu does pull away in time, does hide himself here, tucked away into the corner of the map. We do get a couple of shots off here from the Stalker, but I believe it should get with that, should barely get out of range, and the Overlord will survive. Overlord will survive here. Meanwhile, Oracle's moving out across the map. First one's already making its way here towards that natural. Queens are in position. We have 2 queens at the natural. We have 2 queens in the main. My apologies. Sorry, only 1 queen in the main base for the time being. So the queen count is looking a little bit lower here. But so far, we are keeping up. So far, the Oracle does not get in. Does get a larva. Larva goes down, but the drone is saved, morphing into an Evo chamber. Does morph in, is saved. Nicely done here by Mixu. Does minimize his losses, and now can secure himself. When it comes to the queen count being a little bit lower than normal, I mean, that does make sense now. Again, the queens are a little bit more expensive in the new patch or in the new version of the game. You are more heavily reliant here on those spores. Speaking of the spores aren't quite ready. Not quite ready. It's going to be 4 or 5 workers already going down. The queen as well. No transfuse. Oh my god, no transfuse available. The queen does fall. Massive pickups here for DNS. And Mixu going to be struggling here. Considering he invested into all these spores, unfortunately they did not come into play. And alas, that's 5 workers and a queen falling. Good start. Strong start for DNS. It's going to be a strong start for our Protoss player. Meanwhile, Adept's going to be shading across the map. We have 3 Adepts towards the left-hand side, 2 Oracles towards the center. Oracles have low HP, but they still have their shields. And plenty of shields to work with. A 3rd Oracle has arrived, as DNS does make his way across the map. He is making his way across. Adepse threaten a dive. So far, Mixu is keeping up, but Adepse do get into the third. They get one drone so far. Where are the Lings? No Lings. No shot. No Lings to defend. Lings are just now in production, and mining is being denied. Thankfully, not many workers have gone down yet, but they're shading to the main. And they commit. Shade into the main base. More drones being targeted. 3, 4, soon to be 5 drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. This is getting out of hand. 7. Almost up to 8. 7 drones. All the oracles do escape. And I'm afraid to look here at the Unisol's tab at 12 workers, a queen, 6 lings, all for 3 adepts. Very efficient trades here from DNS. And again, this is merely only the beginning. Behind this, he's settling into his 3 bases, is securing himself with these stalkers, is going into +1 and blink. Mixu behind this, going for a bit of a Hail Mary play. Has been taking a lot of losses here and is going into a Spire. Spire hidden here at the natural, checking the vision. DNS has yet to confirm. He's got an eyes on the Roach Horn, on the Eva Chamber, on the upgrades. But he does not see the tech. And this is a way for Mixu to bounce back, assuming it goes unscouted. And so far, so good. The Oracles are denied. Oracles are going to be denied. Spire so far hidden. But again, Mixu is behind. Like, Mixu, he's in a really rough position here. He needs these mutas to go unscouted. He needs them to do some damage. It's all on these mutas. Meanwhile, the Oracles, they dive back in. Up, they're so close. They head on over towards the natural, and they will get eyes on the Spire. Massive scout here for DNS. Does he notice? Yeah, Revelation will confirm. Yeah, we'll confirm the Spire. He knows what's going on. We do have Blink Stalkers behind this, into Archon production, into Storm. Storm is on the way. But did DNS actually notice the building itself? That is the question. Still no cannons. I mean, we have a shield battery here at the third, but no static defense either. Not at the natural or the main. He doesn't care. He's pushing in. There's very little to defend here. Back at home, we have Lings. We have, thankfully, a handful of Roaches. They do transfer over. Mutas are revealed. Phoenix production has begun. Stasis gets faded out. Better stasis towards the end. Much better second stasis trap. And DNS is gaining ground. Will bleed out 1, 2 Stalkers. Flush issues on the Queen. Mix is holding at the same time. Mutas, they do hit the 4th. But this is giving DNS time to finish up his cannons, to warp in back at home and to defend. Speaking of, gets a Muta. Yeah, 1 Muta goes down. Phoenixes are amassing. Things are looking a little bit bleak here for Mixu. He needs to get some damage done with this. So far, he hasn't done much of anything. He got some hull damage on the Nexus, but outside of that... Oh! Going for the Phoenix. Doesn't quite get it. Oof, as that's going to be a second Muta kill. And Mixu is committed. He's going to be pushing towards the left-hand side, pushing on the right as well. Lings and Mutas are deflected. Mixu going for the natural. DNS is responding. Yeah, DNS, he does respond in time. Nice blink control. Gets out of the Lings. Gets out of the way. And this is where I should emphasize that the soup does lie. Mixu, he does have a high drone count, true. He was droning quite heavily here. His armor supply is a little bit lacking, mainly inflated by roaches. Did invest quite heavily here into these mutas. Mixu needs a little bit more time here to recover and to tech into something a little bit more useful. So far, just Ling, Roach, Ravager. Getting into Corruptor Infestor. Very interesting. Okay. I mean, Corruptors, they will help against the Phoenixes, sure. The Infestor is going to be an interesting one. Meanwhile, at the same time, DNS committing to the Sky Toss. Okay, the Corruptors are going to... I mean, they're going to serve well here. Against the Phoenixes and whatever comes next. Meanwhile, DNS, he's going to be turtling up back at home. Walling up, walling up. Ooh, Phoenixes, they get thrown away. No shot. Is that...
Game paused.
Okay, that wasn't me, thankfully. I mean, it's not ideal regardless. As there have been some latency issues at the venue, and hopefully latency issues do pass. Yeah. Okay, so it looks like they're going to wait out the lag, and hopefully everything's okay. For those that maybe weren't here yesterday, yesterday there were... yesterday, and it looks like a lag spike actually did affect the Phoenixes. That's why the Phoenixes were thrown away. So DNS is confirming that basically the reason why the Phoenixes didn't move is because there was a huge lag spike. For those that weren't here yesterday, this was unfortunately negatively affecting yesterday's broadcast, yesterday's matches on this stream, on the main stream, and just period. Oh, we are jumping back in. We were hoping that the issues would resolve by today, but yet to be determined. I mean, the chat was saying earlier that the mainstream already crashed once, but we'll see. It's just such a shame that I guess it's just a shame that it happens to be happening here. Like, this is the first big offline event, you know, in the new patch, and you know, we want it to go well, right? Wanted to do well, wanted to succeed. Regardless, for now, we are going to be settling in. Goal base is on the way here for DNS. DNS did say that he is happy to just donate the Phoenixes instead of remaking. Technically, they would have been okay to remake and rehost, like a couple of seconds before the Phoenixes died. If you recall, we had to rehost a couple of times yesterday in that kind of scenario. I think we rehosted like twice or 3 times. But now, though, DNS getting into his carriers. Carriers are amassing. Overseer coming in for a full scout, and he will confirm Nidustorm into the main. Double Nidustorm even. One at the natural, one in the main base. And DNS, can he deal with this? I mean, the Nidus and the natural is going to finish. Yeah, it is going to finish in time. Roaches are going to blend out, and Lings as well. But they are trickling out, actually. DNS, yeah, he's fine. He shuts this down, takes down the Lings, takes down the Nidustorms. 2 more Nidustorms into the main. Corruptor's moving forward. And can Mixu get the gold? It looks like he can. Oh, that's a kill. That's a kill, not a cancel. Go base goes down. Nidustorms are cleaned up. And that was worth it for Mixu. Did bleed out mainly Lings. Mainly Lings, a couple of Roaches, Nidustorms, of course, but does deny the expansion. Behind this, Mixer's maxing out. Likewise, so is DNS. So he goes, they'll say, do go for a bit of a counterattack. Thankfully, you have plenty of spine crawlers in position. So far he's holding. Behind this, getting into Ultra production. Ultras and Vipers. Ling drop here into the natural. Double Nidustorm as well. Again, Lings and Roaches are inside. But DNS he is holding. And DNS is pushing across the map. And what does he have to work with? He's got 3 carriers, 6 High Templar, the Mothership, the Storms. Will deny the gold. I mean, this is the risk you take by taking the gold base. It is so exposed. Oh, phone going up. The Ultra! The Ultra comes in. Massive catch. He gets 1. He gets 5. 5 High Templar go down. Massive pickup. Only 1 left. And down to none. Clutch Cloak here from the Mothership. Oh, not enough Corruptors here. The Mothership survives. Yeah, and with that, the main army still stands strong, but that was almost every High Templar falling. I think 1 High Templar survived. Not even. That was 6 High Templar falling. Main army pushes forward, but now there's no storms. Behind this, 15 Corruptors in production. Mixu needs a little bit more time. Nice defensive by Mixu with the whole position micro. Does hold position around those spine crawlers. Stalker's moving in. Mixu is setting up to collapse on the army. Remember, this time there's no cloak. There's no cloak. Corruptors, they dive in, and then we'll shut this down. We get the Parabomb, we get the Corruptors as well. And the carriers will fall, forcing a recall. Ooh, at the same time, those Zealots, they eventually broke through. That's 14 drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. So Mixu, he holds, he deals with the main army, but he will lose a mineral line and an expansion. And the question is, what survived? Okay, we got 2 carriers. We have, I mean, the High Templar count was reset. Mothership went down as well. So DNS, he has to lick his wounds. He has a lot of rebuilding to do. Likewise, so does Mixu. Both players are hurt. Mixu does have a mineral bank. No gas, though. So it needs time to recover. Going to be rebuilding here mainly on a Corruptor Infestor. He's got a couple of Ultras. I mean, clearly a couple of Ultras is all you need. As long as you can fungal the High Templar, true. That's all you need back. Things they threaten to dive, they spot the High Templar. Natastorms are finishing up. Looking nice into the main. Carriers do respond. Corruptor's going for the gold. DNS not in position. The gold base is under fire. Lings dive in as well. Yeah, DNS late to respond, late to react. And once again, the gold base goes down. From here, Mixu can't just get the hell out of here. Pulls away. Saves most of his ultras, all of his ultras actually. They do get out. And as good as that trade was for Mixu, the problem here is he's broke. Mixu's broke. Mixu, he's having a hard time remaxing. Again, he's mainly relying here on mineral. He has mineral income, but really no gas. I mean, these have been gas-intensive losses so far for Mixu. It's been hard to replace. Speaking of, oh no, Zealous, they hit the right-hand side, denying gas mining. 8 more drones going down. And DNS's main army is pushing in. And this is a death wall of an army. If Mixu can somehow fungal this High Templar again, then maybe. Fungal goes off. Ultras, they dive in. They get on top of the High Templar. Storms are being denied. But the Ultras go down, and the main army still stands strong. There are plenty of Immortals, Archons, Carrier as well. And DNS is snowballing out of control. He cannot be stopped. Not with this kind of army. GG gets called, and DNS takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. DNS does take the first game. Again, Mixu, he was trading well, but as we pointed out, he had no economy, he had no gas income, he was starved out, he had minerals, but nothing else behind that. And again, he was just having a hard time replacing some of his gas-intensive units, whether they were Ultras, Corruptors, Infestors, Vipers. Had a very hard time retaining those losses, and with that, GG. GG, well played. DNS snowballed out of control. It was a very chaotic game, though. Very chaotic, very back and forth. There are definitely good moments for both players, but in the end, does go the way of DNS. And with that, we're getting ready for game number 2. Let's go. Getting ready for that second game. As it is going to be on King's Cove. Beautiful. Here we go. As we are getting into our second game here, DNS does have a lead. Getting into that second game. Looks like we're going to be joined by the main stream, question mark, I guess. I guess the other matches have already concluded. No, they must have been fast. No shot. They're already done? Wait, what happened? It hasn't even been that long. Okay. Sorry, I just checked. Clem already 2-0'd Mana, and HeRoMaRinE, Gabe, he already 2-1'd Rainer. How fast were those games? That's crazy. We'll go into it later, but okay, here we go. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of King's Cove, we have the Finnish Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Berserker Esports. It is Mixu. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the French Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing himself. Was once on Berserker, no longer. It is DNS. Here we go. So we are going to be settling in. But yeah, sorry, I was just a little bit caught off guard. I mean, technically our series did start a little bit later than the others. Our players did need a little bit more time to set up, and I mean, the stream did go down for a couple of minutes, and you know, that did delay some things. But yeah, I'm a little bit caught off guard. So I guess the other matches must have been a little bit faster. Regardless, we'll be going a little bit more in depth as to those results after this series. Now, we're settling in. So far, Hashgas full standard open at a mixer, and also welcome one and all for the first time actually in the entirety of our B stream coverage, both day 1 and day 2. This is our first time casting on King's Cove. King's Cove is a very commonly vetoed map in the map pool. This is a very old school map. This was around back in 2017, 2018. It's been a very long time since we've embraced King's Cove. For those that are curious, the current ladder map pool does incorporate some older maps from years gone by. Neon Violet Square, Abyssal Reef, and King's Cove, they were all active back in the 2017/2018 era of StarCraft, so it's been a long time since we have featured them. What I will say is that these 3 older maps also are a little bit outdated in a sense. Fun fact, these 3 old maps that have been brought in, they are the largest maps in the current map pool. Over time, over the years, in Legacy of the Void, in StarCraft esports, maps have been shrinking. Maps, they have been getting smaller and smaller over time, just because in general there is an initiative to try and deter and try and find a way to alleviate some split map play. Very often we have seen, especially in ZVT for example, especially during like the Data C kind of map pool of StarCraft, and even I mean, it was Data C around then, it was also Gressfan as well, and even the season after that, where we had just a lot of turtle play. A lot of ZVTs, it would just be Terran players, a turtle on 4 or 5 bases, and Zerg players take the rest of the map, and the game kind of slows down. We saw that a lot in ZVP as well, so because of that, again, over time, Legacy maps have been getting smaller and smaller. So now it feels kind of odd, and it feels a little bit... It feels kind of strange here to now embrace larger maps again. And again, King's Cove, Abyssal, and... Oh, that looks like there is a bit of a lag spike. But King's Cove, Abyssal, and... King's Cove, Abyssal, and Neon Violet Square, they are larger than any other map we have currently. Oh boy. So that is something to bear in mind, as it looks like... Yeah, it looks like we do have a bit of a lag spike at the venue. Thankfully, it did occur when nothing too major was going on. Can settle back in. Here we go. So there's definitely been a lot of criticism and a lot of controversy surrounding the maps that were chosen to bring back, the older maps I mean, but regardless, that they do shade in towards the natural base. They're going to be chipping away at the Lings. They get 1 drone, nothing major, not yet. So far, Mixu is keeping up. Ooh, takes down 1 Adept. Takes down 1, the other does escape. But so far, this is a much cleaner defense compared to Game 1. If you remember in Game 1, 12 drones went down to 3 Adepts. To be fair, it was 3 Adepts in conjunction with Oracles harassing as well, but the efficiency of DNS at the beginning of Game 1 was insane, and it did allow him to have a much more comfortable setup coming into the mid-game on Amygdala. Here on King's Cove, we'll see if we can do the same as Adepts shade into the natural. They get 1 drone. Adepts get caught up on the Spore. A bit of rough movement there from DNS, only getting 2 drones this time. Oracle dives into the main, getting 2 more. Up! 4 in total. Oracle will barely survive. Meanwhile, Adepte is still alive. They're still alive. They do threaten a shade here towards the natural. Into the main. Lings, they go for the dive. Oh! No! Oh my god, they barely don't get the Adepts, and more drones are falling. Ay, ay, ay. Finally, 1 Adept does go down. But this is slowly adding up here. Getting up to 7. 7 drone kills. Oracles, they back off. Still alive. Behind this, 3rd base is on the way for DNS. Likewise, getting into his 3rd Oracle and into his next step into that transition. Now, when it comes to the setup here on King's Cove, I know that I was speaking about how large the maps are, but some of the other big features, of course, is how defendable they are as well. Ooh, as a queen is picked off here outside the natural. What I mean by that is, as you can see here, it isn't just the natural that has a ramp come into it, but the 3rd base as well. And the 3rd and the natural, they're on the same plane of elevation. There's a corridor connecting the 2 bases. It is very easy to defend both your natural and your main base at the same time. The 4th base is a little bit more exposed, but again, the rush distance by ground is quite long, and it can be quite difficult to be aggressive as we do get us around. Nice catch. Mixu does catch all 3 Adepts. Going for the final Adept as well. Oracles, they're forced to race back home, and Venus will defend. Ooh, meanwhile, we're going for an all-in. Now, this makes sense. Mixu, because he lost so many workers, macroing from here can be quite difficult, so it's all or nothing. It's going to be a Link Queen. Nidus all-in. There's an Overlord here outside of the main. Overlord is poking in from behind. More Lings are amassing. Mixu cutting workers at 47. No extra gases, just purely Link Queen. And here comes the Nidus Worm. Up! Did select the Overlord for a moment there. Waiting for the Nidus. There it is! Nidus Worm into the main. And DNS, he is aware. He does warp in. Boys are being pulled. And he races back home. DNS, he does respond. And can he deny the Nidus? He cannot! Nidus Worm will finish. Lings are popping out. Queens will out as well. Backup Nidus on the way, but the Nidus Worm is shut down. And it looks like the Queen's going to be cleaned up. Rough loss here for Mixu. Losing all the Queens. At the same time, Adept stressing across the map, crippling what little economy that Mixu even has. And DNS holds. DNS, he holds, he shuts down the Nidus Worms, he harasses across the map, he attacks, he defends, he does everything. And the longer this goes on, the worse it is for Mixu. Void Rays on the way to hunt down the Overlords. Backup Nidus Worm is being thrown down. Again, Mixu cannot transition out of this. There's no droning from here. He has to commit. He has to keep going, and it is looking bleaker and bleaker as time goes on. Colossus production has begun. Here come the Lings, here comes the Nidus. Oh, does get us around. Not bad. Catching an Immortal. Oh, I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. Clutch force fields. The Immortal is safe. The Immortal survives. Lings get shut down. Queens are on the way, but alas, this is taking too long. GG gets called, and DNS will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. DNS, he will shut this down. We'll take the series 2-0. Game 1 was more macro-oriented, but here in Game 2, due to the economic damage dealt early on, Mixu committed into an all-in. Unfortunately, he was slowed down a little bit too much. The Nidus Worms, they were cleaned up. They could not get up and running. They were delayed, and the longer it went on, the better it was for DNS. GG. GG, well played. With that, DNS will claim the series, and now we are getting ready here for the next round. Getting ready for the next round. Until then, though, before that, let's head on over to the bracket and figure out where we are and what the hell's been going on, because I was shocked to see how quickly those other matches finished. Exclamation mark B in the chat. Exclamation mark B in the chat. If you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves, let us switch our scenes over and catch up. Okay, let's not get too distracted here by Group A and B. Again, for those that are curious, Group A and B did take place yesterday, last night. We were, of course, covering the entirety of the group stage of day 1. I mean, at least here on the B stream. But here we are in Group C. We do have our first round finishing up. Clem takes down Mana 2-0. HeRoMaRinE takes down Raynor 2-1. That, I would say, is a big upset coming into this. I was pegging Clem and Raynor to be the top 2 players to make it out of the group stage. But already we have an upset. The pizza man himself, Big Gabe. Last night he was, of course, busy cooking up a storm in the kitchen. He was making pizzas for everyone in the crowd. And now he is cooking in-game. Takes down Raynor in a big win. I'm sure the home crowd is elated to see Gabe take Raynor down. And this doesn't bode well, but it's still early on, right? It's still the beginning of the group. It's round robin. Plenty more matches to come. Plenty more games to come as well. So best of luck to Raynor. Did stumble here in the first series, but I'm sure he will be bouncing back in the upcoming matches. Speaking of, DNS took down Mixu, and now we have the second round. Second round is upon us. It is going to be Clem versus Mixu, Raynor versus DNS, and HeRoMaRinE versus Mana. Whew. Oh boy. We have the second round getting ready. If you're curious, what match are we going to be casting? Well, we were joking earlier during the countdown timer, at least previously, talking about what this stream is going to be here tonight. What is the stream? It is the Mixu stream. The Mixu stream, baby. We are going to be casting DNS Mixu, Clem versus Mixu, HeRoMaRinE versus Mixu, Raynor versus Mixu, and Mana versus Mixu. So we are scheduled to cast every one of Mixu's matches, so we got you covered. We got you covered, Mixu's fans, and even the fans of other players out there, because we will eventually cover every single player going up against Mixu in this round robin stage. Again, the way that it works is that the mainstream have priority. Mainstream, they do pick and choose which matches they do want, and we do claim whatever is left over, which is, again, perfectly fine. You know, that is the role of the B stream, is to make sure that everything gets casted, make sure that everything gets covered. So we are going to be following Mixu throughout his run here in Group C. That is the plan. That is the goal. Here we go. So that is what is going to be coming up next, is going to be Clem versus Mixu. Vetoes are currently underway. Once vetoes are done, we will be jumping into our series. So there is going to be a little bit of downtime here. Of course, you know, when it comes to offline events, there's always things that are going on. There's always, you know, a little bit that does cause, or there's always something that does cause some delays here. So do expect some more downtime than we're used to seeing on this channel. But, you know, again, it makes sense just because, you know, there are sometimes signal issues that are outside of our control that have to be addressed, have to be remedied. It's all good. We'll get to our matches eventually. Speaking of getting to our matches, a big shout out to J-Dolph in the chat. Baby God, thank you so much for subscribing for 36 months. That's a lot of months back. That's a lot of months. Thank you so much for the 3 years of support, J-Dolph. Gracias, papi, gracias. Likewise, a shout out to Sordo for giving us a raid earlier. Again, the stream went down, so we didn't really benefit too much from the raid. We did lose most people, but regardless, we do appreciate the support, Sordo. I don't know if he's still there, but much love nonetheless. Likewise, I think we also had another resub during the countdown timer as well. But for the time being, we will soon be going on that break. So, German chat was very excited. Yeah, I would imagine so. Gabriel isn't so big. Are you kidding me? When was the last time you saw a player with such an enormous presence, papi? True, true. How could they fit him in the kitchen? It was crazy. How big are the pizzas? Oh my god. Este Gabe. Rumor has it the Blizzard intern has been developing LAN as a personal project, while other fixes have been taking up most of his time. I did see some comments about like a Blizzard intern or something like that. Unfortunately, it does have to be maybe like local infrastructure or ISP related. Again, I'm sure Take TV, I'm sure the crew are on it, and hopefully everything gets fixed and resolved by the time the playoffs arrive tomorrow, by the time day 3 hits, but fingers crossed. Fingers crossed, man. Yeah. That they're able to clear things up. I know it can be quite frustrating to the players as well. They changed the connection? Okay. True LAN. Yeah, it's one of those things where infamously, I believe it is at events like BlizzCon is where they would have quote-unquote LAN. Basically, what would happen at BlizzCon, I don't think it's the case at IEM. I think it was only for BlizzCon, but what they would do is they would basically have their own, they would bring online their own server at BlizzCon. So then basically players would have like 0 ping, right? Because they'd be connecting to the server that's in the same building, right? That was their kind of workaround to like the LAN issue. I don't think that's done for other major events, especially not like HomeStory Cup. But that's I remember that's how they tried to address that issue at BlizzCon at least. So I think they still had some connectivity issues regardless because it still connects to the internet. But that was their workaround. To have as little latency as possible is to have like their own internal server. As a fun fact. But it looks like I just got an update here from the Take TV admins, and they are looking into the internet at the moment to try to find some kind of workaround, just as a heads up. So that may delay the next series. May delay. You thought the pieces were small. It was actually perspective. Exactly. Their songs are upgraded to at least +3/+3. True. But for now, though, we are going to be going on that short break. And again, hope you're all enjoying yourselves. Again, there are plenty of other streams ongoing as well. Plenty of other language streams on the main stream as well. With all the players, with all the casters, with the casting couch. You do love to see it. You know, Rotterdam's there, Loco's there, Wardy, Zombie Grub. Chicken Man, he arrived last night. And they might even be willing to bring him on. I think they did that when I think Steadfast was like visiting, I want to say like a couple of years ago. And I think they brought him on for fun, and I'm sure they'd be willing to do the same for Chicken Man. So hopefully he gets brought onto the casting couch. Who else is there? Zane, Eon Blue is there, Kozan is there. Let's go! I didn't even realize, but Kozan's there as well. They should bring him onto the casting couch, unironically. So yeah, it's always I mean that's what's always amazing about these LAN events, is the celebration of StarCraft, where you can kind of bring together all these like-minded individuals, all these people that are, you know, sharing in their love of StarCraft, and yeah, you get to meet up with everyone and have fun and get drunk and get wasted and have pizza. It's beautiful. Speaking of, I said this last night because I was envious when I was seeing Gabe cooking, when he was making pizza. I was envious, happy. So I did order some pizza tonight. I did have some pizza just before we went live. It was beautiful. It's inside me. And I have some leftovers as well for later. Most likely we'll be snacking on some pizza in between Group C and Group D. That'll be the plan. Does your country do weird things on pizzas? I just heard Brazilians put ketchup on pizza. So my assumption is that this is normal, but maybe it's different in other countries. When I was in Poland, and I think it's the case in the Americas as well, where when you, and this is weird to me, is what I'm saying, is when you order pizza, I want to say that like there's less sauce as a part of the base, and they like give you sauce separately. Right, like they give you like either the marinara or like the tomato-based sauce or whatever separately, and then you can like dip it or like pour it on the pizza. That was at least my experience when I went to Europe, and for what I've seen in the Americas. To me, that sounds crazy. like the idea of having like separate sauce with your pizza, that's a concept that I can't like wrap my head around. That's not a thing here. That's not a thing here in Australia. In Australia, like it's all in the pizza, you know, like it's not. We don't get like separate sauces. That's crazy. That's crazy. But that was something that I did notice when I was in Europa. How can you have your pizza without garlic? So, yeah, that's what I mean. Like we don't have like a separate, like that's, the sauce is already in the pizza pack. Like but that's I guess a difference. But again, I don't know how things are in other countries, and especially in Europe as itself. I don't know how things are there. The separate sauces for the crust? No, it's for the pizza pack. It's from my understanding. Do those players have cabins there where they play their matches on the mainstream? Looks like they... from my understanding, there's a player area. So I should say the way that it works is they have a setup with a bunch of PCs like in a separate area of the venue where players are practicing and getting ready, where they can like play out their practice games and warm up. But when they actually compete, they have to go up. They have to go upstairs, and there are like a limited amount of PCs there. And that's where they compete and play. That's where the cameras are set up to watch them, to like actually film their POV and all that stuff. They're also within sight of the crowd and of the audience. So there's two different setups. So whenever Group C finishes, for example, all the players have to remove their setups, remove their peripherals, head back downstairs, and then they swap and they like tag out with Group D, and then Group D go up. But that's also why there is a delay. There's an extended delay or extended break between groups, because players have to leave and then other players have to replace them, and that takes time to like get everything ready and get everything sorted. So that is why in between groups it takes a little bit longer to get things going. But it looks like we have our lobby. Okay. Never. Was gonna go on a break, but it looks like we are ready to go. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. Speaking of people changing their setups and stuff like that, I'm okay saying this. So Clem just asked me. He's like, "Hey, can you like help me like post a lobby for the other casters and stuff?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure, that's fine." He's like, "Yeah, I can't. I don't know how. My game is in Korean. Maru switched my game to Korean, and I don't know how." It's like, oh, okay. So apparently there's been some shenanigans going on, and now Clem is playing on a Korean client, and he's stuck with it. So there you go. There you go. Oh no. Oh no. The shenanigans are afoot. The conspiracy. I wanna believe if Clem is working with a Korean client, I wanna believe that Maru's working with a French client. Like I would love it if there's that like back and forth going on right now. That'd be amazing. Oh no. He gets the Korean diva though. True, true. Korean diva is greater than regular diva. See, really, it's gonna help Clem. It's gonna help him. He has that Korean bonus. Oh no. Never seen that in Europe. We don't have that in France, at least. Oh, okay, okay. Sorry, I'm just catching up. Many European countries normal, especially in pizza bakeries owned by Turkish people. They always give you garlic sauce for putting on the pizza. Yeah. So I assume, like, I say, like, when I went to Europe, like that's very vague because there are like so many countries in Europe. But some select countries do that where they have like separate sauce for you, and some not, right? Just put some ketchup. Done. Oh, you're an animal. You're an animal. They do that in Brazil. Okay, okay. All right, here we go. Did just need a moment for our players to set up, and we are ready to go. Game 1 is going to be on Whispers of Gold as we jump into Clem versus Mixu. Ooh, here we go. Again, for those that are curious, welcome one and all to the big stream, aka the Mixu stream, as we are scheduled to cast every single Mixu series, every single match, one after the other. We just wrapped up with DNS versus Mixu. Now we are jumping into our TVZ, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the French Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Finnish Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Berserker Esports. It is Mixu. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It's Gamba time as predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. When it comes to the mainstream and some of the other language streams, they're covering the other matches that are going on here in round 2. I believe the mainstream may be covering Reina versus DNS or HeRoMaRinE versus Mana. Meanwhile, we have the series here, the TVZ. Here we go. So now we do have Mixu going for his standard opener. I imagine Hatch Gas Pool. Hatchery has been placed. Clem back at home going for his own Rax Expand. So far, so good. And again, I'm excited to see more of Mixu. We've been casting a lot of the patch on the PTR. I mean, for the past 2 months, we've been hosting and casting so many PTR events. We've been lucky enough to be able to do so, but Mixu hasn't been too active. He hasn't been too active in those tournaments, so I'm really excited to see how he has been changing, growing, adapting as a player when it comes to the new maps, when it comes to the new patch as well. I am curious. What I'm most curious about, especially in this matchup, is because of the change to the Queen, because Queens are now more expensive, we have seen once again a rise in popularity of Roach openers. I mean, they have been trendy already over the past year. We've seen, especially like Serral, for example, more often than not, will open up Roach almost every single ZVT. Raynor doesn't, which is why I do appreciate watching Raynor, because he does often still approach and still embrace Ling Bane play, even Ling Bane into Muta. But I'm curious how Mixu will approach things, and if he will also embrace the Roach opener. For now, Hatch Gas Pool. For now, Hatch Gas Pool, everything is looking normal, everything is looking standard. Is going to be settling in. Likewise, Mix also confirms the ranks across the map, the CC on the low ground. No 2-Rax Reaper or anything like that. From here, we settle in. As Reaper does hit the natural, the dance has begun. It's all about Mixu just minimizing losses, minimizing his Ling and drone losses, especially here, as he's just buying time for the Queen. He's taking a lot of hits here, a bit of miscontrol as well with those Lings. Oh no! They attacked the destructible plates, they attacked the hatchery, and the first drone goes down. A bit of a disastrous defense here by Mixu. Looking a little bit nervous is what I want to say. We often don't see Mixu blunder that defense as hard. So, I mean, it's Clem. I mean, I don't blame him too much here, as he's up against the best Terran in the world, arguably the best player in the world, as he is our reigning champion, of course. He is the world champion. Meanwhile, Mixu backs off, and we're going to be getting into a lair, but it looks like there might be some latency issues here, as we do get a pause. Hopefully everything's okay. Oh, yeah. Looks like there are some latency issues, so we're just going to be waiting for the lag spike to pass. Oh, and there we go.
Game resumed.
Jumping back in. But again, for those that are curious, there have been some lag spikes that have been plaguing the venue for the past 2 days. Thankfully, this lag spike did not occur in the middle of a fight. If it were to, then we would be, of course, willing to resume from replay if need be. For now, though, in the early game, nothing too crazy going on outside of the lair, of course. Gigafast lair here from Mixu. With this could be a Ling Queen Nidus all-in. I'm leaning towards that direction. Reaper does dance with the Queen, does go for the tumor, and the tumor does survive. Whew, just barely. It does survive. I assumed it was going to be a Nidus all-in, but no, there's Overlord Speed on the way, so this tells us that this should most likely be a variation of German Taxi. Ling Queen, Dropalord all-in instead. I mean, it makes sense. We're in Germany, Fat. True. Alright, in Germany, time to call up that taxi and send it across the map. Until then, Clem, he does recognize how late the expansion is. He knows how late the third is quite suspect. Lings, they try to dive in. So far, nice kiting out of Clem. Okay, Clem will be losing one Reaper, but not the Hellions. Hellions will shut this down. What's important, though, is that Mixu is just trying to distract Clem and keep him away from the main and keeping away from scouting what's going on. But again, Clem, he has a piece of the puzzle. He knows that something is wrong. Back at home, 3cc Banshee here from Clem. Very economic, but also, I mean, pretty safe as well. Getting into Banshees will help in defense. Hellions are amassing. Lings, they attempt to surround. Not quite able to, though. If Mixu can somehow surround these Hellions and he can pop off. Oh, it's a Hellbat push. Clem is going for the army, setting up and going for a Banshee Hellbat, and that's going to be ideal here, especially against the Ling all-in that's coming. Like, defensive Hellbats are going to be insane. But here we go. Droplords move out. Queens as well. I believe Clem did miss the Droplords. He didn't see them. Oh my god, we're dropping into the main. What is there at home to defend? There's 2 Hellions. The other Hellions are racing back. They're turning back around. 6 Hellions in total. Banshee as well. And here comes the all-in. Queens, they drop into the main. Lings, they overextend for a moment here. They need the support of the Queens. Queens are pushing forward. Lings on low ground. Lings are being cleaned up. And Mixu, he's not doing enough damage with this. I mean, nice target firing here on the Banshees, but Hellbats, they move forward, and yeah, Clem is going to shut this down. Pulling a couple of boys. Hellbats have arrived. There's the cloak. No detection. No detection for Mixu, and he just cannot break through. Lings, they rotate over towards the natural, but again, there's plenty here at home. Plenty of units, plenty of Hellbats. And behind this, Mixu, now he starts droning up. Aye. Very late droning here for Mixu. He was so committed. I mean, he'll send another wave of links across the map. You can still get some damage. Going for the depots, getting to the mineral line. SCVs are going to be falling. Not bad. Get 6, 7, 8 SCVs. Not bad at all. Delay some of the production. Lings, they bust into the natural. SCVs, they're falling. A much better trade here from Mixu. We'll have to get out of here with the queens. Oh. To say that 2 queens do fall, 1 queen survive. That's going to be 20 SCV kills. More lings, they flood into the natural. Getting a couple more depots. Not bad. 2 more depots falling. And with that, Clem gets supply blocked. Does break out by calling down the supply. Clem, he does hold. And as the dust settles, I mean, Mixu is still not stopping. Let's go. The tenacity keeps dropping in. Links towards the natural, links into the main. Back at home, Mixu does drone up somewhat here up to 2 base economy. 40 workers. 40 drones. Lings, they go for the natural. Clem out of position. Hellbat's having a hard time responding. That's going to be another, what, 8 SCVs? 9 SCVs even. Mixu, calm down. Creep is spreading in the main. Lings are cleaned up. And Mixu is still just flooding more lings. 22 more lings in production. This is good damage, but I'm still a little bit concerned here when it comes to the main army. The Hellbat count here has still been quite stable for Clem, and I was working on Stim. Building up more Marines, working on Stim. Eventually, Clem will outscale Mixu. So Mixu needs more damage. It's coming in for the second wave for the second round. Moving out with 6 queens. Banshees, they hit the main. There's nothing at home to defend. Oof, no spores. Aye. Yeah, Mixu is completely exposed. And he's completely all in. I mean, he was already all in, but now he can barely sustain himself. Drones are going down. It's all or nothing for Mixu. But there are Hellbats. Oh, God. Yeah, Lings, they just cannot engage the main army. The Lings, they just get roasted. Across the mats, 11 workers go down. No mining whatsoever here in the main. Queens, they race back. And Mixu can no longer break this. And now he's droning. He's droning, getting into his Bailey nest, getting into Ling Bane. It's still a really awkward game state here and not quite comfortable for Clem, but now he's getting a third. He's getting a third. Clem has a worker lead plus mules. He's ahead in economy. We did have some nice moves out of Mixu when he was doing some damage, that is true, but it's still not enough. We'll get reinforcements. Picking off some Marines, Clem turns back around. Lings hit the natural, and Clem commits. Is going to be committing. 12 SCVs falling. But this is a terrifying army. And back at home, what is there to defend? We're taking gases. Ling Queen, no Banelings. Baneling nest is done, but without any Banelings, I don't know how Mixu can really contest against this. He can't. He cannot, as Clem, he sims in. And he wins. I mean, there's nothing at home. Lings are doing what they can across the map. They get more SCV kills. 26 SCVs go down. But where are the Banelings? We need them. And GG gets called. Clem, he will take game number 1. GG. A very chaotic game, though. GG will play a very chaotic game. Initially, if you remember, Clem, he had a very strong defense. He was able to defend, able to minimize losses. He shut down the Lings and Queens. And then Mixu kept at it. He kept at it, and eventually he was able to actually break through, actually get worker kills. He was actually able to cripple the economy of Clem. Unfortunately, as we were mentioning, he could never really contest against the main army. Even though Clem was losing SCVs, he was building up his Marine count, building up his Hellbat count, and there was no answer. There was no answer from Mixu. He was working on Bailings, he was working on Bailing speed, but he needed more time. Time that Clem did not give him. Ideally, Mixu would have wanted Clem to turn around. In those final moments when Mixu went for the Ling run by at the natural, if Clem did actually turn around and race back home, then Mixu would have finished Bailing speed, then there would have been Bailings back at home to defend. Like, maybe he holds, maybe he takes the game, but Clem with that killer instinct, he commits. GG. GG, well played, did commit. And with that, Clem takes a lead in the series. And now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. let us go, as game 2 is going to be on ley lines. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the French Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Finnish Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Berserker Esports. It is Mixu. And again, shout out to Mixu as well, because as we were saying, Clem, he is the reigning world champion. He's favored to win the entire tournament even, or even have a deep run. Mixu is the underdog coming into this. Despite that, he's got some builds. Came in with an all-in. Initially was looking a little bit shaky, but there were definitely some moments. Definitely some strong moments for Mixu in that first game. In the end, things did kind of fall apart. And again, he just needed a little bit more time to actually get into bathing production. In the end, Clem did take it, but still, GG. GG nonetheless. We'll see if Mixu has another spicy build for us, or if he goes for something more standard, right? After game 1, does he have that kind of out of his system? Is he going to calm things down and go for a more macro approach, or do we go for another different kind of all-in? Do we go for a Link Queen Nidus all-in? Do we go for a Roach Rush? Do we go for a Bane Bust? There's some options here for Mixu, definitely. We'll see. Or he could be crazy and get a third and drone up. It's crazy. We'll see. For now, Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of Mixu. Likewise, Clem going for his own Rack Expand and going for an SCV Scout across the map. Here we go. Does move out. And for the most part, my eyes are going to be on Mixu here. If you recall, last game, Mixu did rush into a very fast lair, which did actually go unscattered for quite some time. We'll see if he stays in gas after Link Speed, and if he goes for something more gas-intensive once again. We shall see as the first Reaper has arrived. Worker moves out, Worker is intercepted. Ooh, the third base is going to be delayed. No! Ooh, it goes down. Aye, rough loss there for Mixu. First run falls. Sure does fall. Reaper dives into the mineral line. Gets a Ling. Oh, barely not. Ling survives, Queen pops out, and Mixu will deflect. He will deflect the Reaper. Back into the main, pulled out of gas. Okay, this time he has pulled out of gas, so we're not rushing into anything gas intensive like a Baneling Nest, Roach Warren, or a Lair. Everything looks standard from the side of Mixu. Meanwhile, back at home, Clem going for a third CC. Oh! He's going for a third CC before Starport, so economic opener here by Clem as well. So far here in game 2, at least, everything is looking standard from both the Terran and the Zerg. Everything looks normal. Second Rax is on the way. Interesting. So Clem, he's going for a 3cc 2-1-1, as opposed to the previous game where we saw Clem invest into extra Hellions, into Banshees, into Cloak Banshee Hellbat. This is very different. Instead, we're going for an add-on swap, cutting Hellion production early on, going into Mass Marine production into a stim timing. So very different follow-up here from Clem, going more bio-heavy instead. Meanwhile, we spoke about Roaches at the start of game 1, and there it is. Roach Warren has been placed for Mixu. It is hidden behind the mineral line. Likewise, Mixu is also contained on 2 bases. Third base is very late for Mixu. Now, because it's so late, Clem, he should realize that something is a little bit wrong. I mean, I should say, usually when the third base is this delayed, it means that money was spent elsewhere. So I'm sure something like a Roach Warren is in the back of Clem's mind. As he does dive in. Yeah, he does bypass the Queens, dives into the mineral line. Boys are being pulled. Mixu trying to deny the scouts. And he will zone the army away. Back of the mineral line is safe. Meanwhile, Hellies are diving to the main. Drones are going down. Oh, they line up. Oh my god, 5 workers do get roasted. And Clem gets behind the main base mineral line. Confirms there is nothing here. Gets a drone kills. Very nice trade for Clem. But he does not scout behind the natural. So it is in the dark, and Roaches are amassing. Roaches moving out. Did Clem see the second gas? Oh, he didn't. So he didn't see the gases, didn't see the Roach Warren. Doesn't know how much danger he's in. And here comes Mixu. Mixu is flooding across the map with Lings, Roaches, and Ravagers. Spots the main army. Behind this, again, the bio army is amassing. Stim is on the way. But Clem has no bunker. Not yet. I mean, he doesn't know he needs one. Clem does not know he needs a bunker. As he's trading with the Lings. More importantly, Mixu keeping the Hellions distracted. And here comes Roach Ravager. And again, the Hellions are out of position. They don't see. Clem doesn't see this coming. Back at home, no wall, no bunker. Marines are exposed. They do have stim, but there's no support. Army's revealed. The Biles! Ooh. Gets a Marine. One Marine goes down. Boys are being pulled. They have to be. Up! Bile takes down another Marine as well. Some okay trades here from Mixu. Hellions, they race back home. Gonna be distracting. And Clem is up against the wall. Has to be so careful with how he engages. Has Mixu, he's gonna be committing in. Boys being pulled. Lings are going down. Nice target firing here on the Ravagers. Oh. And we're down to 3. Down to only 3 Ravagers. Mixu is running out of steam. And the longer this goes on, the worse it is for Mixu. Medevacs have arrived. The Marines, they can stim more freely. Another Ravager falls. Down to 2. 2 Ravagers left. Third one morphing in. Depot goes down, but there's barely any Ravagers remaining here. Tank has arrived. Massive volley goes off. Lings, they do get into the mineral line. SCVs are going down. Not bad. Forcing friendly fire. 11 SCVs. And that's going to be the end of the rush as Clem, he shuts this down. Cleans up the Lings to the Ravagers. Everything. Did lose 12 SCVs, but fun fact, Clem, he still has more workers. He has 44 workers to the 38 of Mixu. I mean, that's how all in, that's how committed Mixu was. And it was not enough damage. It was not enough damage in the end. Clem, he holds. He has a third base, triple mule production, triple SCV production. Ay, ay, ay. And here comes the counter drop. What I will say is that Mixu did a good job hiding it. He did a great job at hiding the all-in, but despite that, Clem, he just had such a good reaction to it, despite being unprepared. And GG gets called as the drop gets across the map, and Clem will take the series at 2-0. GG. GG, well played, Clem. He will take the series here. And again, I do want to reiterate, shout out to Mixu for successfully hiding the build, keeping it hidden and keeping it secret and safe from Clem. I was able to execute his all-in. Unfortunately, Clem, he was so careful with his SCVs, with pulling the boys, with buying time more importantly. He bought so much time for his tank, for his medevacs, for his upgrades. His Hellions also bought time, just dragging more Lings out of position as well. It was all just to make a more secure defense there by Clem. Did bleed out a couple of Marines here and there, but I mean, those are pretty affordable losses for Clem, as he was kind of playing a longer game there, just bought more time and did snowball out of control. GG. GG, well played. Clem does take the series, but a shout out to Mixu. Again, you know, he came in with some prepared builds here, both in Game 1 and Game 2. Again, Mixu, I don't blame him necessarily for not necessarily liking his chances in a standard macro game against Clem. Tried to cheese him out. In the end, didn't quite work out though, but regardless, some fun and solid games nonetheless. GG. GG, well played. Clem will take the series, and let's catch up on the rest of the brackets. Let's go. We have some catching up to do here as we switch our scenes over. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. Okay, here we go. We have the second round. The second round here did just conclude. We have Clem taking down Mixu 2-0. Rainer is up against DNS 1-0. They're currently in Game 2. They're currently in Amygdala here in the second game. And likewise, we have a big game, HeRoMaRinE versus Mana. They're currently in Game 2 as well on Abyssal Reef. Oh boy. It looks like Take TV. One of these two matches is being covered by the mainstream. One of the two. Technically, we could try to come into the ace match. If the other series does go all the way to Game 3, then we could try to slip in. Otherwise, we're going to be going on an extended break, and we are going to be waiting for our next match, which is going to be Mixu versus Big Gabe. That is our next series here. Again, this is CranKy Ducklings, aka the B stream, aka the Mixu stream, pappy, the Mixu stream. So up next is going to be Mixu versus HeRoMaRinE. Potentially, we could get an ace match here. If we quickly double check though, what are they costing? Let's have a look here. Take TV, they are covering. Oh god, I'm so blind. Gabe versus Mana. Okay. They're covering Gabe versus Mana from my understanding. So we can potentially jump into HeRoMaRinE versus DNS Game 3 if they go to the ace match. If they go to the ace match, so let us set that up. HeRoMaRinE versus DNS. But yeah, once again, though, hope you've all been enjoying yourselves. In the chat, just catching up. But yeah, for now, I guess we're going to be going in a short break. So yeah, take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, check out some of the other streams, check out the main stream as well. And when we come back, we will have either the ace match of HeRoMaRinE versus DNS, or we'll be coming back with HeRoMaRinE versus Mixu. Of course, because HeRoMaRinE is currently facing off against Mana, we have to wait for that to wrap up. So we're waiting for HeRoMaRinE and Mana to finish up their series, then we can follow that into Mixu. So we're going to have some extra downtime here. So yeah. Again, this also gives me some time to refill my water, hydrate my hydras, all that good stuff. Mainstream just keeps stuttering and lagging out. Yeah, I have heard that they're trying to work on it. They're doing their best, doing their best. Doing their best. But yeah, we'll be back soon. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. See you then. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that lovely Brutal OST. And again, I apologize for the extended break, the extended delay, but we have returned with our third series of the night. We're continuing, of course, here in Group C in HomeStory Cup 26, and we have a best of 3 TVZ. This time not featuring Clem, but another mighty Terran player from Europe. And here he is spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline. We have the German Terran player himself, the blue Terran representing Mouse. It is HeRoMaRinE. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Finnish Zerg player, the red Zerg representing Berserker Esports. It is Mixu. And here we go. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we do embrace this TVZ. And oh my god, already a crazy upset occurred earlier. We were going over it when we covered the bracket, of course, when we were covering the group, and we had an insane result to start off the night. But big Gabe, HeRoMaRinE himself, Bappy, oh my god, he took down Rainer, who I would have said was favored to come out of this group. I mean, Clem and Rainer are the two that I was looking at, but really I should have been looking at Gabe, because Gabe caused a massive upset, or what I should say, got a massive win in bringing Rainer down. And now, can anyone stop him? Can anyone stop him from making it out of the group? Mixu stands before him. Mixu does stand before him. I mean, best of luck here to Mixu. Mixu just wrapped up his series against Clem, where Mixu did go for an all-in every single game versus Clem. Was unfortunately unsuccessful in really pulling it off. Did have his moments, don't get me wrong, did have his moments in that series. We'll see how he does approach Gabe, though. Do we see more all-ins, or do we see some more standard play instead? First things first, we're loading into Frostline. Frostline, of course, is a very large map, the largest map in the map pool, at least when it comes to the newer maps, less so if we don't include maps like Neo Violet Square, or Abyssal Reef, of course, or King's Cove. Outside of those, though, is a very large map. Exposed bases as well, exposed third, exposed fourth, very spread out, very difficult to defend multiple locations at once, I should emphasize. So we'll see if we end up in a longer game state or not. As for now, Hatch Gas Pool. Hatch Gas Pool, standard openers here out of Mixu. Likewise, Rack expands out of HeRoMaRinE as well. Everything looking as it should. So far, so good. We'll see if Gabe does end up going for a different twist or different turn. Gabe, of course, has plenty of builds up his sleeve. Is willing to mix things up at a moment's notice. Doesn't have to play standard. That's saying that the first Reaper has arrived, dancing with the Lings. Oh, so far, Mixu does pull away. Doesn't quite bleed out a Ling yet. The Queen has arrived, and Mixu should be able to hold on. Yeah, should be able to hold on. The Reaper will get away, just barely. Does slip out. Mixu defends. Doesn't take any major losses. Bane Bust. Let's go. Yeah, he pulls back into gas, rushing into a Bane Nest, and we're going for a Bane Bust. It's going to be an all-in here. Now, I'm a little bit concerned just because, again, the rush distance by ground on this map is quite long. Takes a long time to get across the map as well, and that means there's more opportunities for the Reaper to scout. But now the Reaper is dancing with the Lings. So far, Mixer just trying to keep up. Oh. Alas, the Lings are going to be going down. He's going to be leading out 1, 2, 3, 4 Lings. Oh my god. Every single Ling falls, but the Reaper is zoned away, and here comes the Ling Flood. One way or another, the game is going to end. Either Mixu kills Gabe, or he dies trying. Back at home, Gabe, 3cc. 3cc into a 1-1-1 setup. That means he will have some Hellions to support. Thankfully, Hellions are going to be massing back at home. And ideally, Mixu wants to try to catch and surround those Hellions. Likewise, it's going to be on Gabe to keep them alive. As the Banelings are on the way, Lings are flooding across the map. Gabe has yet to confirm. He does spot at least some of these Lings. And some of the Lings are spotted. Banelings are going to be waddling in. Gabe going for the Banelings. Oh, gets one volley off. They do waddle in. Lings are being shut down. Banelings, they do go for the ramp. They at least try to. They shut down the Reaper. They shut down one of the reactors. SCVs are going down. But the Hellions are standing strong. And there's plenty of Hellions. 3 Hellions here. They shut down the Lings. Yeah, the Lings aren't really getting much done. I mean, 7 SCV kills is good, but not good enough. And Gabe is holding. And Gabe is holding. He shuts us down completely. As long as he doesn't take a Baneling to the face, he should be fine. Oh my god. Baneling does connect. Takes one to the face. Hellions are going down. That one Baneling giving Miso a chance here, but he's still just trickling in. Like, it's still not enough. The boys are being pulled. Marines have arrived. Banshee's on the way. The Banshee does make it out as well. The Banelings! Oh my god. They don't connect. The Banelings barely don't connect, and with that, Gabe defends. Gabe holds back at home across the map. Mixu trying to saturate his bases, droning on up, going for a lair follow-up. He's on 21 drones. He's on 21 workers. He does not have an economy. Again, Mixu was completely all in, and the longer this goes on, the worse it is for Mixu. Gets another Hellion. Gets an SCV. Outside of that, Gaby's fine. Gaby's perfectly fine. From this point forward, he can just defend with his Hellions. He can move out with the Banshees. Cloak is halfway done. Once it finishes, Gabe can move out. And for the time being, Mixu does not have any spores. I mean, he doesn't really have the resources for it. Getting into the lair, this can lead into potentially Spire play into Muta. Again, Link's trying to keep the Hellions busy back at home. Trying to keep HeRoMaRinE pinned. But Gabe will soon move out. You know, he's on 3 CC. He still maintains that worker lead. Will soon take his third. And will soon move out. And there it is. Banshees, they do move out across the map. They are at least spotted by the Lings. And Mixu, he doesn't need spores. He needs spores back at home. Without them, he's going to just be torn apart. I say that he's going to try and defend here with Overseers. Morphing the Overseer, bringing together his Queens. It's not going to be easy here, but Mixu going to try and defend with, again, mainly Queen. Okay, first spores on the way. At the third. Banshees have arrived. They cloak, going for the Queens. They get one. One Queen goes down. He's going for the middle line as well. And there's no transfuse. Bear that in mind. Oh no. As he's chasing down the second Queen and no transfuse, second Queen should fall. And can he go for the third? He can. He can, and he will take down the third Queen, and now there's no anti-air. There's no anti-air, even without Cloak. Banshees, they can just reign supreme. Picking off 8 workers. And honestly, they could keep going, but HeRoMaRinE, he wants to pull back, wants to actually preserve the Banshees, top them up, repair. So Gabe playing it safe. Does race back home to be repaired. And he's just building up towards the stim timing. Stim is done, 1-1 is on the way, tank cannon is building up. Repairs are going up. And now Gabe moves out with the Hellions. And it is just an uphill battle here for Mixu. I mean, that's what happens when an all-in is failed. When all-in does fail. As Gaby goes to the mineral line. There's nothing at home to defend outside the Queens. Nice Eva wall, though. Very nice. Oh my god. Very nicely done. As Gaby's going to be cleaned up. Mixu turning water into wine. Let's go. Losing 1 drone in the defense. This could have been so much worse. But here comes the actual move out. Again, that was just 4 Hellions harassing. Now the main army is moving out across the map. Banshees likewise, they move out towards the right-hand side. That also means there's not much of them to defend. And the 4th base is cancelled. SCVs are falling. Gabe doesn't turn around, though. He commits. He does commit. He will respond with the Banshees at least. But yeah, the main army gets revealed. GG gets called, and Gabe, he will take game number 1. GG. GG will play it again. The writing was on the wall. Again, once the Bane Bust all-in had failed, it was just an uphill battle for Mixu. There was a lot working against him there, and lastly, it's almost impossible to recover from that kind of game state. Even if you put like Serral or Raynor in that situation after a failed all-in, when you're that far behind against a player of the caliber of Gabe, it's yeah, not easy. It is not easy. With that, we're now getting into game number 2. We're going to be loading into Amygdala. Question becomes, do we see another all-in out of Mixu, or do we take a different approach? That is the question here. What I will say, even if we do see an all-in, is that I do appreciate that Mixu has been varying it up. Even though we saw an all-in here in game 1, this is not the same variation that we saw against Clem, for example, in that series. So we have seen a lot of variety from Mixu, and we'll see if we see even more of that coming into game 2. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the German Terran player, the blue Terran representing Mouse. It is HeRoMaRinE. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Finnish Zerg player, the red Zerg representing Berserker Esports. Down in the series, we'll see if we can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Mixu. Here we go. And again, if you haven't tuned into Mixu's matches before, he does often macro and play standard, don't get me wrong. That is actually typically how he does approach a lot of these matches. But, I mean, this is where you have to kind of put context into play here. Mixu, he's been up against Clem and Gabe, the best Terran players in Europe, so I don't blame him for going for a different approach, for maybe not having as much confidence in his macro. Despite that, I would like to see it though. You know, I'd like to see him try to take it to a more standard game state here against some of these other bigger Terran players. Again, it's possible that maybe confidence isn't necessarily there for Mixu, but I would still love to see it regardless. As a fan of Mixu, I'd like to see it. Would like to see it here. Here we go. As we are settling into Amygdala. Amygdala is another interesting map. Does feature these giant tumors that are slowly dying here in the center of the map. Third bases are quite exposed. Exposed third base, exposed fourth bases, exposed goal base as well once you do try to take it. And we'll see if Mixu does try to embrace something aggressive here as well. I would not be opposed to Roach play, for example. Not necessarily a Roach all-in, but a Roach-based opener into, you know, aggression in the mid-game. Would not be opposed to it. But now that we're settling in. Now that we are settling in. So far, Hash Gas Bull, standard opener out of Mixu. We'll keep an eye on the gases, of course, to see if he does stay in gas after link speed. Likewise, Gabe back at home going for his own Rax Expand. Standard opener out of Gabe. Nothing crazy, nothing wild. I mean, there's no need to. Just playing straight up. Reaper moves out across the map. Again, as we did mention, this is a feature that was not in the PTR. This was not in the PTR version of Amygdala, but we do have those slowly dying massive tumors here in the center. For those that are curious, they do actually bleed out by the time we hit the 8-minute mark. It's like at 7:56, 7:57 is when they do naturally expire. Of course, you can speed it up by just attacking it yourself. And that will open up the center of the map and will, I mean, allow this goal base to be that much more exposed and reduce the rush distance by ground. So honestly, a really nice feature. A feature that, from my recollection, I don't think we've actually had that in a ladder map before. You know, we've had a lot of map makers play around with some of these more unique features, like lava maps, or neutral add-ons, or neutral turrets, or side blockers, air blockers. You know, there's been a lot of features that have been messed around with it over the years in StarCraft. But again, like buildings that die over time. I don't think that's been in the ladder map pool before. Could be mistaken. Don't think we have seen that. We're going for an all-in. Sorry, I was a little bit distracted by the tangent. It's going to be an all-in. Mixu is rushing into Alair, rushing into Overlord speed. What does this mean? This means, once again, we did see this again against Clem, if you remember. It's going to be a Link Queen German taxi. It's going to be a Drop-a-Lord all-in from Mixu. Let's go. I mean, again, we're in Krefeld. We're in Germany. It makes sense. Makes sense. Getting that taxi ready. You can see the Drop-a-Lord being set up here towards the north. Likewise, Queens are getting ready here back at home. Overlords are morphing in. And Gabe, for the time being, I believe, is in the dark. He hasn't seen too much. He's looking for the third. Looking for the third expansion. Dips in. Gets eyes on the Queens. And up! Barely does not spot the Drop-a-Lord. Mixu intentionally pulling it back. Intentionally does hide it. He saw. I do think he saw the second Drop-a-Lord, though. Back at home, Vikings are on the way. Second Viking as well. Bunker. This screams that he knows. Gabe, he is aware. With that second Viking especially. Hellions, they race back home. Drop-a-Lord into the main. Gabe, he doesn't see this. Does not spot the Lings. He's getting ready for the frontal assault. The Queens! No! The Queens! Oh my god. They do get chopped off. Drop-a-Lord goes down. Bunker gets done. Lings, they do come in from behind. They get cleaned up. Oh my god, they melt so quick. Jesus. They got 3 SCVs, but not much more than that. Yeah, Lings, they just get annihilated, drop into the main. But HeRoMaRinE, he can respond. He does rotate, he's in position. Shuts down the Lings. And now there's only Queens. And now there's only Queens remaining. Reinforcements are on the way. Tanks are sieging up, Drop-a-Lord goes down, massive pickup. And Gabe is holding. Yeah, the boys are being pulled. Gabe, he's gonna shut this down completely. And with that, GG gets called. Gabe, he will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Gabe, he, I believe, did see the second Dropper Lord with his Hellions, and as soon as he saw that, Bunker began, second Viking began as well. He raced back home, and he was ready there for the defense. He did not see the initial drop into the main, so Lings were able to successfully unload, but really quick reaction out of Gabe. He pulled the SCVs down to the low ground, and he just shut the Lings down. The Lings, they chased the SCVs into tank fire, into Marines, and again, he just had a very secure position at that natural with that. GG. GG, well played. Very clean defense there out of Gabe. Very different defense from what we saw with Clem, because if you remember, Clem didn't see it coming ahead of time. He had a more kind of a reactionary kind of defense, like last second defense. Here, Gabe, he was more methodical. He had more of a heads up, and did look quite strong there in his defense as a result. GG. GG, well played. With that, Gabe, he will claim the series, and my condolences here to Mixu. He will be knocked out of, or he will take a loss here in this 2-0, and I'm curious what these standings are looking like here. Very curious as we get ready and we switch our scenes over here to the bracket. Yeah, this is what I assumed was the case, but we have confirmation. We do have confirmation in regards to how the group is shaping up. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. Let's switch our scenes over. And we have confirmation, both Mixu and Mana, due to their results so far, mathematically it is impossible for them to make it out of the group. So Mixu and Mana having a bit of a harder time here in the early rounds of the group. Is confirmed they cannot make it out. But what I will say, even though they cannot make it out of the group, what they can do is threaten these other players. They can still take maps, they can still take series, they can still influence the group and cause some of these other players to struggle and even not make it out of the group. So that is definitely something that can occur here and something to bear in mind. So there is still weight behind their matches. Is still going to be weight behind it. Meanwhile, heading over here to round 3, it looks like we have some updates here. Clem took down DNS 2-0, and Rainer and Mana, ooh, they are actually going to the ace. Let's go. Mana and Rainer going to the ace match. Rainer having a bit of a hard time here tonight. Unfortunately, again, because we've been casting our own matches, I haven't been able to experience the mainstream, and I haven't been able to see Rainer's series. But for Rainer to fall to Gabe, and for him to struggle here against Mana, it doesn't bode well. It doesn't bode well for Rainer when it comes to his chances of making it out of the group. As, I mean, Gabe, he's tied with Clem 3-0. Like, Gabe did drop a map to Rainer, so technically Clem he's up in map score compared to Gabe, but they're both looking very strong here on top of the standings. Of course, the standings can change, and Rainer and DNS can definitely threaten them, definitely, but yeah, it's looking quite good for the Terrans, I should say. Looking quite good for the Terrans. Meanwhile, we are getting ready for round 4. Up next on the channel, after Rainer's match versus Mana, it is going to be Rainer versus Mixu in a ZVZ. Oh boy. We have a ZVZ coming up next. I'm assuming it's a ZVZ. Technically, we have seen Rainer off-race. He has embraced Protoss from time to time, so technically it is possible that he will choose to off-race. I mean, we'll find out. Meanwhile, there's also going to be Clem versus Gabe. Oh my god, the TBT is upon us, and I'm sure that should be casted by the mainstream. They should be all over that TBT. It's going to be a banger of a match, I'm sure. Likewise, DNS versus Mana also going to be going on at the same time. So we have, actually, I just realized, purely mirror matchups. All the mirror matchups. TBT, PvP, and ZVZ. Let's go. And of course, we're going to be focusing on that Zerg versus Zerg. If our match is faster than DNS versus Mana, than the PvP, then we might be able to jump into either game 2 or game 3. That is possible. We might be able to catch a tail end of DNS and Mana, but otherwise we're focusing on Rainer versus Mixu. That is the plan. Otherwise, scrolling down, we do also have the 5th round as well. Clem versus Rainer at the end of the group. You do love to see it. Gabe versus DNS, and Mana versus Mixu as well. So we're nearing the end of the group. 2 more matches. 2 matches or 2 rounds remaining in Group C. And as a reminder, after Group C, there's going to be an extended break. There's going to be a little bit of extra downtime before jumping into Group D. Oh boy, and we can go over Group D a little bit more in depth later on. For now, it's scheduled to begin in 3.5 hours, but if the first group, if Group C finishes up a little bit faster, then we will have an accelerated schedule, and we might start this a little bit faster instead. So just as a heads up. As a heads up. But we'll get there, we'll get there. Otherwise, just catching up with the chat. we go. As yeah, from here we are going to be going on a break. When we come back, we will be having, of course, Rainer versus Mixu. When it comes to Rainer series versus DNS, I'm not sure who is casting it. Let's have a look here at the mainstream. What do they have going on? Oh, they're covering it, of course, of course. So the mainstream, they are covering that series, so you can check it out over on Take TV on Twitch. Otherwise, we're going to be going on a break, and we'll see you guys after the break with our next series. Again, we have some extra downtime here. Take this moment to hydrate all your hydras, massage your marines, drain your disruptors, and tuck in your tempest. When we come back, we'll have some more StarCraft. See you then. See you then. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back after an hour-long break. Was that an hour? Was that an hour? Was that 3 hours? Was that a lot of downtime? But we are back. We are ready to continue Group C, and we are jumping into. Never mind. Never mind. We are getting ready to jump back into our series here into Game 1 of Rainer versus Mixu as we are near the tail end of Group C. I do apologize for the downtime. Did mention previously, though, that it does seem like or that Take TV, they were trying to fix their networking issues, so we do apologize for the delayed start, but hopefully they have resolved the latency issues or the dropping or the crashes that were occurring throughout the course of the weekend, and smooth sailings from here on forward. So again, did have to resolve those technical issues, and now we are back in. We are jumping into our series. Whew, let's go. Let us go. Oh my god. Did I say ZVZ? My apologies. The reason why we are restarting is because we did pick the wrong race. It is going to be a PVZ instead. I did allude to the fact that this could be a possibility. Rainer is playing Protoss, his main race, papi. Let's go. So not a ZVZ, it's a ZVP instead. Mix already 1-0. True. Kappa. So if you were looking forward to a mirror matchup, I do apologize, but that is not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Oh, never mind. God. What? Hold on. We're tied up. We're going to the ace match. Let's go. My apologies. Looks like we do have some technical issues here. It looks like Mixu did crash. His PC did crash, so we're trying to resolve that. Already won. Protoss Imba, true. 1-1 already? Crazy. I mean, look, we have some catching up to do. I believe some of the other matches, some of the other series have already concluded, or I say concluded, they're already like either in Game 2 or Game 3, so we have some catching up to do. Our series is starting a little bit later than the others. We're getting there. Don't you worry. Finally, Rainer's main race. True. See, this is why Rainer's been struggling in this group. If you haven't noticed, Rainer, he went to the ace match against Mana. He dropped a series against HeRoMaRinE. It's all because he's been playing Zerg. He's been off racing. Why? Finally, his final form. Let's go. Finally, he's taking it seriously. Do love to see it. Do love to see it here. What needs to happen in order for Rainer to get through this group? That is a good question. We could try to go through the group after this series. Well, we're jumping in. Looks like we have our players. Hopefully, we can actually begin this series. Fingers crossed. Hopefully, everything's okay. Again, there have been some technical issues over at the venue, which has been affecting some of our matches and our games and our players. But hopefully, it's all good. It's all good, papi. It's all good. Let's go. As we are loading into Neon Violet Square, I'm a little bit concerned because the loading screen is lasting longer than usual, which means there could be a disconnect. Oh, wait, we made it in. Let's go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Neon Violet Square, we have the Italian. Some know him as a Zerg player, but he's playing his main race, the Italian Protoss player. The blue Protoss representing Basilisk, it is Rainer. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player himself, representing Berserker Esports from land of Finland, it is Mixu. Let's go, and if you're in the chat, get your gamba going. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we can finally embrace some StarCraft. Again, it was a long break. There was a lot of downtime there. It was like an hour at least, maybe over that. But we're back. We're on the saddle. We can ride it out all night long, papi. The StarCraft hopefully doesn't end. That's always the difficult thing about covering offline events, whether it's HomeStory Cup, whether it's DreamHacks, whether it's IEMs. usually it is the downtime that is the most draining, to be honest. Like, yo, make me cast like 6 hours in a row and I'm good. But if I have to cast like 10 hours with like 1 hour long breaks in between series, like, yo, it just it takes away a lot of the momentum, takes away a lot of the energy that you're ideally like building up over time. So I'll get back into it. I'll get back into it. We'll get there. We'll get there. For now, though, Hatch Gas Pool. Standard opener here by Mixu. Hatch Gas Pool. So far, so good. Meanwhile, we do see Rainer going for a gate expand into that Cyber Core. Standard opener from our Protoss likewise. Now, one of the big features, of course, of Omnium Violet Square is the Pocket Expansion. Is a very safe base that you can take, that you can actually expand on, and you have a very secure 3-base setup here as a Protoss player. As a result, I would not be surprised if Rainer does embrace a more macro game, getting a 3rd base, getting a 4th base, just being more defensive, more turtly, and then building up towards something like Sky Toss. That is often what we do see out of Rainer, is that mid to late game play here in PvZ. From the side of Mixu, we'll see if he can stop that, or we'll see if he can outgreed Rainer instead. How will he approach this? Likewise, I should also mention as well, welcome one and all, once again to Neo Violet Square. Very old map in the map pool from the 2017 era of StarCraft. It's been many years since we have embraced this map in the tournament and ladder map pool, if you will. So great to see it once again. Of course, one of the big features, I believe this is the largest map in the map pool currently, larger than Abyssal Reef, larger than King's Cove, long rush distance by air, a lot of bases take as well. Get your secure 3, 4, even 5 base setup. And Mixu is going for the low ground expansion. Interesting. Now, with this low ground 3rd base, that does mean that he can launch creep a lot faster across the map. He's going to have to knock down these rocks, though, if he did want to go for something like a Roach Queen all-in. But taking this forward expansion does lead me to believe that Mixu does want to be aggressive. It is a little bit too early to tell, but I mean, the creep is definitely going to have... There's going to be that advantage here for Mixu to spread across the map. For now, Adaptable Shade in. Going to be a Void Ray opener for Rainer. Do love to see it. Void Ray is on the way. The goal here is to hunt down the Overlords, is to deny vision, deny scouting, and keep Mixu in the dark. Oh boy. And this can lead into a 2nd Stargate, into a Fleet Beacon, into Sky Toss. So our eyes are going to be on Rainer. You can see he's setting up for a fast 3rd. So Void Ray into a 3rd base, and oh no! And we will have a disconnect here as well. Not like this. I mentioned before that hopefully we were hoping that the connectivity, the network issues had been resolved, but we might have to resume from replay here. As Mixu is timing out. Oh, okay, he's back here. Wait, we're good. He's back, Pap. He's back. Stay with us, Mixu. I know that it could be Sky Toss coming up, but don't smudge yet. I believe. Stay with us. As thankfully as well, this lag spike or this latency hits, you know, while we're macroing. Like, there's no like intense fights going on. There's no big engagement. So there we go. We're good. Whew. As we're back, we're good to go. Go, 3rd base is thrown down. Void Ray about to spawn in. And again, do we throw down a 2nd Stargate or do we go for a Twilight Council? My eyes are on Rainer. As Mixu is rushing to a fast lair, there's a sub 4-minute lair timing for Mixu. This could be for a couple of different things. This could be for a Nidus-based all-in. This could be for a German taxi and a Droplord-based all-in as well. But just a very early lair from our Zerg player. First Overlord goes down. And there it is, Fleet Beacon. Yep, it's going to be Sky Toss. I mean, again, this is a very popular transition from a Void Ray-based opener, which is why that was kind of on the cards or something we were looking out for. Rainer is embracing it, and this, I imagine, is going to be in the back of Mixu's mind. Ooh, Forge follow-up, though. That's interesting. We could see a Twilight Council, we could see Charge. I'm curious if Rainer goes into something like a Mothership Rush, into Charge ults with +1, or Blink Stalkers. I mean, I guess the Forge could just be for cannons, but that's just a very old-school approach, which isn't really seen too often. No 2nd Stargate. And the lair has done, and we assumed it was going to be Nidus or a German taxi. There's no Overlord speed. It is going to be Nidus. So Link Queen Nidus all in from Mixu. Meanwhile, Rainer rushing into Tempest production. Oh my god. Off of only 1 Stargate. Like, Raynor has a bank. He can afford a second Stargate, but yeah, just single Tempest production here for Raynor. Void dips in, is zoned away by the Queens. Raynor has very limited scout information, but the hallucination will confirm. He sees everything, he sees all. He gets eyes on the Nidus, he knows. Cannons are on the way. The mothership is coming. Overlord's being forced back, but here comes the Nidus right inside the natural. Nidus is on the way. More cannons being thrown down. Can Raynor survive this with the bare minimum amount of units? Again, he's going to have one Tempest, one mothership, and a wall of cannons. Can he hold? Can he survive? Now, thankfully, Raynor has spent a lot of time off racing, and I'm sure he's been on the other end of this, so I'm sure he's aware of what he needs, what it takes to defend, to survive. We have more cannons, shield batteries on the way. And Mixu, upon seeing this, he's droning. Okay. Okay. Mixu, he's droning up. Now, on the one hand, it's cool that he's like respecting this position and he's trying to transition out of this. The problem though, look at the worker count. The problem here is the economy. Mixu, despite droning, he's down in workers here. 50 workers compared to the 59. So it'd be 60 workers of Raynor. Like, Raynor has the better economy. This was an all-in, and so far the all-in has not paid for itself. So Raynor's ahead. Raynor is ahead at this point. Just down the Nidus, making more Tempest. Behind this, going to +1, going to a Twilight Council. As we mentioned, because there's only one Stargate, this isn't really a commitment into Sky Toss. This is trying to force an overreaction, and so far it is. Spire is on the way for Mixu. No! Spire's on the way for Mixu. As once again, we are struggling to stay connected here. I wonder if it's Mixu's PC. Like, I mean, it's hard to say because it's hard just because everyone's at the same venue, right? Like, everyone's at the same venue, everyone's next to each other, and from my understanding, at least, this is something that's only affecting Mixu. I don't know if he's like connected to a different network. So it's kind of weird that this is happening to Mixu specifically. I mean, to be fair, I don't know if this is affecting some of the other series that are going on right now on the other streams, but yeah, this is this is rough. Let him play, Papi. Let him play. As we will need a moment here to resolve those issues and make sure that everything's okay. It is possible that Mixu, he might even be in talks with some of the admins to try to come up with a solution to this, because, I mean, this has happened twice now in this game, and I think this is also one of the reasons why our series was a little bit more delayed, is that Mixu was trying to get his PC going. Clem had the same issue last series, I think. Oh, okay. Thank you for letting us know. Thank you. Again, we haven't been able to tune in, or at least I haven't been able to tune into the mainstream, so I don't know what's been happening in the other games. I wonder if there's like multiple networks that they're like connecting to. So like some PCs are connected to one network and the others to another. That's catching up. Raynor often picks Toss when it would be ZVZ. Yeah, I mean, we've seen, we've casted Raynor defeat Solar multiple times, right? Like, Raynor, he's defeated Solar. He has, you know, gone toe-to-toe with, you know, some of the other stronger Zerg players out there. Like, Raynor, his PvZ is actually pretty good. Like, it's quite competitive. Is arguably better than some of the other Protoss players in Europe. It's pretty good. Raynor can never win 2-0 against Clem. I mean, Raynor, he arguably has the best ZVT against Clem, right? Like, in recent months, if you've been watching WTL or EWC, like, Raynor, he is, I would say, probably the best player that has actually consistently defeated Clem. I know that in recent weeks, like MaxPax has been having some good showings against Clem, but I think you could maybe make an argument that Raynor is probably the best Zerg player against Clem specifically, more so than Serral and Dark, like stylistically. Against Clem. Despite that, what's important to say, even though Raynor can take maps and can take series against Clem, it's one of those things where usually they do trade back and forth, and it's not like a one-sided result. And here in the group stage of HomeStory Cup, which is kind of the context of the conversation that I'm seeing, the reality is that map score does matter, right? Map score does matter, and Raynor needs like a solid result against Clem if he does want a chance to make it out of the group stage, which is true. It's true. Needs to pop off. Needs to pop off. Speaking of popping off, we will have to resume from replay as Mixu has timed out, so it is unfortunate. Mixu has timed out, and again, this game can still go either way. The one that we're even covering here and now. You know, I know a lot of people talking about the potential Raynor versus Clem, but first he has to get through Mixu. True, has to get through it. But first we need to have a game. So we'll have to resume from replay, and yeah, hopefully everything goes well from here. We might just have a short break. We have to wait for Mixu to relog, to restart his PC and jump back in. So we will be back soon. Until then, take this moment, get some snacks, get some water, get some food, and we'll be back after the break with the continuation of Raynor and Mixu. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We have recovered. Mixu, back. He is back. He's with us, and hopefully we can continue our series here and jump back into game number 1. Again, we apologize for the delayed starts and for just the slower start here of the second half of the group. But we are back, and we will soon be jumping right on in. We will be continuing. We'll continue. Let's go. For now, though, again, I'm envious. I'm envious of the people in the chat that have been able to watch the main stream. That's the downside as well of covering the B stream, is that I haven't seen anything on the main stream, so I've been missing out on some of those matches, missing out on some of those games. Envious, papi, envious. I'll be catching up. Throughout the week. Eventually we'll catch up. Aye. For now, though, looks like we might be back. Might be back. And again, there's a lot to get into here. As a reminder, so kind of coming back into game 1 here on Neo Violet Square, Mixu had gone for an all-in. He had rushed into a sub 4-minute lair timing, gone for a Link Queen Nidus all-in, but alas, in the end, did pull out, so did try to deviate away from it. The all-in did fail, and now we're trying to recover from here. And again, Raynor does have the worker advantage. He's getting into his own Tempest support. Now, what's important here is that, again, this is only a single Stargate. Only one Stargate production, one Tempest at a time. And Raynor, he is hard switching into a ground-based army. Into Charger, Archon, and Storm. So again, the Skytoss units here are really going to be more of a supportive army here, or supportive backbone to Raynor's composition. And it's going to be falling back on Zealots, on Archons, on Storm, on High Templar instead. You know, Mixu trying to transition out of this. Now, my biggest concern for Mixu is that he doesn't know what's going on here. He has yet to really confirm, oh my god, that there is going to be a ground switch and a ground transition. Corruptors are on the way, and I'm a little bit concerned if we invest too heavily into Corruptor that the ground army is going to be struggling. The ground army is going to be neglected, and that's where the Raynor can pop up. But now Mixu is droning, saturating his bases, going for the gold. I mean, the gold base will help Mixu recover, true. He's getting there. Likewise, Raynor taking his fourth. Fourth base is on the way. Lings, they do hit the center expansion. Up. And they will deny some of the side defense. That's, oh my god, there's going to be kills on cancels. Kills on the cannons and shield batteries, not bad. Not a bad pickup here by Mixu. So we are going to be settling in. Again, Raynor's just securing himself. Raynor, he should be playing a more defensive role here until he maxes out. So he's slowly building up, taking up fourth base, throwing down the wall of cannons, wall of shield batteries, building up more High Templar, Archons, looking to max out. Mixu, meanwhile, he has gotten eyes on some of this army. I'm loving the creep. Love the creeps right here with these Nidus Worms. Getting to a more Ling Corruptor heavy composition, which is okay for now. This can be leading to a Hive Tech, leading into Ultras, I would imagine, but the infestation of it's still on the way. Mixu can still not yet embrace Hive Tech. He's getting there. Oh my god. Speaking of, we have a wall of Drop Lords on the way. Let's go. Lings are moving out, and Mixu is going for the main. A bold move here by Mixu. Raynor, he's out of position, but he can always recall back into the main base if he has the NG for it. No NG on the Nexus. Mixu can't pop off. Loads up. Headed for the main. At the same time, Drop Lord towards the natural. Corruptors dive in. They do catch the Void Ray, going for the Fleet Beacon, which doesn't really matter too much. Again, the Skytos army is more supportive than anything. As the Tempests are exposed, Mothership as well. And Corruptors, they go for the dive. They take down the Mothership. The Mothership and the Tempest. Meanwhile, Lings, they wreak havoc in the main. Lings, they pop up. They get 11 probe kills. But they cannot fight the main army. They cannot contest against the Archons. Lings back up. Rotating over, catching Eye Templar. Not bad. Raynor getting caught out. Cannons under fire. And can we bring down the Expedition? No! As Mixu's popping up. Oh, okay. This time it's Indy. Oh, no. Indy. The Polish caster. My heart bleeds for these players as well. They just want to play their game. They just want to play this series. But, yeah, Indy is struggling. I believe Indy is casting from the venue as well.
Game paused.
I believe Indy, he is casting from the venue at Take TV. I think the French stream as well, right? I think it's the Polish stream and the French stream are live from the venue. So it feels internet, man. So Archons do push forward. They shut down the Corruptors. And hefty losses here for Mixu as Raynor, he breaks out. Does break out. Did lose, what was that? 11, 12 workers. Is going for a counterattack, catching out the Queens at least. Queens are going down. Raynor, does he commit or does he back up? From here, he's working towards Blink, getting into more upgrades, and he backs up. So again, Raynor still taking that more defensive role. But honestly, that wasn't too bad for Mixu. He killed a lot of workers, he was able to nice some bases, even here going for the 5th. Even catching the mineral line, Raynor getting caught out. Yeah, probes are falling, Nexus as well, massive pickup. Mixu doing well for himself. And he just keeps dropping. Oh my god, at least he tries to. Raynor, he defends his main. This time he does defend his main base. Hive is on the way. Mixu now embracing that Hive tech. Going for the Ultras. Ultra Cavern's on the way. It's one of those things where Lingbane can't really fight this army head on, but now with Ultras, suddenly Mixu can dive in, can commit here to a fight. He's getting there. He's getting there. Infestor's on the way behind this. Working towards Bungles. Going for another Doom Drop. Let's go. This time Raynor's ready for it though. He's in position. He's in position. Does target out the Drop Lords. He gets up. Not quite. They do get in. They do unload in time. Going for +3. Yeah, +3 is denied. Going for the main Nexus. Stalkers, they will eventually force this back. Lings are cleaned up, but not a bad denial on the upgrade. At the same time, Lings, they hit the pocket base. 18 probes going down. Raynor getting pulled apart. I mean, again, he was meant to be secure here. He's meant to max out on 4 bases, but it's just not happening. Bleeding out far too much. 19 probe kills. Mix is still just swarming in with more Lings. Greater Spires on the way. Ultras are upon us. Infestors are out. Neural is being researched. And by the time Raynor moves out across the map, is Mixu going to be ready for it? He has Massive Infestor, Ultra. It's going to be close. As Raynor, he's had enough. Yeah, he's had enough defending. He's going for the kill. One way or another, the game is about to end. Mixu is maxed out. But a lot of supply in Corruptor, and that's dead supply, really. Corruptors are not helping. Going for the production. Main army moves in. There's 1 Ultra so far, 5 more in production. The Neurals will help. Yeah, Neurals popping up. Massive storm on the Infestors. Oh my god, the storms are brutal. And Neurals about to run out. More storms on the Infestors, they all fall. And the Archons are breaking through. Mixu, has he put enough time though? The Ultras have arrived. It doesn't matter. the Ultras, they melt against the Immortals. Yeah, the Immortal Archon pops up, breaks through the defensive line, and Raynor, he has too much. Yeah, this main army cannot be stopped. GG gets called, and Raynor will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Again, it's one of those things where Mixu was doing an amazing job harassing and going for the economy, crippling the production, trying to keep Raynor busy back at home, but eventually did move out. Eventually, Mixu did have to deal with the problem that was Raynor's main army, and alas, he couldn't quite deal with it. Just became too much, and with that, GG. GG, well played. Raynor does take a lead in the series, and now we're getting ready for game number 2. Again, I do apologize for being a bit out of it as well. I just it was not the smoothest of game 1s when it came to the disconnects, the reconnects, and all that stuff, but hopefully we are able to settle in. Hopefully. As we are getting ready for that second game. Meanwhile, I believe the rest of the round has concluded. Question mark? Yes, it has. The rest of the round has concluded. So it looks like the mainstream might be joining us here for the conclusion of Mixu and Raynor. So they will be joining us. I think Light did not get enough sleep. It's okay. I'll get some coffee after this. I'll get some coffee. It's all good. I watched the majority of this game thinking Raynor was the Zerg player. Oh no. Oh no. Now Raynor, he's not off racing. He's main racing path. Let's go. And he's in their basement, yeah. I've heard. Oh, hello, Foxer. Oh my god, Esther Foxer in the chat. Hope you're doing well. Yo, are you going to Cheese? Cheesedelphia next weekend? True, true. We'll be there. How many years since you had a proper sleep schedule? Oh, no. Never, Papi. Never. Been far too long. As we're getting into game 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Leylines, we have the Italian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Basilisk. It is Raynor. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player representing Berserker Esports. It is Mixu. We go. So we are going to be settling in. We'll be settling in here, and again, Raynor embracing really the features of the map in that last game on Neon Violet Square, going for Stargate, Void Ray into something more defensive, going into the Mothership Rush, going into the Tempest. Here on Leylines, I don't think he can quite do the same, as Raynor does block the expansion. Blocks the base. Going to be Hatch Gas Pool Opener here out of Mixu. And we'll see what Mixu goes for. So now there's the opener. Hatch Gas Pool. Raynor going to be expanding back at home. So far, so good. I would not be opposed to Raynor opening up Void Ray again, and not necessarily going into Tempest, but just going Void Ray even into an Oracle, into a standard game. I mean, that's the benefit of going for a Void Ray opener, is that there's a lot of possibilities when it comes to the follow-up, and you can make it look like the same build and try to mind game your opponents, but we'll see. We'll see what Raynor goes for, as the Cybercore is on the way. Proper sleep schedule our thing? Oh no. My sleep schedule depends on what I'm casting, Pappy, what I'm casting. I mean, we slept decently well today. Just, unfortunately, I woke up earlier than I would have liked. I woke up like 4 hours before HomeStory Cup started, so it doesn't bode well. But it'll be fine, it'll be fine. We'll make it, we'll make it. No. I've also just been informed as well, and I'm sure there's going to be a more official announcement momentarily, or it might even be live on the Wikipedia. But we might be casting tomorrow as well. Might be originally it was only going to be the group stage, but we might be casting day 3 alongside the mainstream, at least for a little bit. Meanwhile, it's an all-in. Meanwhile, it's a Bane bus, Pappy. Baneliness has been thrown down. The Adept does get into the main. Ooh, and does get behind the mineral line, and a massive moment here for Raynor. Does scout the tech, does scout the Baneliness, and now he knows. He knows what's going on. He is aware. Back at home, walling up. Is going to be walling up, throwing down extra gateways, shield battery, sentries, and oh, Mixu will cancel. Okay, Mixu, he respects what just happened. He got scouted, so Mixu, he does cancel, and he drones. Is going to be droning up, going for an Evo chamber. I do like the flexibility here by Mixu, and Raynor doesn't know. So Raynor overreacting here, throwing down a second pylon, shield battery, getting ready for an all-in that's not coming. Oh boy. The mind games are real. Oracle moves out. Now what I will say, because Mixu was initially preparing for the all-in, his droning has been a little bit lackluster. Spores now on the way. Mixu attempting to resaturate. And Mixu working towards a later game state here with plus on melee into a lair, into potentially Hydras or even a Spire. Like, Wazzle doesn't quite get the probe. But I do appreciate, even though Raynor, he was ready for the aggression that didn't really arrive, he's so quick here to just take a third. He realizes, hold up, something's wrong. You're hitting too late, you're not really being as aggressive as you should be. So he will expand, will take a third, despite not really confirming what's going on. So Raynor, he isn't contained for too much longer. Oracles move out. And Raynor's building up. As a result, Raynor is not too far behind when it comes to his third base timing. Revelation goes off, confirms saturation at the natural. Raynor now knows that Mixu's been droning, and now it's time to do something about that. Oh boy, Adepts have arrived. They hit the natural. Drones are going to be going down. And 3 workers so far. Not bad. Again, nice positioning here behind the mineral lines. More drones falling, getting up to 4, getting to 5. Oh, boys are being pulled. 6 drones go down. Ay. Did I say 6? Up to 8. 10. Oh, the oracles pop off. 11 worker kills. Mixu does clean this up, but alas, 11 workers went down. With that, Raynor takes the economic lead. Now saturating his third, and he's not done. Is not done. Moving out with 2 more adepts. Oracles are still active. And Raynor should be picking a take of choice momentarily, just going into Immortal production. No Twilight Council yet. Gets another drone. Another 2 workers. Only 2. Ah, I spoke too soon. Getting 4 drone kills. 4 workers go down. Behind this, Mixu gearing up. Lair is done, going into Hydras, as we did mention. So Ling, Hydra, out of Mixu. He's attempting to get into the mid game. He's attempting. Can get there. Meanwhile, Raynor is going to be stuck back at home for quite some time. Mainly because of the Twilight Council. Twilight Council's halfway done. Once it finishes, he can then embrace Blink Stalkers, Charge Lots. But without those upgrades, he's going to be stuck at home. And Mixu has time. He has time to drone up, saturate his bases, get into his 4-base economy. Taking up a little bit further here into the infestation pit. That's a little bit concerning. With this, he can go into a hive, work towards lurkers. I would imagine Rainer's going to be the first to move out. Rainer's getting his 4th. Working towards Storm. I assumed that Rainer was going to be pushing with charge, but that is not the case. Rainer is taking his 4th base and waiting for Storm. So he's just still taking up, being more defensive. Now this does mean that Mixu will get away with the Hive Tech, which means Mixu can get into Lurker Tech as well. Assuming he throws down the Lurker Den. As Mixu does test the waters. Dipping in, so many stasis traps, oh my god. I mean, again, this is the power of the NG overcharge. There's just so much NG, so many stasis traps, oh my god. Everywhere. Rainer, calm down. So he's walling up, he's ready for anything to come his way. Doing what Protoss does best, Pappy, let's go. Just turtling up. Meanwhile, still no Lurker Den for Mixu, which means he may go into Ultras instead. Curious. As Mixu is gearing up. Getting ready with his Ling Bane Hydra. Meanwhile, how many High Templar? 5. 5 High Templar, plenty of Storms. Mixu rotating around. First Storm connects. Mixu looking for another way in, going for Dropper Lords. 5 Dropper Lords on the way. Space Traps going up. This does give time here for Rainer to respond. And so far, the Hive only being used for Adrenal. Okay, so no Ultras or Lurker Den. My apologies there. Storm going up. Being cleaned up. Mixu rotates. No stasis traps. You can dive. So you can try to. Storms are ready. Drop Lords have arrived. Gonna be bypassing this wall of static defense. Going for the natural. Mixu now taking into lunge. What's it called? Like muscular swell? It's like some nonsense. Something like that. As Storms get thrown down, Lings, they struggle to engage. They get 2 workers. Meanwhile, dropping to the natural. Banelings drop in. Storms to defend. And Banelings, they get a handful of workers, but not much else. As Rainer is holding on. Shield upgrades are delayed. But Rainer holds. You know, Mixu taking into a Spire. This should be for a greater Spire, I would imagine. You know, Rainer going for a Fleet Beacon, getting into Sky Toss. Storms do connect. Another Doom Drop. Let's go. Mixu once again going for the natural. There is 1 Storm available, but not much else here. Storm goes up. Hydras, they drop in. Headed for the main. Headed for the main base. Rainer, he does have something to defend here, but the High Templar goes down. Nice pickup. Going for the production. Let's go. Depowers a Robo. Picks up a couple of pylons. I mean, these are nice pickups, but nothing too major here as Rainer will clean this up. I mean, this Hydra-based army can't really dive in. As Mixu is just running into a brick wall. It does get an Archon here or there. Does pick off a couple of units. Greater Spire's almost done. And again, without something like Broodlord or Ultra or Lurkers, this initial move out from Raynor is gonna hit. It's gonna hit like a truck. It's so hard. The Banelings! Up! Up! Oh my god. Massive connections, 9 probes go down. Could have been worse. Some decent damage. Mixu dipping in. Banelings once again get into the mineral line and 2 more probe kills. Here come the Corruptors. Broodlords are coming. So far, 6 Broodlords on the way. Infestors underneath. Mixu transitioning into Broodlord Infestor, which can fare a lot better against this kind of ground-based composition. But bearing in mind, these are not going to be the best upgraded Broodlords. They're going to be 0/0. +1 range is halfway done, and it's going to have +1, I guess, but in a head-on fight, they're still not going to be ideal. As Raynor's taking another expansion, still walling up. Oh god. As Mixu lunges in, and that's not how you want to use that spell. Takes a storm to the face. Okay, calm down, puppy, calm down. I do like the effect, though. I like the visual, I should say. The visual effect of the lunge. Not the most useful upgrade, but it looks cool. As Raynor's now pushing in. Broodlords are revealed. Going for the Archons, he gets one. Gets an Archon, gets a High Templar. Good storms though. Massive storms actually. Broodlords are getting low. And without Skytoss, Broodlords, they can reign supreme. Forcing out more storms. Building up more Broodlords. Still no Tempest on the way here for Raynor. I mean, whether it's Tempest or Carrier, we need something. Instead of going for a counterattack. Another Archon goes down. Well, Mixu does take down an expansion. Now losing a High Templar. So because they trade, they get one Broodlord. Main army moves out. Base is exposed. Banelings that crashes the Head Templar, and Raynor, he's struggling here. He still refuses to go into any kind of Sky Toss. Mothership goes down. And Mixu is doing this. He's breaking through. Shuts down the expansion. Stalkers, they come in from behind. Massive dive here from Raynor. Nice blinding clouds though. And yeah, the Stalkers, they go down. They cannot hold their own. Massive storm. But the storm's not enough. Storm's not enough. Where's the anti-air? We have more storms. But it's mainly Immortal. And Immortals, they don't shoot up. It's almost purely Immortal. And Broodlords, they finish. They go for the Stalkers. Some clutch kiting. We're down to what? 6 Broodlords. And the Stalkers are going to be hunting them down. Down to 3. No shot. No shot. Raynor, he's still pulling this up. Barely not. Again, Raynor running out of anti-air, but more Stalkers have arrived. It's not the cleanest fight, it's not the cleanest approach to Broodlord, but I mean, Raynor, he's just brute forcing it. And it's working. It is working. Takes out the final Broodlords. 1 Broodlord left. And Raynor does take the supply lead. Man, who needs Skytoss? True. Man, you think you need Skytoss against Broodlords? Nah, just make Stalkers, man. That's all you need. Lurker Gen on the way, again to support the Broodlords. Should be Broodlord Lurker. Inking Junction is ideal against Ground Toss. But, alas, Mixu needs more time. Rainer rotating around. Oh, avoids the fungal, dives on in, gets one, gets two of those Broodlords, one left. And one is not enough. Hydras are coming from behind. They avoid the storms for the most part. But still plenty more storms where that came from. At the same time, Zealots, they hit the northern bases. 17 drones going down. The entire mineral line just exposed. Yeah, the economy is going to fall. More Brutals getting picked up, and Mixu is just being pulled apart. He just cannot keep up. Not anymore. Not against Rainer. Rainer showing why he's the best Protoss in Europe. True. No, sorry, was it Clem? I think Clem was the best Protoss in Europe. Rainer, second best Protoss. So Storm's going to be going off. Oof, massive connections. I think it was yesterday where, was it Rotterdam and Harstam having a discussion who has the better like PVZ, like Clem or Rainer, as GG gets called, and Rainer will take the series at 2-0. Will take down Mixu with this Protoss. GG. GG. GG, well played here as Rainer will take the series. Again, it was close, so Mixu definitely had his moments. Going into Broodlords was definitely the correct call, especially because Rainer was sticking with ground toss. He was being more defensive as well, just allowing Mixu to take up into Hive. But as we saw, unfortunately, it isn't just about the Broodlords. He did need some ground support, whether it's Ultras, whether it's Lurkers. Eventually, he was working towards Lurker tech, but he needed more time. He needed more time to actually embrace that and support those Broodlords. In the end, he barely could not, and with that, GG. GG, well played. Rainer does take it, and with that, we are getting ready for our final round in Group C. Oh boy. As we switch our scenes over and catch up on the bracket. There it is. We have round 5. So catching up, Clem takes down Gabe 2-0. Clem does kick things off here, does maintain an undefeated win streak here. I believe Clem has yet to drop a map. Crazy stuff here by Clem. Likewise, we have Mana taking down DNS 2-0 as well, and Rainer taking down Mixu 2-0. Up next, we have a banger of a match, Clem versus Rainer. It's going to be an insane TVZ. I'm sure that's going to be covered by the mainstream. Do recommend checking it out. Likewise, we have a HeRoMaRinE versus DNS, and we have Mana versus Mixu. That will be our next series. It's going to be the PVZ between Mana and Mixu. Let's go. That is going to be our next series, and the final series of Group C. Now, once again, if our series is a little bit faster, if we do wrap this up a little bit sooner, then we can jump into Gabe versus DNS. Otherwise, that will be our last series for Group C. After round 5, there is going to be an extended break. As I mentioned before, the way that the dynamic works at the venue is that we have all these player PCs and player setups, but they are quite limited. And once one group ends, the players have to pack up, get out of there, move back downstairs, and then the Group D players will step in and will set up themselves. That is going to be Serral, Ryung, Harstam, Laser, Jumi, and Baby Marine. To do so, though, will take a little bit of extra time, so there's going to be like a half-hour plus break after round 5. Just as a heads up. But it's fine, it's fine. We're used to the downtime, Papi. We're used to it. That's why we're here. So, it'll be okay. It'll be fine. We'll get there. We'll get to Group D eventually. Until then, though, we still have that final round ahead of us. And again, Mixu versus Mana, I can still see that going either way. We have seen them both trade series back and forth. We do have confirmation, of course, that neither Mixu or Mana can make it out of the group. Really, it will come down to Rainer versus HeRoMaRinE. For the time being, they are tied when it comes to series score. When it comes to map score, Rainer does have the advantage over Gabe. So Rainer so far is looking primed to make it through. A lot of this will come down to whether or not Gabe and HeRoMaRinE, whether they 2-0, whether they 2-1, or if they go down in their series. This is why earlier there was a discussion going on about Clem and Rainer. Basically, Rainer needs to win this series, but it's Clem of all players. Now, I can see Rainer defeating Clem. I mean, I say I can see it. We have seen it. We've seen it many a time here over the past couple of months. Whether you're watching WTL, whether you're watching the Bulgarian events, God, I almost said Zagara. Star Segura, that's it. Whether you're watching the Bulgarian LAN events, whether you're watching WTL, Rainer, he has brought Clem to his knees. It has happened, but they usually go back and forth, right? Usually it's like a 3-1 in favor of Rainer, or a 2-1, or it goes in favor of Clem, but he drops some maps. As was stated before, Rainer needs a 2-0. He needs a 2-0 here against Clem to make it through. Otherwise, it will be Gabe. Assuming that Gabe defeats DNS. True, we're making that assumption. So again, DNS can still cause an upset. Likewise, Clem is going to be favored up against Rainer, but we'll see. We'll see how those matches do unfold. Again, that'll be taking place elsewhere, not on this channel. That'll be over on the mainstream instead. Until then, though, we're going to be going on a break. Going to be going on a break, and when we come back, we will have our PVZ. Until then, enjoy the break, enjoy the downtime, enjoy the brutal OSC. We'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. See you soon. And welcome back, and welcome back to the final round of Group C of HomeStory Cup 26. It has been quite a long event, actually. It's been an intense event so far, and we are nearing the end of Group C. And here we go, we have our final ZVP. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the Finnish Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Berserker Esports. It is Mixu. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the red Protoss player from the land of Poland, representing Team Liquid. It is Mana. Here we go, the Mixu stream continues, papi. Let's go. Okay, we have covered every single Mixu match here tonight, and it all ends here. Again, neither Mixu or Mana can make it through the group stage, unfortunately. They have had a bit of a rougher performance here at HomeStory Cup. But as I say that, though, I mean, again, HomeStory Cup is very cutthroat. Very cutthroat. It's only top 2 that make it out of the group, not top 3 like we usually would see. So despite there being 6 players, only the top 2 will advance on. It is crazy, it is intense, it is very cutthroat, but regardless, we will still embrace the series, and I'm still here for it. I'm still ready, still excited. I want to see Mixu pop off here. He's had a rougher performance against some of these top players, but against Mana, I want to believe he has a chance. I want to believe he can take it to him, especially in a more standard game. For now, Hatchcast Bull, standard opener out of Mixu. Likewise, Mana back at home, going for the gate expand as well. So far, so good. I'm sure Mana's going to be embracing a very different kind of PvZ. Like, Raynor in the previous series was very defensive, very macro-oriented, just kind of weathering the storm, building up till he had a death blow of an army before pushing. I want to believe that Mana is going to be a little bit more assertive, though. Typically, he is. A little bit more assertive early on, a little bit more active. At least I would hope so. Now the second pylon is placed in the main. There was a lag spike for a moment there. Hopefully everything's okay. Not again, papi, not again. Oh, right. Before I forget, my apologies. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat, as you can get your gamma going for the next minute or so. Best of luck. As Mixu does embrace link speed, he pulls out a gas, getting his third. So far, so good. Likewise, back at home, Mana going for his tech of choice, going for a Stargate opener. It's going to be opening up Stargate. Unlike Raynor, we should be seeing an Oracle opener, not a Void Ray. Should be seeing Oracles out of Mana. Depth threatens a Shade. So far, Mixu keeping up. So far, so good. Second Adept has arrived. Again, Mixu did embrace additional link production, so he should be able to keep up with these Adepts as they make their way towards the main. Link's reposition. Link speed finishing up in a couple of seconds. And once it does, these Adepts, they're going to have to get the hell out of here. We'll shade away. With that, Mixu holds. Does hold. Potentially gets one Adept kill. Nicely done. Gets one. Oracle has arrived, moving out. That's going to be a Robo before expansion. Interesting. You have my attention. It's going to be a Robo into a Twilight Council before expand. Mana is going to be more aggressive, is going to be much more assertive here. A very dedicated 2-base play out of Mana. I would assume this is leading into a Templar Archives into a delayed Archon drop. That's what I would assume, but we'll see. I mean, this would be wild if we go into Glaive Adepts from here with a Robo. Extra gateways on the way. Still no third expansion. Mana setting up for an all-in. And show us what you got. Yep, there it is. Archons. So it is going to be an Archon drop. Which means Mana can expand from here. So basically, the way this build, we saw this rise in popularity a couple of years ago during the season of Altitude. I think that was, what, like 2 years ago at this point. But this is a delayed expansion, but very tech-heavy here. Very secure as it leads into Archons into drop play. It's an alternate way to get into Archon drops, as you would typically go into a DT opener instead. Into Archons. So third base is on the way. And the War Prism will soon move out. Here come those High Templar, here come those Archons. And again, it's only for drop play to harass, to get into mineral lines, pick off Queens, pick off Overlords, to get damage. Now, behind this, we are building up an Immortal count already, and this should be leading towards a hefty Immortal and Archon composition. The second Robo's on the way. Oh my god, very heavy Immortal count. As again, this is a more old school build. Racing Mass Archon, Mass Immortal. I know Cristiano is quite fond of a variation of this build as well. But Cristiano, he also does embrace just Mass Archon Immortal. For those that are curious, this build specifically was nerfed in the latest patch. If you remember, the Immortal does have a slower attack rate than it used to. I believe it's a 10% attack speed decrease now in the new patch. Just because, you know, these kind of like heavy Immortal Archon styles were really gaining popularity and doing quite well. Like, you can rush into Lurkers and it won't save you. will not save you, Pat. So we'll see how hard this hits now, despite the nerf to the Immortal. We shall see. Ooh, as Mixu is going to be going into Swarm Host. Okay, that I was not expecting. I saw the Infestation, but I assumed it was going to be for a Hive Tech. But never mind. Archon's a bust into Natural. Prism takes a couple hits. Swarm Hosts are amassing. Now, on the one hand, I do kind of like this for Mixu, just because typically what punishes Swarm Host play is Blink Stalkers. Blink Stalkers do a great job at just hunting down Nidus Worms alongside Swarm Host as well. Charged Archon Immortal is less mobile. But we'll see. This Mixu is moving out. Massing up Roaches, moving out with the Swarm Host as well. Ideally, the Locust Wave does want to avoid the Archons. Mana is pushing. Does want the army. Locust Wave on the way. Oh! Hard pickup. Saves the Archon. Nice force fields as well. Locks down the Roaches. I'll say craves the army. But overall, Mana is trading well. At the same time, Roaches, they do hit the third. 7 probe kills, not bad. 7 A workers going down, getting up to 9, getting up to 10, 11. Again, with a bare minimum, 11 probes full. So nice trades here by Mixu. It's gearing up here for a second Locust Wave. Who is it? Oh, Indy. As Indy does lag there for a moment, and hopefully we're okay. Yeah, we're okay. Let's jump back in. Yo. Is that actually Indy on that account, or is it a meal? I saw that before. I said, it's been a while, but it could be a meal pack. It could be there. True. It would all make sense. He's at the take venue. Oh, no. So I've built up more of the Swarm Hosts. Like I say, coming in, diving on top of the Immortals. And Mixu's going to try and break through. Good juggling here, but Immortals are still going down. Without the Locust Wave, though, Mixu does have to back off. Does retreat. Mana holds. Looking at the trades, that costs Mana 3 Archons and 1 Immortal. He does hold on. Meanwhile, Mixu accumulates some more Roaches. Hits the 4th, gets into the mineral line. Not bad. At the same time, going for the natural. Mana's ready for it, though. At least somewhat. Stasis goes down. Cybercore gets started. Yeah, Chaos is swinging all over the place. Rama gets caught out by the Locust Wave. 5 drones hit fall. Mixu pulls away. Forcing a recall. Mixu maxing out, but bearing in mind he has mainly a roach-based army. It's a very inefficient army supply. But he can still break down the fourth. Fourth base under fire. Once again, good control here by Mana. Saves the Archons. It trades well here against the roaches. One Archon goes down. That's going to be 5 Immortals. Jesus. Oh. Once again, saves them. Pop pickup. Getting up to 7, 8 Immortals. Oh my god. 8 Immortals are moving out, and Mixu is plummeting in supply. He's hurting. Again, Master Roach just doesn't trade well at all against this. That's all he has. All he has is pure Roach. So I'll dive in. Locals are coming back home to defend. Without Archons, this Locals Wave, he can trade well. He's going for it. Roaches, they trickle in. Elastic falling one after the other. Good juggling. GG gets called. It's just too much to handle it. Oh my god. And Mana will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Mass Immortal. Mate, it may attack slower, but it doesn't matter, mate. It doesn't matter. Mass Immortal does snowball out of control, at least against, again, a Mass Roach-based army. Mixu was maxed out on Roaches, and it just crumbles. It melts before Immortal. And with that, Mana does take a lead. Does take a lead here. We'll see if Mixu can recover. When it comes to the Locust Waves, again, ideally you want to be using your Swarm Host to cripple the economy, to go for expansions, go for mineral lines. Unfortunately, though, when it came to how it had to be used for Mixu, he had to engage with the army, right? He had to use the Locust Waves on the Immortals, on the Archons to help buffer and support his forces. So he wasn't really able to do too much of the economy of Mana. We saw a couple of Roach run-bys here and there, true. We did see that, but clearly not enough. As Mana was able to get up to critical massive Immortal. What was that? 8, 9 Immortals towards the end. And with that, GG without getting into game number 2. Gonna be loading into Amygdala. We'll see if Mixu can recover. We'll see if Mana has some more builds. Okay, it's been a while. Been a while since I've seen that more delayed third base into Archon drop. But here we go, we're getting into game 2 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala. We have the Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Team Liquid. It is Mana. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Finnish Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Berserker Esports. It is Mixu. We go. So we are going to be settling in. Far so good. I mean, again, in the previous game, Mixu wasn't quite fully aggressive there. I mean, it was wild to see him go into Swarm Host of all things, but outside of that, was going for a bit of a more macro approach. We'll see if he does something similar here. We have yet to really see him embrace, you know, Lingbane, Hydrate into Lurker. Not yet. I wouldn't be opposed to it. See if he can get there. Till then, Mana just scouting the main. Gets eyes on the opener. Attempts to disrupt some of the mining. From here we can settle in. Now, when it comes to Amygdala, the rush distance by ground is actually a little bit longer than compared to other maps. The bases might be more exposed, and the rush distance by ground is shortened when the rocks get knocked down, but at least in the early game, it can be safe and secure. I mean, throughout today's broadcast, we have seen a lot of all-ins and a lot of cheese out of Mixu, at least in some of the other matchups. But I'm ready for some macro, papi. I'm ready. What for what? We'll see. We'll see. Once again, Stargate opener out of Mana. We have our Stargate on the way. I would imagine Oracle, but we'll see. Well, Mana does delay the natural, at least attempts to. It's going to be forced back. Mixu pulling out of gas. No going for a Bane Bust or anything tech heavy yet. So he's not taking. Takes a third. Droning up. Adept has arrived. So far so good. He's keeping up with mana. And we have the answer when it comes to the tech of choice, or at least the initial unit is going to be the Oracle. No Void Ring. Oracle Opener out of mana is going to be moving out, taking his third base, expanding. And this time mana going for a standard opener. If you recall, last game mana heavily delayed his third base in favor of a Twilight Council and a Robo, which led into Archons. This time, not the case. This time, faster expansion. So no crazy Archon drop opener. Not this time. Gets to kill the Overlord. Supply blocks Mixu. Aye. That's a supply blocked. Mixu taking extra gases. Droning up. This is a bit of an earlier second gas. Curious. We'll see what Mixu's planning. Oh, no Spore in the main. 2, 3 drones almost going to be going down. Oh my god. Quick Spore tricked out in Mixu. Does save his workers. A little hold damage on the Oracle. Links get across the map. They don't get much done. Mana defense. Okay, Mixu just going for a safety Roach Warren. Layers on the way as well. Everything looking normal. Everything's still looking normal. As mana takes into a Twilight Council and a Forge, into +1 and Blink. So far so good. We are embracing a standard game. As mana shades across the map, he's spotted by Mixu. Mixu is aware. Drew shade into the third. 3 drone kills so far, not bad. 3 workers. Not much more than that. Mixu keeps up, he shuts down the Adepts. We'll chase him down. So nice cleanup here by Mixu. The Oracles didn't get much done. We'll delay the 4th, but really that's what they're doing. And we have a game. we have a back and forth. No major damage. Mixu taking up. Ooh, faster infestation bits. Is he going into Swarm Host again? I mean, after that last game, it's possible. Could go for the Swarm Host. I mean, it would be far too fast to rush into a hive this early on. But I guess we'll see. Burrow on the way. Okay. Interesting. Cancel the infestation bit. That makes more sense. Going into Burrow, going into Tunneling Claws, I would imagine. Mixu's second guessing himself at times. Starts out +1 range. Building on more roaches, going for Overlord speed. He's going for an all-in. Okay. we have confirmation. Again, you wouldn't really go into Overlord speed this early on without good reason. And this should be for Queens. This should be for a German taxi to support the roaches. And Mixu's pushing. Knocks down the rocks. He's on the 3 base economy. 64 drones. Should get a 4th base just for larva. But he's committed. Yeah, they're the drop lords for the Queens. The German tactic, it's coming. It's on the way. Mixu moves out. 4th base is cancelled. And as Mixu moves out, we have mana moving in. Does it the natural. Picking up roaches. Gets a roach, gets an overlord. Mixu still moving in. Mana is slowing this down, but Mixu's setting up for a surround. Forces a recall. Mana does recall back home. I do feel like Mana can afford to give up on the 4th. Does need to hold it. Doesn't need to defend it. As again, Mixu has not been droning. He's not been droning, not been saturating, not been taking. It's all or nothing for Mixu. Queen goes down. Mana gets 1 queen. The others move in. Work base under 5, but once again, I feel like Mana can afford to lose it. Going for the Ravagers. Doesn't quite get it. Ravagers are morphing in. +2's on the way for Mana. So far, kiting well. And again, this is all he has to do, just kite against the army. Pick up a couple of roaches, slow down the push, give up on the 4th. And Mixu, he has to back off, has to retreat for now, consolidates his army. He's got what, 4 Ravagers, and GG gets called. He runs out of steam, doesn't quite have enough, and Mana, he holds, he defends, he takes it 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Not the finale I was quite hoping for there. I mean, again, Mixu, the longer it went on, the worse it was. It was looking bleaker and bleaker there for Mixu. Technically, he could have still tried to have forced the issue there and tried to have out-traded, but Mana, I mean, it was taking too long. It was just taking too long there, and GG, well played. Mana, he survives the all-in, and Mana will take the series 2-0. Congratulations. Congratulations here to Mana. My condolences to Mixu here. Again, a bit of a rough group for him. Does come out, I believe, in last place in Group C. And I believe the other matches are still ongoing. Switching our scenes over. Oh, we can have a look at that bracket. Again, Clem versus Raynor. I think they're still in game 1, I guess. They're still in game 1. Gabe versus DNS. I think they might still be in game 1 as well. So it looks like there's still a couple series ongoing. Oh. And they should be covered by some of the other streams. I guess for now, though, I guess we're done. I guess for now we are wrapping up Group C. And up next is going to be Group D. Oh boy, it's going to be quite a group as well. I will say that I do think that Group D is going to be more competitive. I said the same thing about Group A as well. Coming into it, we did host predictions during the podcast this week, but we had a really hard time determining who would make it out of Group A. Would it be Skillus, Lambo, Nightmare, or Gumiho? In the end, I mean, we have confirmation. It is going to be Gumiho and Nightmare. Here for Group D, I feel like Serral is going to be, of course, the heavy hitter, but I feel like the other players are quite close in skill. Ryung, Harstem, and a Laser. It's going to be difficult to really determine who will make it out and who won't in Group D. So best of luck to all the competitors. Likewise, Jumi and HeRoMaRinE as well. They can also threaten these players. It can definitely pose a threat and definitely cause issues here in the groups for them. So best of luck. Best of luck. Scheduled to start in 1 hour, but it all depends on how fast or how slow these upper matches are. The remaining series here in round 5, once they wrap up, then players will start kind of switching places here. They will start packing up, and then the Group D players can start filing in and getting things ready. So there is going to be a bit of a longer break. So take this moment, get some snacks, get some food, get some water. I'm going to go get some coffee while we get ready for the second half of the broadcast. I will try to wake up happy. Try our best. And yeah, with that, I guess we have an extended break. We have some more downtime, Pappy. Let's go. Meanwhile, shout out to Take TV, of course, for hosting the event, for hosting HomeStory Cup. And again, from my understanding, they have been working diligently to try to fix up all their issues. Oh, and there they go. They're covering DNS and HeRoMaRinE. Covering that series. Oh wait, does that mean did Raynor Clem finish? Wait a minute. Did Raynor Clem complete? That was fast. Are they not being casted by Take TV? No shot. Okay, yeah, Take TV, they're covering Gabe and DNS. Wait, who's casting Clem and Raynor? Wait, what's going on? I just assumed. Still on game 1, changing out Clem's computer. Oh, okay. Thank you. They were, it's over. So we're being notified in YouTube chat that apparently there were some tech issues with Clem versus Rainer, and they are postponed. And Clem is apparently they're like switching out Clem's PC. So that means that they will continue Clem versus Rainer once those tech issues are resolved. Once they're resolved. Okay. I was freaking out for a moment there. I was like, no shot, it's already over. So I guess until then, we do have an extended break. We're going to be going on a break, and when we come back, we will have Group D, the final group of the group stage. Oh boy. Until then, enjoy the mainstream, enjoy everything happening over on Take TV. Again, HomeStory Cup is a very special event here. It isn't just about the tournament itself, but it's about the vibe. It's about the players getting involved on the casting couch, interacting with the casters, interacting with the people as well at the gaming bar. Yeah, it's more, grassroots StarCraft. It's getting very near and dear to our hearts, of course, and yeah, it's great to see that it's still going strong after all these years. So much love to Take, much love to Dennis, and everything that's happening over at the event. And again, I know that they've been plagued by some tech issues, but again, I'm sure they'll get on. Until then, though, we'll see you guys in We'll see you guys in like half an hour at least, maybe an hour at most, for Group D. See you then.
happening here. But no, there's going to be no cards today. What we're going to be doing today is we're going to open with this little beautiful thing. And then I'm actually going to show you the ending of my theater show.
Okay.
So the last piece that I usually close my show with. So at HomeStory Cup, if you've come here, you don't have to go to my theater show. Or maybe you do. Who knows?
I hope so.
Okay. Anton.
Yep.
This is what they call tacking thread. And basically they use it like to make suits and stuff. But it's more like it breaks very easy.
Yeah.
So they just use it to see if stuff is in the right place, you know, and then they can very easily take it apart.
Okay.
So can you maybe like just take it in the middle somewhere?
I just hold it.
Yeah, and I'll take this and just break it. Yeah, good. Okay, take it.
I can take it, yeah.
And you just take that piece, and we'll just keep breaking it like so, okay? Just one by one.
I just keep breaking it.
Yeah, do it. Yeah, till you have like a bunch of small little things like this. Whatever you want. It's all good. See? You can give all of those to me. Good, good, good. Yes, yes, yes. Okay.
Yes.
It's a bunch of threads.
And you will see he will do some stuff we will not get.
We're gonna try. See if it sticks.
Yeah, Mike.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
What the? Okay.
Can you just take this end of the?
And now it's one piece again.
Of the thing.
I tell you.
Okay.
No way, dude.
It's fucking stupid.
Wait, where did he?
It's
Where did
fucking
he
stupid.
put that?
It's fucking
Where's
stupid.
the small one?
It's fucking stupid. Look, let's.
Yes. Yes.
Where is it?
It's.
No, really, where is it?
Magic show and strip
Where
show.
is it?
Apparently.
Where did? I don't know.
Anton, I tell you, it's always the same. I have no fucking clue. It's always the same. Stuff is disappearing, stuff is coming, and I have no clue where it's going. I would really like to take his stuff off and see where it is.
We should watch the world later.
Oh, we
see
can-
what he does.
That's what we do.
We can do that
don't
later.
see
You
it.
still don't see it?
Dude, like the last time I was here, like I did the Rubik's Cube thing, and I literally saw the guys in production just like watching it slow motion, going like for 3 hours straight. And one point, they go, we think we know how you did this. Is it like so? No.
Did they ever figure any of them out?
Yeah, they figured one of them out.
Which one?
Like
Cards?
one thing with the cards, yeah.
Okay, okay.
But dude, smart guys, man.
yeah.
I'm not.
Ah, no,
Me
you're
neither,
you're right, you're right, you're there,
Not
you're
even
there. But I'm gonna show you that thing. It's a very specific thing.
Okay.
But it's actually something I thought I would never do in my life. And I thought I would never do it because when I was younger, I always thought that this thing was like stupid, chewed out cliche. And well, evidently, from what I'm telling you now, it's not, right? Because I'm about to do it for you. I think about 3 years ago, I saw someone do this thing so well with so much beauty, passion, love, that my jaw kind of just dropped to the floor. And I was like, whoa, it can be done that good, like that well? And in that moment, I realized like everything had either been done like inadequately that I saw, without passion, stupidly, like just unbeautifully. And so I'm going to show
He makes
that.
it a big story. He makes it a big
Yeah,
story.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, well, what's it gonna be?
Yeah, yeah.
It's I'm talking about this. Now, just wondering for the room, just by raise of hands, who knows what I'm about to do?
Does anyone knows?
Okay,
1, 2,
I
3.
can maybe guess.
some people.
I could guess.
The
can guess.
casting couch knows.
Look, so for those people that know what I'm about to do, usually I do this on a big stage with big rings to music. Well, there's no music here. Don't put Harry Potter music under this, guys.
You want music?
No, it's all good. And but also you can never like really get to touch them, right? Like you can never pull on them, inspect them, see it from close up. So, but for those of you that don't know what I'm about to do you know what happens when I rub them together like this? Absolutely nothing. Of course, dude, there's 2 solid steel rings, right? But if you get them at a good spot, though,
Okay. But where?
you get this one and that one.
But where's the hole in the
Now,
ring?
look, dude, like it's kind of like
Can I touch? Can I touch?
in a moment.
It's again out!
Wait, what? Wait, no, do it. One
Did
more
you see
time.
it?
Do it one
Okay,
more time.
just give your mic to Dennis, okay?
Okay.
Hold on to this. You can even pull on it if you like to.
Touch it everywhere, please.
Dennis is like, yeah, molested ring, dude.
Anything?
It's completely solid. And
Right?
everything, yes.
Okay, and whenever you're happy, Anton, you can just hold it in front of you like this. Okay, good. Okay, ready?
What?
Okay, let's go. Yeah, because just like a ghost passing through the wall of a castle.
It was in front of our eyes, man.
What the?
It was in front of four eyes and a camera, and I didn't see it.
But how
Did you
does
see how it disappeared?
But they're both.
Can you do it again?
Yeah, sure, Anton, give
Do
your
what?
mic to Dennis.
Give me.
Okay, because I told you would be able to check them out. So with 2 hands, you're gonna take it and just really give it like a good tug. See if it comes apart. Okay, nothing in one apparently.
Rock solid.
Maybe it's better with 2. Yeah, maybe there's like some magnets in there or something. Just give it a good pull. Give it a good tug. Awesome.
Nothing.
And this one as well. Give it a good tug. Dennis, you can check those in a little bit. Okay, now look. You happy with this, yeah?
But even if,
Yeah. You wanna check it out, Dennis?
Yes.
even if the rings had holes in them, I would not be able to do that. But I don't get the.
Here, look. You can also check those if you like to. Okay, now Dennis, look. You've never checked this one out, right? But it's way better to let it go. To take a look at this one.
What the? I mean,
Now, you see, like to me, it's kind of stupid that I thought that this was chewed out and cliche. Because,
are we idiots or what? How is it?
Yes.
or maybe you're not. Now, you see, sadly enough, many magicians of my generation, more alcohol, nice. They do believe that this is chewed out and cliche. And because of that, you might be some of the last people that ever get to see this thing, right? But I think if you do it with the right feeling, it looks just like magic.
So you can just do whatever you want with the rings, basically.
is-
They just
yeah.
teleport.
This is.
Pretty much.
It's just.
Wait, but they were.
How?
Now,
How?
well, that's the thing, right? Like, but the secret to this ring, to this trick, is not like the actual secret, right? The secret is that you have to do it with like a passion of beauty,
Like, I see it happening, but I never.
a feeling
And you
of
don't
love.
see how it is going out. You don't see it.
Exactly, a feeling
It's
of
just coming out.
here. And you just need to genuinely want to suspend someone's disbelief,
But
This is crazy.
right?
it's like he's editing it in real life.
Yes. This fucking real life editing.
It's real life editing. Nice.
He got the matrix.
Yeah, so I kind of just hope that one day a kid sees this in the audience, and with a glimmer in their eye, they go like, "Fuck, I want to do that stupid trick with the stupid rings." And my name is Rico. Thank you.
That was
Make
sick.
a lot of noise. Make a lot of noise for this gentleman. Rico Wieland. I think we also have your homepage ready. Please check him out. I think in the production we have him ready. I think it's rico.wieland.
RicoWheeland.com.
RicoWieland.com.
But you can also go to magician-amsterdam.com.
Please, I think we have it somewhere in the stream. Please post it there. We also need to put it on social media. Please like it. Please share it. This man is just amazing. Just that you know, he's just coming by himself here. We are not booking him. We are not paying his trip. This man is just coming here because he loves StarCraft 2.
Dude, it's
he
the
loves the
best.
community. And he's just here because he likes it. He's just here because he likes it.
Dude, if I would tell my 12-year-old self like that I'm here, that he would like go like, "No, dude, no way."
You're
He'd go
such
crazy.
you're such an amazing guy. You're like a perfect fit to this environment here because all of these people here are just amazing because we love one thing, which is StarCraft, which is the community and having a
Dude,
good time.
It's the best.
Anton, thank you for being here. I think it was worth it,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, thank you for
I
having
told
me.
you it would be
That was
nice.
sick.
And I tried to find the smartest guy, but we are like, you know, like it's still not impossible. Impossible.
I appreciate it. I appreciate
All right, all right, all right. We are going to the next group stage here. See and play some more games here in Krefeld, Germany with the HomeStory Cup 26. We are back in just a sec. See you soon.
friends, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Big shout to Rieker. Oh my god, Bappy. Rieker, the magician, the magic man himself. That was a lot of fun. I like that. GG, well played. I just wanted to come back here to give you guys an update on what's going on. Of course, are we still casting? What's going on? Is StarCraft happening? Unfortunately, a lot of downtime. Again, there were just some technical issues with the PCs. Clem had to restart multiple times. Rainer as well. They did wrap up their series. Group C has concluded. And now we're getting ready for Group D. Group D, we are getting ready. Our players are setting up as we speak. We mentioned before. But once a group finishes, players have to pack up. They have to get rid of their setups, of course, their peripherals. They have to sign out. They have to leave the player booths, the player area, and then the next group comes in. So they're just now setting up as we speak. We have HeRoMaRinE, we have Ryung, we have Hearthstone, we have a Laser, Serral as well. They're all Jumi. They're all setting up as we speak, and it's going to take a couple more minutes here. They do need some time to set up, to get their peripherals plugged in, to get all the settings operational, to maybe even warm up, or just have like a game just to make sure that all the settings and all the DPI settings, as well as the monitor settings, all that good stuff. So players do need some time, and we are of course more than happy to give it to them. Some people were asking earlier, it is 5:30 a.m. in the morning, Pappy. I mean, we were casting around this time yesterday as well, but it does feel like we're a little bit behind schedule because of everything that's been going on. It's it's gonna be a long night tonight. Let me tell you, it's gonna be a long one. But what I can say is that there are gonna be some amazing matches nonetheless, right? Up first, we're gonna be casting Serral versus a Laser. After that, I think we're casting most of Serral's matches. Let me just double check here. Okay, so we are going to be casting Serral versus a Laser, Serral versus HeRoMaRinE, Hearthstone versus HeRoMaRinE, a Laser versus Jumi, and a Hearthstone versus Jumi. So honestly, really good matches, really high quality matchups are coming up next. So don't you worry, we got you covered eventually. We'll get there. But we have some more downtime, so do apologize for that, but there's going to be some more downtime here. Players do need quite some time, and we'll let you know. We'll come back in a couple of minutes here, most likely with our next series. Again, Serral versus a Laser. ZVZ is upon us. If you remember, we were denied the ZVZ earlier today. We were going to be casting Rainer versus almost said Fiant. Rainer versus Mixu. But then it was a PVZ. Then Rainer, he off raced, right? I should say he main raced. He main raced Protoss, played Protoss instead. We were denied the ZVZ, but we should have one here tonight. Should have one. It's catching up. Catching up in the chat. Beautiful. I like illusions where they're willing to reveal their secret, and it's so impressive anyway. I mean, I liked it just because it was very interactive, I loved Dennis and I loved Anton's reactions to it. they made it as well. I mean, they're both, a couple of beers in at this point, but yeah, it was great. It was great to see Anton as well. From my understanding, if I remember correctly, that was Zanster. It's always really fun to see old school players still like a part of the community and a part of the scene, despite being gone for so long, despite being retired for so long, still around. I mean, it's one of those things where StarCraft was a big part of their lives, of course, and for them to still be willing to take part is really cool. It's a really cool thing, for sure, 100%. Yesterday we were ahead of schedule, so today we have to make up for it. True, unironically. Last night we did finish a little bit faster. Tonight, we have to make up for it. Yeah. So we're catching up. But for now, we'll see you guys after the break. We're going to be going on a break. We'll be back soon with our next matchup. See you then. Take care. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. It is time to finally begin Group D of HomeStory Cup 26, the group stage. We're here with the final group of the group stage. Let's go. We already have the majority, if not most of our players, 6 players advancing on into the playoffs. We are here to determine the final two players to advance on into that playoff bracket. Oh boy, we have a group of 6 players here, and 2 of them are facing off here and now in a ZVZ. We have Serral, we have Rainer, vetoes are done, a lobby has been made, and we are jumping to game 1. It's going to be on lane lines. Let's go. Let us go. Oh my god. Again, do apologize for all the downtime that we did have, but hopefully that is the end of all the downtime. We can just jump into our matches, jump into our games, and settle in. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Leylands, we have the Finnish Zerg player himself. As we do have a bit of a pause, and I did notice a lag spike at the start of the game. That might be related. We otherwise might be seeing oh no! Speaking of lag spike, looks like we are going to be losing one of our players here. Earlier, I was about to say that it looks like the kind of network issues have been resolved. It did sound like they were working on it and things were kind of clearing up towards the end. But it looks like, no, they are still continuing here. We don't know if they're PC related or not. But the dots are real. Not like this. I feel oh yeah, we're just lagging out. I feel so bad for like taking the production team and stuff like that, because again, like it's you know, they want to host an event, they want to host a tournament, and you know, they put in a little work and effort to organize it, to bring all the players over, and then suddenly bam, instant doesn't work. It's like, I mean, you know, what the hell? it's like and what can we do, Pappy? What can we do? Feels bad, man. Feels bad. I did see in the chat some people being like, yo, at this point, just like, you know, we need the audience to tape all their phones together, turn on the 5Gs and like pray, right? And like and just morph the hotspot together into one big hotspot and try to work things out that way. But oh no. That might be better than their landline internet that they're working with. Yeah, we'll see as we're just waiting for things to clear up when it comes to the latency, when it comes to lag spike. We'll see what happens. Yeah, bring together all the peripherals, everyone, just all the phones, all the iPads into a bag. We'll fuse it all together into one major hotspot. We can do it. As we're just waiting for that to clear up. Oh.
Game resumed.
Okay, and we are back, and we're getting back into it. Okay, this top right hand corner we have from the land of Finland for Basilisk. It is Serral. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner we have the Polish Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Team Liquid. It is a Laser. And you know what time it is if you're in the chat, to get your gamba going. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Whew. Let's go. Let us go. HomeStory Cup was always my favorite tournament this year. It's been rough. I mean, it's one of those things where, again, like it's yeah, like what can they do? You know, I could definitely sense the frustrations from like the production team, or from, you know, Take and Dennis themselves as well. Yeah, it's been rough. It's definitely been rough. But you know, we will power through. We will power through as best we can. We'll make it, man. We'll make it. For the time being, 15-15 is going to be 15 hatch opener here out of a Laser, going for a, oh my god, okay. 15 hatch into a 15 hatch, or I should say into an 18 hatchery timing, I suppose, here from a Laser, going for a very late pool into a later gas geyser as well. Interesting. Now, with this extra hatchery, with this extra larva, we have seen builds like this from players like Ender in the past, and this usually leads into a Link Flood just because you have extra larva, right? You have so much larva to work with early on that it can help facilitate now, and it can help lead into a Link Flood, but I'm curious where this gas is going to be spent. Because of how late the gas is, I don't want to say it's going to be a Link Flood. I would imagine it's going to be like a 2-base roach roll in, but we'll see. Regardless, a very unique build here from a laser. Meanwhile, back here across the map, Hatch Gas Spool, standard opener from Serral. Is going to be a standard opener. As a result, faster gases, faster link speed. Link speed is on the way. Serral pulls out to go into Bailings. Meanwhile, the overload across the map does confirm the build of choice. Now, I'm curious if Serral decides to do something a little bit drastic and cancel link speed and go into his own roach horn and just skip his Baneliness and go into 2-base roach. Again, I'm curious whether or not a laser even invests into link speed. My eyes are on a laser here. How does this build come together? We are here to find out. And a hatch was post-pool. Ooh, okay, true. There you go. It's been a while. Yo, when I see a hatchery here at the wall, I think of Ender, but okay. Meanwhile, Serral, he's not cutting corners. Not cutting corners whatsoever. Does throw down a safety Baneliness. This will keep him safe against a Link Flood, if that was to be the case. Speaking of Link Flood, a laser is investing into link speed, and he's not pulling out of gas. So, Link Flood is still on the table for a laser to make use of all this larva. And we'll see. Ooh, as he's rushing to a 3-minute lair. Jesus, oh my god. I was curious what the gas was going to be spent on here, but a very fast lair timing out of a laser. Suddenly, we can gain access to 2-base Muta. That's what I'm feeling here. 2-base Muta is on the table for a laser. We'll see if he embraces it. Back at home, Serral is getting into his third, droning up. Moving up with his lings, trying to get a read on what's going on. But there's no Roach Horn, there's no tech, there's no Roach Horn, there's no Baneliness. This has to be Muta play. A crazier move than that would be going into like an Infestation Pit and going to like 2-base Swarm Host. But I don't think a laser is quite that crazy. He shouldn't be, at least. So we'll see if he throws on the Spire. Like, the Spire is the most sane thing. If you wanted to do something even more wild, it would be like an Infestation Pit or a Hydrogen into Lurker Tech. There we go. There's the Link Flood. Again, this all makes sense because of the extra hatchery, because of the extra larva. So 22 Lings on the way. And as the Lings distract, the Mute is going to be behind this. There we go. Spire has been thrown out the sea. Oh, no! Serral gets in. He gets in. He confirms he sees everything here at the natural base. That should not have happened. That should not have happened. Serral, he confirms what's going on, sees Lings moving out, and likewise is aware of the Muta transition. As a laser does pull the trigger, back at home, Serral is actually the Banelings. Banelings are on the way. These are late Banelings, though. The Banelings are delayed, and a laser, he can actually deny the Banes. Meanwhile, 2 more Banelings will link in. One connects. The other pulls back. Drones, they pull away, and so far, not the best connection with that second Baneling, but we have 2 more morphing in. And again, Serral, he is holding. Shuts down the Lings, saves the mineral line, only 2 drones fall. So very nice defense here by Serral. And again, he is aware of the Spire tank. Where does he go from here? Lair's almost done. I would imagine into Hydras, into a Spore line, into more defensive play. We'll see. As more Queens are in production, the higher Queen count tells us that Serral knows that there are Mutas, of course. Meanwhile, we see a laser rushing into his 4th base, right? Sorry, his 4th hatchery, 3rd base. Prioritizing gases, Mutas are in production, and we can see Serral, yeah, he's throwing down spores. Spores are on the way, Infestation Bit. So basically, Serral is going to defend with purely Queen Infestor. Queen Infestor eventually into Hydra Lurker Viper, but for the time being, it is going to be Queens, Infestors, and Spores initially. Links out by a laser confirms. He does confirm the Infestation Bit. He's aware that Infestors should be on the way. Now, what I would like to see in their mind, I was going to say that a laser, he could just go into like 6 to 8 Mutas, 6 to 8 just for map control, hunt down Overlords, keep Serral contained, and then switch into Roaches or switch into Hydras. But that's +1 air attack on the way. That tells us that Laser is going to commit. That lets us know that Laser, he plans on going mass Muta. As I say, he does hunt down 2 Overlords already. Gets 2, but only 2. From here, Laser, he backs off, rotates around in between the bases. We do see more Spores, more Queens on the way. Serral is building up. And we should soon be seeing Infestors. And speaking of that, they are. Infestors are on the way. So again, Queen Infestor for Serral. And this usually leads into a Hydra follow-up. Speaking of, yep, there it is. Hydrogen has been thrown down. So this is just a really standard response here by Serral. Really defensive as well. it does take a lot of patience to kind of play the style that Serral's going for, just because you relinquish map control. Like, map control is relinquished. Lays are going to be reinforcing with mass ling. We're going to need some defensive Banelings. Banelings here. Without Banelings, these Lings, they can try and get us around. They go for the Queens. They collapse in. So far, the Queens, they hold their own. Clutch Transfuse. You can see that the Infestors, they hold onto their fungal growths. No wasted fungals, not yet. Serral's holding. He's going into Roaches. But now building up his Roach count, followed by Hydras. Hydra upgrades on the way. He just rotating around. Going for the Gas Geyser. Gas Geyser goes down. There's that Lurker Den. Again, like this style from initially Queen Infestor into Hydra Lurker Viper is kind of the go-to response here that Serral is going for. Again, the 4th base is going to be difficult, but we can see that Serral is not even really concerned about that. Just securing himself on 3 bases. Meanwhile, a Laser has map control, takes more expansions, gets a better economy. And from here, a Laser, he has the option here to take into Ultras. So we can go Ling. Oh, as the Fungal connects! Fungal does connect. We get the Chain Fungal, not quite. 2 meters go down. Nice catch here from Serral. Still has another Fungal. Laser has to be careful. That was how many meters going down? 6. Jesus, 6 in total. Not insignificant. Meanwhile, I believe no infestation bit yet for a Laser. No infestation bit, just still hashtag still lair tech. Still only mutas and lings. Use a threat in the dive. Serral is building up his lurker count. And I'm curious if Serral will move out with Vipers or not. I mean, typically you do want to move out with Viper Infestor. We'll see when that moment arrives. We'll see if Serral can take a 4th. But again, he's just pinned at home. He's just pinned back at home. Like, this is the correct thing to do. You can't really move out. Otherwise, you'll be picked apart. As music get for the main, they get a Spore. A Gas Geyser as well. Fungal goes up. Catches most of the army. Not bad. Wait for a second Fungal. You just say dive on the Queens. 2 Queens go down. Infestor as well. And a Laser is getting out of hand here. Where's the rest of the anti-air? Queens, they were late to respond. And the Laser is wreaking havoc, taking down almost every single Queen. Flush Burrow. Going for the Mineral Lion. Serral's hurting. Where are those Hydras? Finally, they're coming out. But you could argue a little bit too late. Laser throwing away a lot of his mutas, though. It's a lot of mutas falling. And not the fight to take here. We had 6 kills earlier, but now it's going to be 28 mutas going down. This was not worth it. Not worth it. I mean, sure, he got a couple of Queens. Sure, he got 8 drones, but that was not worth it here for a Laser. Losing most of his mutas. At the same time, Roaches go for a counterattack. Do pick up a couple of workers. More mutas on the way, but now Serral, now he has Hydras. Not just Hydras. Infestors and Vipers as well. Gonna have Parabombs, Fungals. Have everything here that he needs. Roach is still harassing across the map. Lurkers have arrived. Serral finally expanding, taking a 4th base. And again, just slow and steady, throwing down more Spore Crawlers. And Serral shouldn't really move out without maxing. And the reality is that Serral, his army is gonna, it just scales better. It just scales better into a longer game. Mass Muta, we're running out of time here for a Laser. I mentioned before that I was expecting him to throw down an Infestation and take it to Hive, and then go into something like Ultras or Broodlords. But going and sticking with Mass Muta like this, it's so risky. Dives into the main. Oh, catches a Viper, gets 2! No Powerbomb! A bit of miscontrol here by Serral. Losing 2 Vipers, Fungals coming in. Not quite able to land. Laser is holding his own at the same time. Roaches, they hit across the map. Getting 7 drones. Likewise, Laser gets 5. Viper count was reset. Yeah, it was completely reset. So Serral has to rebuild his Vipers, regather energy. Roaches, they get across the map. mutas, they hit the main. Still quite close. I do still favor Serral overall, just because, again, his army just scales so much better into a longer game state. Has so much more value as well. All it really takes here is like a good fungal and then a powerbomb combo, and then these mutas, they just die. Like, the mutas, they just cannot engage with the army. So I do worry about that eventual fight. As mutas, they hit the main, they take down both gas geysers, not bad. The supplies are neck and neck. Oh, meanwhile, that's 9 drones going down in the main. 10 drones going down. So we're getting a lot done with that Rotron buy. There's that first powerbomb, but a laser should be able to pull away. This is also why you need to lock down the army with fungals, then powerbomb. Still a good amount of damage, though. As mutas, they do go for the gas geyser. Regardless, it's still free damage here from Serral. As he's now up to 2 Vipers. And Serral's now maxed. And we mentioned before, we're just waiting for that maxed out army. And then Serral can start pushing. Oh my god, another mutas! Oh, has a laser, a little bit of mispathing there. He goes right through the army. Ay, ay, ay. That was 19 mutas being thrown away. Oh boy. And the army dives in. Nice power bombs, massive damage here on the mutas. Ooh, not enough Hydras though. And not enough Hydras, not enough anti-air. Despite that, a lot of mutas go down. I'm afraid to look. Okay. There we go. That's another 12 on top of the 19 we saw earlier. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. Just force to defend. Meanwhile, Laser, instead of going into Ultras, he's going into a second Spire and going into a Greater Spire into Broodlords. But this honestly feels late. This tech path here does feel a little bit late for Laser. And I don't know if he's ever going to be able to actually make any Broodlords here. We'll see if he can. And that's 3 Corruptors in production. Power bomb goes up. So far, so good for a laser. Denies the expansion. Serral, he's holding his own. Building on more Hydras. Serral, he only has the one Infestor. And the 2 Vipers. Fungal connects. Fungal does connect. Is there another powerbomb? Oh, the chain fungals. And brutal losses here for a laser. Just wait for one more powerbomb. Speaking of, yeah, it does land. Up! Oh my god. Another muta goes down. First counterattack across the map. That's how many? That was another 16 mutas falling. Jesus. But here come the Broodlords. Broodlords are slowly building up over time, throwing down a wall of Spine Crawlers and Spores, which is mainly Spines. And we should be kind of gearing towards Broodlord Infestor Viper versus Hydra Lurker Viper. And it's going to be an interesting dynamic. A lot of it will come down to the Spellcaster control, for sure. It will come down to the Spellcasters. As Serral is moving out through the center. Broodlords are coming in. It's going to be how many Broodlords? It's going to be 10. 10 Broodlords for a laser. They are revealed. This is where Serral has to yoink. Oh, gets 1, gets 2. 2 Broodlords. No, they don't quite go down though. Just the 1. So far, better engage here for a laser. Does catch out some of the lurkers. Forcing Serral back. Ooh, Pongo goes up. Do we get a powerbomb? We do. Powerbomb as well. 1, 2, Broodlords get abducted. They go down to the spores. Oh my god, the mutas, they just get annihilated. The power bombs popping. They're crazy. Yeah, with these abductions, I mean, the Broodlords being shut down as well. Again, we spoke about it, but it all comes down to the spellcasters, to the Vipers. The Vipers are the MVPs. They kill the mutas. They shut down the Broodlords. And Serral takes the better fight. This is also why a laser also needed Vipers. Like, the Viper versus Viper is a very real dynamic in ZVZ, where they abduct each other, they powerbomb each other as well. And the reality is that a laser has no answer to these Vipers, as they just keep abducting. Oh my god. They just keep abducting back. Hydra's moving forward. There's a lunge! Gets one Broodlord. One Broodlord goes out to the lunge. Vipers coming in for those abductions once again. They get 1, they get 2, they get 4. 5. 5 more broods. Another lunge. GG gets called, and Serral takes game number 1. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. A dynamic you don't really see too often, but typically Mass Muta does go into either Ultra or Broodlord. I do still stand by saying that I do think that the laser, it took him a little bit too long to transition out of Muta. I do think he could have tried to take in that direction a lot sooner, a lot faster. Alas, he bled out so many Mutas throughout the course of that game, and honestly, towards the end especially, it just wasn't quite worth the investment there. The Broodlords definitely had a lot of potential, but as we saw, the Broodlords on their own need support. They need support in ZVZ. They need their spellcasters, whether it's Infestor, whether it's Viper more than anything, really. Oh, as I do need to get ready for the next game. My apologies. I was engrossed in what I was saying, so I do apologize. Don't want to make the players wait on me. Here we go. We're getting ready here for game number 2. It's going to be on Amygdala. But yeah, man, I was just going off, and then it's like, oh yeah, I'm the one meant to make the log be. Of course. So don't apologize. But here we go. We're getting into game 2, and we are loading in. Uh-oh, did we miss someone? Was Indy casting? Uh-oh. I'm a little bit concerned, but regardless, here we go. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Amygdala, we have our... Yeah. Let's get him, I forgot. My bad. Let's get Indy in here. I knew we were missing someone. It's my bad. Beautiful. Okay. We got everyone. Okay, game 2 is going to be on Amygdala. And again, it was really cool to see that dynamic. You don't often see it. But again, Serral, he was more or less in control of most of that game. Again, you'd have to take a more passive or more patient approach, just slowly getting your 3rd base, very slowly getting your 4th base as well, securing yourself with spores, with queens, eventually into, of course, your Hydra Lurker Viper. So yeah, just really patient play there by Serral. Very well done. And with that, we're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the Finnish Zerg player, the red Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Serral. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Polish Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Team Liquid. It is a laser. And also, I should let you know that the sun has risen. It is 6 a.m. in the morning, and the sun is shining through the window right now. Let's go. We've made it. And we only just started Group D. God, it's... Oh, no. I'm gonna be dead for day 3. It's not gonna happen. I'm a little bit concerned. Regardless, we're settling in. We are going to be settling in. This time, hatch gas pool. This time, standard opener out of a laser. Again, as a reminder, last game we saw a 15 into, I want to say 18. It was like 15, 18 hatch opener out of a laser. It was a wild build, really unique, going into a link flood, into 2-base muta. But this time, standard. This time, everything looks as it should. So no crazy opener out of a laser this time. Here we go. So now we are going to be settling in. You can do it, papi. Oh, gracias, gracias. No, yeah, I'll be okay for today. I'm just worried about tomorrow. I'm just worried about how much sleep I'm gonna have before HomeStory Cup day 3. That's my only concern. We'll be okay. We'll be okay. Oh, no. So now we are going to be getting to our natural bases. Overlords are moving out, of course, as well. And we'll see how our players do adjust. Of course, one of the big features of this map is going to be the gold. The gold base is going to be a little bit more accessible here, and we can try to rush into it a little bit early on. We'll see if either player does attempt to, as a third, or just as a fourth. We'll see. Didn't turn on heater yet? That's why you're in a jacket? It's summer here in Australia. It's summer here. The only reason why I'm in a jacket is because I felt like I had to like put something on. It's HomeStory Cup, you know? It's Copa Casa, papi. But it is quite hot. It is. I mean, I guess when in the evenings at night it's relatively cold. Once again, fast there, by the way. It's relatively cold, or it's chilly. It's nice and fresco, papi, fresco, so it's okay. But once we get in towards the morning and into the midday, it gets real hot real quick here in Australia. For those that are curious, again, around like December, Christmas time, here it's like summer, so it's a very different vibe. There's no like winter snowman, all that sort of stuff. No. It's all about thongs. It's all about, you know, as little clothes as possible. You know, barbecues outside. Like, it's a very different vibe. No snow here. It's hot back. It's hot for Christmas. As again, we're rushing into a fast lair into 2-base roach. At least it perceived to be 2-base roach. This could still be muta. Yeah, speaking of, there we go. So 2-base play out of a laser. It's going to be up to Serral to determine whether or not this is going to be 2-base roach or muta, or even something different. It could be a 2-base all-in going into a Nidustorm as well. So the onus is on Serral. Back at home, he does go straight for the Roach War, and I believe he cancelled. No, did cancel Gas Geyser earlier, but did not even throw down a Bailey Nest, just going straight into Roaches, and for a third. So Serral will have the better economy. He's on 3 bases. He has a higher drone count. True, that is true. But on the flip side, he is in the dark as to what's going on. Likewise, I love to see that the laser, he is investing into these upgrades to make it look like it is Roaches. So a laser, he's selling a story. Links check. They see all the researching buildings. Little does Serral know, mutas are coming. Now, because of these upgrades that are being researched, and I'm assuming that they're going to finish, that does mean the laser is going to have less gas for muta production. As I say that, Link's speed is on the way, which means a laser, he might just cancel these upgrades. That would make the most sense here. As a laser, he's amassing Lings. Spire's about to finish. And do we let these finish or not? Right now, 4 more mutas. Yeah, there we go. We cancel. Let's go. Upgrades are canceled. Mutas are on the way. Lings are amassing, and a laser will soon pull the trigger. Back at home, Serral, he's none the wiser, still droning up, going for his own lair. You can see here, we are even a little bit paranoid about Nidus into the main. So Serral very paranoid about Nidus play, or about Roach play in general. And here come the Lings. Here come the mutas. Lings move out. They're spotted by the Overlord. Now Serral knows something's wrong. Queens, they start up immediately. Queens are on the way. Spores are on the way as well. And the mutas are revealed. Mutas are revealed. So far, Laser just hunting down Overlords, gaining map control. Expanding, taking his third. Getting another Overlord. Supply blocking Serral. Not bad. But the spores are finishing. You know, Laser, I should say Serral, he's bought enough time, or Laser has given him enough time to get those spores up and running. Queens will engage, they take down one of the mutas. Nice pick off here by Serral. Laser's gonna be careful, rotating around. Does rotate. He's the third. At the same time, Serral tries to counterattack. Alas, our plenty links back at home. And once again, we have a very similar dynamic where Serral has to defend, fortify himself on 3 bases, throw down more queens, more spores. Oh. Another muta goes down. Hydrogen on the way for Serral. Likewise, Infestation Bit as well. That should be for Infestors. Speaking of, Infestors are in production. And again, Serral is contained. And from here, Laser can even take a 4th and take more expansions. Drone up as heavily as possible. Take more bases. That is 5 Infestors on the way. It's a lot of Infestors. Roach is going to be moving out. Going to be shut down by the mutas though. Fungal's getting ready. Oh, does connect. We get 1 Fungal, 1 muta goes down. Look at that pick off. More Infestors coming in. Serral investing into his upgrades. You have speed on the way for the Hydras. And he should just be focusing on defending back at home. There's that 4th base for a Laser. Droning, getting a 4th. Still wreaking havoc. Oh! Has to be careful. Fungal doesn't quite go off. And a Laser playing with fire. Calm down, a Laser. Calm down. Lasers rotate, taking another expansion, double expanding. Infestation Bit's on the way. I do appreciate this. This time it does feel like Laser's transitioning a little bit faster. Oh! As Fungals do connect. Doesn't quite get a muta. Oh, the move command! Laser diving in and will be hit by the Fungals. But not enough mutas. Yeah, not enough mutas. Sorry, I should say not enough Hydras here to defend. Mutas they back off. Queen's coming to reinforce. Whew. Serral holds. Serral does hold. That was a wild dive, by the way, for a Laser. That's crazy. In the end, he got 5 Hydras and 1 Infestor for 4 mutas. An even gas trade. Once again, threatening a dive. Not quite worth it. Cuidado, Laser. Cuidado. But the Infestation Bit's done, which means he can go into Hive Tech. There it is. Hive is on the way. And that should be for a greater Spire for Broodlords. And more importantly, Vipers as well. So again, the Laser he's taking up faster than previously, which is a good thing. Catches out the Roaches, they can run by here on the right hand side. Shutting more Roaches down. Massive Fungal! The Chain Fungals are brutal and the Laser loses too much. So many mutas go down. Gonna be how many? That's gonna be 12! 12 mutas falling. And Serral may just push here. I mean, he's up in army supply. Now would be a good time. But so far, Serral, he's playing it safe. He's droning. Serral, he's droning up, getting more upgrades. Doesn't want to risk it. Doesn't want to risk it here. Which means a Laser won't be punished as hard. Still droning, still taking. You can see a Laser banking up gas. I would imagine that is for Corruptors. I would imagine. As the Hive did just complete. Oh, okay. This time we do have a bit of a pause. There is a lag spike going on. But this time we can see here, no Greater Spire, Ultra Den. Ultra Cavern on the way instead. And we will just wait out that lag spike. Whew. Thankfully, no major fight, no major engagement. Can wait it out. Oh my god. But yeah, pretty tense moment here. When it comes to going into ultras like this, oh, looks like we're
Game resumed.
just jumping right in. When it comes to going into ultras, this is where Serral needs lurker tech, and he has no lurkers yet, but as I say that, there it is. Lurker den is on the way. And that's where a higher lurker count is going to be quite necessary here for Serral. Scout is denied. More mutas on the way. I mean, mass ultra can work, don't get me wrong. The problem, though, here with going into ultras is the melee upgrades, or just the upgrades in general. You can see here the +1 carapace, +1 melee is still on the way. This isn't something that Alasia has been building up over time. So the upgrades are going to be lackluster. And Serral's pushing. He's maxed out. And not even waiting for lurkers, doesn't even need them. 4 ultras are on the way, but these are going to be 0-0 ultras, or I guess 0-1 ultras. With +1 carapace, mutas, they go for the dive. They get a mineral line, 14 drones go down. Oh, the power bombs! Oh my god, there's so many of them. Laser, he attempts a split. Only so much he can do, though. So many mutas go down. And Serral commits. He brings down an expansion, but he actually comes back home. Serral turns back around. Lost in time mineral line. Serral remaxing. And ultras, they're building up. They're building up here. Serral supply blocked. Heavily supply blocked, actually. And needs those lurkers. Does need those lurkers here. Lurker range on the way. There it is. 9 lurkers morphing in. Against how many ultras? 7. Jesus. Soon to be 10. 10 ultras. Oh my god. And they're big again. They're thick. Ah, it's been too long. But the ultras, of course, have been revealed. Revealed earlier. Jesus. Were they always this big? Like, I know they're back to their old size, but I mean, it's just been so long. They're huge. It's been far too long. Roaches are good for counterattack. Ultras pushing into a concave of lurkers. No, like this. Ooh, and a laser, he throws away his ultras. Every ultra goes down. This was not the play here for a laser. I did misjudge. And that was, what, like half the ultras falling? Oh boy. And a laser, he plummets in supply. That was an expensive loss here for a laser. Army's moving out. And at this point, yeah, laser lost his momentum. He has to back off. He cannot engage. Not like this. Again, ultras are so expensive and they take so long to rebuild as well. Roaches are good for the mineral line once again. Oh my god. The burrow micro. He gets the ultra. Ultra goes down. And Serral, he rotates. Does rotate over. Looking at the main army, what do we have to work with? We have 11 mutas. That's not really a factor. 10 ultras. And a handful of vipers. But the vipers need time. 2-2 still on the way. Ultra gets spotted. Serral kites well. Getting 12 workers in the mineral line. Ultras, they run through the lurkers. Mutas doing what they can. 1 viper falls. But for the most part, Serral is fine. Yeah, the army gets dragged in range of the lurkers. Ultras go down. GG gets called. It's just too much to handle. And Serral, he will take the series at 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Serral will take it. I do appreciate that Laser, he had 2 different transitions. If you remember, game 1, Mass Muta into Broodlord. Game 2, Mass Muta into into Ultra instead. Did require different responses for Serral. Did have to go into kind of different overall late game or end game army compositions. You know, one with more Vipers, the other with more Lurkers, of course. But really nicely done there by Serral. Alasia definitely had potential. He was able to hold his own. Like, this wasn't necessarily the most one-sided series. It was more of a back and forth. Definitely there was some moments for Alasia. I do still stand by saying that in game 1, it did feel like Alasia was stuck on Mass Muta a little bit too long. Here in game 2, just some really rough fights. Like, considering like how, expensive and how brutal it is going into mass ultra like that, to take the initial bad fight and to lose, what was it, like 5 or 6 ultras before the main engagement even begins. Like, that was just a really rough start for a laser, and he was never able to really recover from that moment. And even then, like, trying to engage into lurker lines with mass ultras is just a really difficult thing to do. You need a surround, you need a good kind of setup here. You cannot push into a choke point like that, and if you do, I mean, we saw what happens. Like, it doesn't go well for the ultras, back. Doesn't go well. With that, GG. GG well played. Serral, he will take the series, and he will start off the group with a win. Start off with a win here, and we'll be following Serral into his next match. What is up next? It's going to be Serral versus HeRoMaRinE. Let's go. Until then, though, let's have a look at the bracket and figure out where we are and where we are headed. Exclamation mark be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. Let's catch up on those results, as we do have the first result coming in. Again, Serral takes down Laser 2-0. Ryung is up 1-0 versus Hearthstone, and Jimmy is in game 1 versus HeRoMaRinE. Okay. Currently in game 1, I imagine. I believe Ryung versus Hearthstone is on the mainstream. I believe they're being covered on the mainstream. Jimmy versus HeRoMaRinE, I would imagine being covered by some of the other language casters instead. This does mean that we could jump into game 2 of Jimmy versus HeRoMaRinE, depending on where they are. Actually, it looks like they're out of game. Question mark? Hold on. Did they not start? Wait, what? I'm refreshing. Hold on. Let's see. I'm slipping into some DMs. Because apparently Jimmy and HeRoMaRinE, they were out of game for 17 minutes. They haven't started. Wait, what? They're serious. Okay. Never mind. So it looks like they have not begun, so we may as well jump in. There might be some tech issues going on? Question mark. Well, let's find out. Oh, okay. Okay, that's rough. So I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. Apparently Jimmy and HeRoMaRinE, they've been trying to start their matches, but they cannot, just because of some tech issues. The networking issues. Basically, Jimmy's letting me know that HeRoMaRinE has been lagging out like every minute or so. So they just haven't been able to play. He just keeps lagging out. Oof. So because of that, we will most likely jump in once those issues are resolved. Once they are resolved, or I mean, hopefully they get resolved. But that does mean that their series is fully available, and it also means, I mean, we can't start Serral versus HeRoMaRinE without Jimmy versus HeRoMaRinE finishing. So yeah, that's our next series. There you go. Is going to be our next series. But yeah, that is rough to hear. It is rough to hear, man. Until then, though, I guess we're going to be going on a break. I don't know how long the break is going to last. We will have to. I think like some admins and some tech guys are trying to help out HeRoMaRinE when it comes to his PC. So I think they're trying to resolve that. Again, once we get an update, I'll let you know, and then we might be jumping into our next series. So for now, we're going to be going on a break. See you guys soon, hopefully. Take care. Take care. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to a fresh best of 3. Again, we did have an update earlier how both HeRoMaRinE and Jumi, they were attempting to start their series for so long. They've had some issues, that have some troubles. Hopefully those issues have since resolved and we can jump into a fresh best of series. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the German Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. Representing Streamer Zone, it is Jumi. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Italian Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Streamer Zone as our teammates. It is HeRoMaRinE. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. As we cross our fingers, we cross our Ethernet cables as well, and hope that this series can actually get underway. Again, it's still only game 1. They've been trying for the past hour to play their series, and it's been unsuccessful, but, you know, maybe now it works. I'm not too sure what they did. Maybe they changed PCs. Maybe they're able to switch some things over. But the series is now upon us. Meanwhile, for those that are curious, at the same time, I believe Hearthstone versus Ryung is also ongoing. They're getting into game 2. I believe that might be casted by the mainstream, or we'll see. We'll see what happens. As they're also about to begin, or continue their series, I should say. Here we go. So now we are going to be getting into a double gas opener. Double gas out of HeRoMaRinE, going for a faster factory, going for a delayed TC, and the probe scout of Jumi should be able to confirm this, as he's just being as annoying as possible. There we go, does come in, does get eyes on the factory, now he knows. So again, a little bit more of a tech-heavy start from our Terran. Meanwhile, back across the map for Jumi, oh god damn it, Jumi getting into his own gate cyber expand, standard opener from our Protoss player. I should also emphasize, I believe it was a couple of days ago. It wasn't even a week, I think. It was a couple of days ago, but For Jumi is no longer a thing. For Jumi has come and gone, and he has officially name changed to Jumi. I did say I was going to ask him about it. I actually don't know the story behind it, and I don't want to ask him mid-series. Maybe after this series, I'll slip into some DMs and I'll probe Jumi a little bit here as to the name change. I mean, I think it's just short for his actual name. I think his name is, it's like Julius, right? It's like it's like Julius and his last name starts with an M. But what happened to the 4? Where did it come from? Where did it go? Ah, Smoge. I mean, we've had worse name changes, right? We've had, you know, Radita. Radita. God. I can't believe that happened. Anyway, regardless, we're settling in. We're settling into our PvT. For now, it's going to be a Stargate opener out of Jumi. Meanwhile, Reaper Scout is for now denied. Reaper has yet to confirm what's going on. For all BabyMaRINE knows, it could be a Stargate, could be a Robo, could be a Twilight Council. The Terran is in the dark as to the tech of choice, as Reaper is zoned away. Meanwhile, we'll see if we do go Stargate to Phoenixes or Stargate into Oracle. We'll keep our eyes on Jumi. Meanwhile, across the map, the initial double gas opener leads into a 1-1-1. Early drop play, actually. Interesting. Going for early marine production into that early medevac. Tech lab is done on the factory. And we'll see if we get it into Cyclone production. No, never mind. Going for the first tank. Okay, tank is on the way. No safety Cyclone. And again, I'm sure a big reason for this is because BabyMaRINE did not scout the tech. He doesn't know what's going on. We see the Phoenixes on the way, and if he was aware, I'm sure we would be seeing Cyclones. Alas, anti-air is quite limited here for BabyMaRINE, and he's moving out with his first drop. Mass Marine, and a Widowmine. Now, we've spoken about this before, but this was popularized by some of the Korean Terran players a year ago, by Maru, by Byun. The role or the goal of this drop is to go into the mineral line to wreak havoc, to get probe kills. The Widowmine ideally does not go off on the mineral line, it goes off all the Stalkers instead. Pylon under fire, forces a recall. Adept say to respond. Pylon is going to go down, not bad. Marshal goes up, gets an Adept. One Adept goes down, Marines will evacuate, and the Phoenix is revealed. And upon seeing the Phoenix, immediately Cyclone. Cyclone production has begun. The first tank did already pop out, and BabyMaRINE is going to be reinforcing. Oh my god, he's committing! Does commit. Has the first tank. As a reminder, these Marines are vanilla. They do catch a Phoenix. Yeah, big overextension by Jumi. Lose one Phoenix already. You want the natural. Immortal's on the way. It's being chronoed as we speak. BabyMaRINE checks. There is no third. And that tank is getting within range here of the production. Bunkers on the way. Gateways under fire. Again, only 2 Phoenixes. They can't really engage. And BabyMaRINE is gaining ground. Takes down the shield battery. Shield battery falls. The Artosis Pylon. No, the Pylon. It's going to go down. Massive pickoff. The Stargate gets depowered. The Robo as well. Just in time. Tank gets lifted, but the Phoenix goes down. And it looks like BabyMaRINE, he might just have too much. I say that, the bunker didn't finish. Bunker did not finish in time. The bunker finishes, but the Marines get zoned away. Tank is still up and running. Medevac goes down. But the bunker does finish. And BabyMaRINE, he can just keep pushing. Okay, loads in. Loads in, tries to keep pushing. The Immortal does pop out though. And with the help of the Immortal, Jumi should be able to hold. Yeah, shuts down the Cyclone, shuts down the tank. Jumi holds. It was a messy fight. It was very messy. A lot of losses from both sides. Another Phoenix goes down. Brutal losses here for Jumi. Again, that was 4 Phoenixes. The Pylons, the shield batteries for 16 Marines, Cyclone, tank as well. Jesus. And almost even trade gas-wise at least. But BabyMaRINE is not done. Gets into the main. Delays mining time. Colossus production has begun. Jumi's still stuck on 2 bases. Economically, BabyMaRINE is ahead. He's on 2 CC with mules plus a 3rd base that's almost done. 3rd base just now starting for Jumi. And you could argue that really that's all that BabyMaRINE he was hoping for. Sure, he was able to trade well and pick up all the Phoenixes, but more importantly, he contained. He contained Jumi on 2 bases. Whereas ideally, the Protoss player wants to be up a base compared to the Terran. Oh, so it looks like there's a bit of lag. Again, if there is some latency, our players there, it's well within their right to pause and wait it out. Phoenixes added to the main. They catch a Viking. Oof, Viking for a Phoenix though. Ay. As BabyMaRINE is now landing his CC on location. Jumi is still just finishing up his own. BabyMaRINE up in workers. And now he's pushing, this time with Stim. Yeah, Stim, soon to be combat shields and +1 as well. Yeah, brutal +1 timing here is moving out. And Jumi, what does he have at home to defend? 2 Colossus. I mean, it's pretty good. He has 2 Colossus. Army gets spotted. Colossus, they engage. They shut down the first cyclone. They catch the tank. Ooh, hopping up though. Actually done by Baby Marine. Saves the tank. Gets the hell out of there. Does pull away. Baby Marine, he is holding. I need a shorter name for Baby Marine. Like for Gabe, you can just say Gabe. Like it's just 1 syllable. It's fine. It works. What's Baby Marine's name? What's it? As we engage. Oh. For now, Jimmy being zoned away. He's up to 3 Colossus. Rebuilding his Phoenix counts. Again, expensive losses here, expensive trades for Jimmy. Getting his proxy up and running. Reinforcing. There's only 1 tank behind this here for the Terran. Just 1 tank, but that's a lot of Marauders. Can Baby Marine engage? So far, tank gets lifted. Phoenixes, they dive in. Phoenixes go down, and it looks like the concave here is slightly better for the Terran. Takes out the Stalkers with the Colossus in the back line. Yeah, they're breaking through. At least they're trying to. Vikings going to be able to focus them down. Colossus getting very low. But the Stalker army will break through nonetheless. Pushing towards the natural. Ghosts are coming out. They get knocked down. Colossus still up and running. Oof. The Viking Force boys are being pulled. And Jumi looks like he might have just done it. 14, 15 SCV kills. Working his way towards the production, towards the Ghosts. Not quite though. Doesn't quite push into the main, but he's going for it. Yeah, he's going for the kill. Despite the Terran having the better economy, it may not matter. It just doesn't matter here as 24 SCVs go down. Baby Marine, he has 1 EMP available, but against 2 Colossus, it's not going to be enough. So many Colossus. The boys are pulled once again. Trying to hold on, takes out 1. 1 Colossus falls, but there's still 1 left. Gets an Immortal, not bad. Does snipe the Immortal. Jimmy rotating around, going for the 3rd. Base is exposed. He's going for another mineral line. Jimmy, he's doing it. He's pulling it off. Baby Marine coming in from behind. Gets up the Colossus. Okay, Colossus is exposed. Massive pickoff. And the Terran is holding. Can clean this up. Reinforcements coming in. Sentry goes down. Vikings land. But even if this army goes down, Jimmy, he's on a 3-base economy. He's perfectly fine behind this. Just needs time. Final Stalker's getting caught out. Jimmy's gonna get the hell out of here. Has to blink away. And back at it, what do we have? Oh, actually nothing. Oh. Jimmy, sure he has probes, that is true, but there's no Colossus. There's now a reinforcing Immortal. Phoenix is on the way. This is the army. 2 Zealots, soon to be 1 Immortal and 1 Phoenix. Baby Marine, he can pull this off. He has a massive army lead. So send it, Pappy, send it. But now the Terran's staying back at home. I mean, I don't blame him. He's trying to secure his 3rd. But if he waits a little bit too long, then he's going to allow Jumi to recover. So Jumi, he's slowly warping in more Stalkers. Baby Marine, he did snipe the Observer. Jumi's in the dark. He's in the dark, trying to build up. Trying to recover. Disruptors are on the way. Let's go. A very high risk, high reward. I mean, again, Disruptors, they are not quite as effective anymore in this matchup. They no longer one-shot Marauders. At least full HP Marauders, I should emphasize. As the Terran does move out, again, he still maintains that army supply lead. But here come the Novas. Oh! Goes to dive. Nova goes off. Nice split. Nova does connect towards the end though. 1 Nova connects, the other less so. Baby Marine, he can still just keep pushing. He's pushing in towards that natural. same time, Jumi going for a Zealot run by. Does get the reinforcements. Robo gets depowered just in time. Jumi, can he deal with this? And with these charges, he barely can. Forces the pickup. And goes to the mineral line. Likewise across the map, Zelt's still wreaking havoc. But that's 15 probes going down. Jumi, he had the worker lead for so long, but not anymore. And then Marauders, they can hold their own. They take down the final Zealots, going for the Stalkers. And then the Immortal. Oh, as it looks like there is a lag spike here. Ah. Not like this. No. Feels bad, man. But Jumi, it looks like he's lagging out a little bit here. Meanwhile, across the map, SCVs are falling. They're finally going down. But that was a brutal fight for Jumi. And they are coming back in. HeRoMaRinE moving forward. Never going to be going up. Up. And it won't quite connect. Popping up here from HeRoMaRinE. And from here, he backs off, he reinforces, he finally dealt with all the Zealots. Took some time, don't get me wrong, and GG gets called. It's just too much to handle, and HeRoMaRinE will take game number 1. GG. A very back and forth game here. Unfortunate that latency may have affected or influenced the game itself. There were definitely some rough moments for both players, for sure, but GG. GG well played at HeRoMaRinE. He will take a series here, or sorry, he will take a lead in the series. We'll take game 1. We are getting ready for game number 2. Still very close though, still very chaotic, and I want to believe that we can force the ace match here. I do think that both Jumi and HeRoMaRinE are quite close in skill, so I'd love to see an ace match, but the pressure is on. Pressure is on Jumi. Meanwhile, I believe HeRoMaRinE versus Ryung is underway? Question mark? Or may have concluded. We will figure that out. Looks like it has. Okay, yeah, we have confirmation. I was concerned because I saw they were out of game. So I was concerned they were still waiting. But yes, Ryung did take down HeRoMaRinE 2-0. So this is the final series of round 1. And then we'll be following HeRoMaRinE into his series versus Serral. So that is up next. Up next on the channel is going to be Serral versus HeRoMaRinE. We'll get there. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the Italian Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Streamer Zone, leading the series 1-0. One more game is all he needs to claim the series. It is HeRoMaRinE. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the German Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone, as well as their teammates. It is Jumi. Catching up. Just catching up in the chats. Only top 2 out of 6 advanced. Yes, the group stage is brutal. We spoke about this before. As Jumi is moving out across the map. Oh, as we will be experiencing some more lag here, unfortunately. Again, we're more than happy to pause. More than happy to. But as is being stated in the chat, the group stage here is so brutal. You have 6 players. You have 6 players in the group, and only 2 will advance on. So even if you have these big hitters, these big names, like it's very cutthroat, and not easy to make it into the playoffs. And as is being stated as well, like we have had some upsets, or we have had some otherwise favored players already being knocked out of the tournament. And we're here to find out the final two players to make it into those playoffs. As a reminder, this is a 3-day event. 3-day events, 2 days for the groups and tomorrow for the playoffs. we jump back in.
Game resumed.
Yeah, I did notice someone else saying as well, and I do agree. The fact that like no one is more upset about this than Dennis, right? Like the owner of Take TV or Take himself, like to invest so much into hosting an event like this, and for it to be plagued by like issues that are kind of outside of your control. It's like, well, yeah, it's I'm sure an awful feeling. So. My heart goes out to Dennis, definitely. I mean, like, I mean, even us here, like, I feel horrible whenever, like, the stream goes down. Even today, for those who don't know, at the start of the stream, I felt it was so bad. Sort of rated, like, shout out to Sort of, by the way. Sort of, he rated us with, like, 200 viewers, and then our stream died. It's like, oh, goodbye, everyone. Like, it was, I don't like this. But our stream did go down once at the very start, and it's not a good feeling. And of course, I would imagine even worse for Dennis right now. So my heart goes out to him. But now, though, we're settling in. We are settling into game 2. So now we are going for a more economic opener this time.
Game
as we do have, once again, another lag spike. But quickly touching on the openers, if you remember, we'll wait for us to get back into it before talking about the game. Just catching up in the chat. Spirit second place in Group E. Yeah. Spirit making it through as well. Crazy results. Who gave this baby a gun? Oh, no. Yeah, we'll find out what our admin's decision is going to be as well. Like, the reality is, like, there's a lot of, like, compounding effects to what's going on. One, the groups are taking longer than usual because of that, and it's getting quite late in Europe. Actually, what time is it? Europe time. 9 p.m. Yeah, I mean, I think we've been in situations like this before, where we just power through it up until like 2, 3 a.m. in the morning and just play out all the matches. But and we'll see if there's like a consensus made about some of these series. We'll see. Apparently a fiber line was cut earlier. Oh. I mean, that may be influencing this. It's possible. Definitely possible. Is Serral playing right now? We already casted Serral's match. Serral is not playing at the moment. Serral, he is waiting for his series. I mentioned before that basically after for Jumi versus HeRoMaRinE, then we cast Serral versus HeRoMaRinE. So right now, Serral, he's waiting for his opponent. Waiting for our Terran player here. So that is what's going to be next year on the channel. Is going to be up next. Just as a heads up. But I guess for now we might just go on a short break. Let's see. Let's see what happens. I hope that I have to be careful listening to the mainstream because they play copyrighted music. But I hope they've been having some fun, like, outside of these games as well. Like, usually, I mean, that's the best thing about HomeStory Cup, right? Is that because you have all these players together, you can, you know, do some fun activities outside of just the game. Oh.
Game resumed.
As we are jumping back in. Let's go. Ooh, jumping back into the game. And where were we? Oh, yeah. It's going over the openers. So this time, if you remember, game 1, it was a double gas opener, double gas into a 1-1-1, into an early tank push. This time, it's going to be a Rax expand, single gas opener into a more delayed factory, delayed setup here, delayed second gas. So something a lot more economic this time from HeRoMaRinE, as the CC is just now finishing. From this going into reactor to Hellion production. Interesting. Back at home, Jumi does mix it up himself. Last time he went for a Stargate opener into Phoenixes, which honestly wasn't amazing. He lost so many Phoenixes throughout the early into mid game as well. This time is going for Blink Stalkers instead. Now I'm assuming it's Blink, as the Twilight Council is just now finishing up. Technically this could be like a charge based all-in or like a DT based opener, but it should be Blink, I would imagine. Okay, that goes down. Blink is on the way. So we have confirmation. It's going to be Blink here out of Jumi, but we'll see how many gateways get thrown down. Is it going to be 2-gate Blink, 3-gate Blink, or 4-gate Blink Stalker? And one build's more economic than the other. One more aggressive and all-in. Or committed, I should say. Adept trades against the Hellions. Do you see HeRoMaRinE opening up Hellion into a Widowmine drop? Widowmines are amassing. This is going to be a little bit more committed, though. It is a later drop, but there's going to be 4 Widowmines in total. That's a lot of mines. And this is a very old-school build, something that we haven't seen in quite some time. The reason for this, if you recall, Widowmine drops were nerfed, was it like 2 patches ago, around the start of the year? But Widowmines were nerfed, and after that, despite the fact that Widowmine openers were so common and so meta in TVP, they kind of died out. They died out over time. It is now easier to respond, to split, and to avoid damage. So this is a risky maneuver here by HeRoMaRinE. We'll see if it pays off. As it does move out. Observer does spot the medevac. Jumi is aware. He's walled up here at the natural. Widowmine drop in, going for the Stalkers, going for the mineral land as well. So far, Jumi does pull away. Pulls away in time. Stalkers going down. 2 probes fall. Only 2. Up! They stack up. They stack. No! Oh my god, that could have been so much worse. that could have been disastrous. Widowmine shell goes off and veers off towards the left-hand side. Only 4 probe kills. Jumi holds. Whew. Jumi does hold on. Thankfully. Again, if HeRoMaRinE had retargeted there, he could have gotten the mineral line. It was crazy just how much stacking that was going on there. Regardless, Jumi holds. Goes for a counterattack. How many gateways? We have 2 gateways here at the natural. 2 gateways in the main. 4-gate Blink. 4-gate Blink Stalker. Massive counterattack moving out. What is there at home to defend? We have 1 tank on the low ground. What about the main? Tank is barely sieging up in time. Does siege up. Stalkers push in. Boys are being pulled. And can the Terran hold on? Tank goes down. But so many Stalkers as well. Okay, he holds. HeRoMaRinE, he is holding on. Shuts down so many Stalkers. The tank may have fallen, but he defends. Does manage to defend. Observer barely escapes. Oh, just barely. Out of skin range. Stalkers, they dive back in. Is there another tank? No, we have an add-on on the way. Oh, God. Oh, no. A little bit too greedy here for HeRoMaRinE. Going for an add-on swap. No more tanks. There's 1 tank left. Does rotate over. So far, so good. At the same time, Widowmine drop across the map. Nice response here by Jumi. Does split. Does get away. And behind this, Jumi not just taking his 3rd base, but going for a Dark Shrine as well. The Banshees, they hit the main. They also scout the Dark Shrine. Yeah, the Terran knows. Does spot it. 7 probes already. As the Observer does arrive. And you can see HeRoMaRinE responding with missile turrets. Turrets are on the way, 1 in the main, 1 at the natural. As I say that, Stalkers are pulling HeRoMaRinE apart. Jumi, he's popping off. We want 4 to 5 SCVs. Armies late to rotate. The Marine goes down. Stalkers back into the main, getting more SCVs. Oh my god. No! Prism goes down. Massive pickoff. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, rough recall there for Jumi. Losing the War Prism, losing all the Stalkers. As it settles, where exactly are we? So Jumi, he's on 3 bases. True, he can make 3 probes at a time. Meanwhile, Baby Marine back across the map, just now starting his own 3rd base. So is in a rough economic position. Currently, Baby Marine, he is up in SCVs, but he's also oversaturated. He's heavily oversaturated here on 2 bases. His 3rd is late. So Baby Marine is not actually making use of his economy, but he's harassing across the map. Ooh. Getting another 3 probes. Denying mining at the 3rd. And this is making up for the lack of 3rd base for the Terran. More Stalkers going down. And the main army is in favor of Baby Marine. He's got plenty of Marines, Marauders. Is moving out. And Jumi is not ready for this. No shield batteries. No shield batteries to defend. He scans ahead of time, sims in, likes what he sees. And he even just settled for the expansion. Denies the warp in. The Immortals have arrived. But they're exposed. The Immortals are exposed. He gets 1. Oh, he tries to. And picks up one Immortal. Pulls away. Nice time for the medevac. Jumi, he holds. Saves the expansion. Barely holds on. Forces the Terran back. Baby Marine now taking his 3rd. And now we can calm things down. We can settle in. I will say the Terran's still ahead though. Getting his 3rd base saturated. Likewise, Jumi moving out. With only 1 Immortal, I'm not so sure he can break this. And not into this kind of minefield. And Jumi has to back up. Trying to engage. Leading out all these Zealots. And Baby Marine, he wants that Immortal. Yeah, the army gets pinned, it gets cornered. Immortal goes down. Not like this. And Baby Marine, he just targets down as many sources as he can. Picks up, gets out of there, saves the medevac, saves the army. The minefield is still set up. Speaking of, Mitchell to go up, massive EMPs. GG, well played. It's just too much to handle, and Baby Marine will take the series 2-0. Will take down Jumi. GG. GG, well played. Rough game there for Jumi, and really unfortunate as well, of course, when it comes to the tech issues, when it comes to the latency that did impact the game as well. Yeah, it is, again, heartbreaking to see, but regardless, Baby Marine, he will take it. What I will say, though, is that, again, I hope Jumi isn't too disheartened. I know it can be really frustrating playing with ping like that, but he didn't look too bad at all against Baby Marine. It was getting very scrappy between the 2 players, especially Game 1. Here in Game 2, a little bit less so, just because Jumi was so committed and he wasn't quite able to do enough damage across the map with his 4 Gapeling Stalker. Regardless, GG, well played. And with that, we can now get ready for the next round. Now get ready here. Up next should be Baby Marine versus Serral. Oh boy. Now players, of course, they need some time to get their vetoes underway, so we'll take a couple of moments here, a couple of minutes for our players to get that going. Otherwise, we have our next series. So we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have, hopefully, Serral versus Baby Marine. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the third round of... No, my apologies. The second round, the third series that we're covering here of Group D of HomeStory Cup 26. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the Italian Terran player. Representing Streamer Zone, it is HeRoMaRinE. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the red Zerg player from Finland. Representing Basilisk, it is Serral. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. As, of course, we have one heavy hitter that is primed to advance on in first place. And that is, of course, our Terran. Kappa, Serral. Serral, of course, is the highest seeded player in the group. And it's going to be difficult here for anyone to really bring him down and put a dent in the armor. I want to believe that some of these players can. I mean, hey, even the previous series between Serral and a Laser was, I mean, there was definitely opportunities there for a Laser as well. He was able to hold his own at times, did go down 0-2, but, you know, didn't look too bad in the process. You know, he was able to hold his own and did have an impressive showing in that ZVZ. We'll see if HeRoMaRinE can do something similar here. Best of luck. Best of luck. Again, when it comes to some of the other matches, I believe Hearthstone versus a Laser is currently going on the mainstream. I believe they're covering that PvZ. Likewise, there's also Hearthstone Laser? Yeah, there's Hearthstone Laser. Likewise, there's also Jumi versus Ryung, also ongoing as well. For now, we're settling in. Now it is going to be a Rax Expand economic opener here, or standard opener by HeRoMaRinE, moving out with the Reaper. Meanwhile, we do see Serral back at home and going for a hatch gas pool. So far, so good. SV's coming in with a scout. Reaper not too far behind as it now spawns in. HeRoMaRinE, he does confirm the hatch timing, is aware that it's looking like a standard opener, no early pool. Or no earlier hatch either. So far, so good. So far, so good. Now, we have seen so far here in today's, even last night's groups as well, that whenever we see a lesser player go up against one of the heavy hitters, we do often see all-ins. We see a lot of all-ins, see a lot of cheese. I'm curious if HeRoMaRinE will do the same, or if he does try to flex his macro against Serral instead. It's possible. It is possible. For now, third CC. Let's go! Third CC before starport. Economic build here by HeRoMaRinE, working towards the mid-game. At least the mid-game. Now, Ley Lines is not the worst map to go for something like an 8 rack, so we could still see a 3 base all in from HeRoMaRinE. For now, though, a little bit too early to tell as we're settling into our 1-1-1. Starport is on the way. Add-on swap into Hellion production. Should be seeing a Tech Lab into Banshees into Cloak. So a very economic and standard opener out of HeRoMaRinE. Reaper looking for a way in. So far, so good. Serral is keeping up. Serral is zoning away. Now, when it comes to Serral's ZVT, something that we did notice and we did take note of and we saw quite popularized by Serral throughout WTL and EWC as well, is that Serral, he was very fond of roach play in this matchup. Very fond of it. It's a very safe way to play this matchup as well. And it does feel like, especially in the latest patch, that roach play is going to be incentivized that much more in the new patch, in the new meta. We'll see if that's the case here against HeRoMaRinE. The reason why I say that is because queens are a little bit more expensive. You're going to have less queens to defend, and roaches early on, they're just a really secure, safe way to survive the early game, to make sure you minimize losses against Hellions, to maintain yourself getting into the mid game. But we'll see. As for the time being, we do have our initial 100 gas. Things they scatter across the map. Hellions are moving out. Cloak is being researched here with the Banshee. And speaking of roaches, yep, there it is. Roaches are on the way. Again, this is just Serral's go-to. Again, if you are watching Serral at EWC or WTL, the most recent like big events with Serral, he did go roaches every game against Terran. I mentioned this before. This is also why I really appreciate Raynor. Why I really appreciate Raynor in ZVT, because something that was fun about his matches versus Clem is that Raynor did often skip roaches. He would often embrace Ling Bane, something that, again, it's more of a rarity nowadays at this level of play. Like, a lot of Zerg players have embraced roach play, whether it's Serral, whether it's Dark, Shin as well. When I think of Ling Bane players, I think more Raynor and Raynor and Solar. They're the two that most often embrace it. But now HeRoMaRinE sharking around, looking for a way in. Roach Warren is done. And we should just be seeing a handful of roaches here just to maintain ourselves. This isn't going to be like a big commitment into a roach all-in or anything like that. Just a very safe way to play. So Hellions, they do rotate over towards the third. Serral, his Lings are a little bit out of position. Lings are late to respond. Hellions get behind the mineral line. They roast up a couple of workers, but they will be locked down. 3 drones for the entire Hellion line here. Not quite worth it. That was how many? That was 6 Hellions and 1 Reaper for 3 drones. Ay, ay, ay. Better defense here from Serral. Does defend. Banshees will arrive, but I mean, now there's no Hellions to distract the queens. I mean, ideally, you do use them in unison. You have the Hellions to distract the queens to drag them out of position, then the Banshees come in, but now the Hellions are gone, and now it's that much easier to deal with these Banshees. Roach speed is on the way, +1 range, +1 carapace. Now, this usually leads into into potentially +2 range, then into +1 melee, into Ling Bane, Roach Ravager. For now, just Roach Ravager. Into an Infestation Pit. Now, Serral, he can take in a couple of different directions. Either, as I mentioned, he can go Roach Ravager into Ling Bane, into the mid-game, into a more robust army. Or he could try to rush into a Hive and rush into Hydras and then Lurkers. But we have our answer. Baneling Nest. Baneling Nest has been thrown down, so it is going to be a Ling Bane follow-up. Meanwhile, across the map, HeRoMaRinE, he is secure on 3 bases. But Serral, he has successfully been able to join up to 84. It's insane how much greed Serral got away with. Again, I was a little bit concerned with the Hellion dive because there were no roaches to defend. Despite going for a roach opener, Serral didn't make any roaches whatsoever. He just droned so heavily, and he got away with so much. Again, 80 workers already, and now Serral can focus on producing army. Like, his macro has been insane. Or I should say, the amount of droning that he's been able to get away with is insane. Got away with a lot of droning. And now Serral is just focused purely on roach production. Drops have arrived, but Serral, he has an army to work with now. That window where he was vulnerable has come and gone. It has come and gone. Drop is deflected. Serral massing on more lings, getting into baneling speed. Getting into that ling bane. And on this trajectory, I mean, it looks like Serral is going to be the first to max. Quite soon. Serral is trying to keep up with the drop play. Banshees do rotate. Hive is done. Adrenals on the way. Viper production as well. Banshees, they do catch a queen. 4-1 Banshee, though. HeRoMaRinE moving out with his main army. Taking a 4th base behind this. Again, this is not an 8-Rax. It's not a 3-base all-in. Does engage, but here come the Banelings. Tanks are caught on siege. Yeah, tanks are going down. Most of the Banelings do fall, but it's just pure Marine. There's just not enough here. At the same time, double drop into the main. Serral out of position. Drones could go down, but Roaches are not too far behind. They do keep up. Yeah, 1 queen goes down, but what about the workers? Yeah, they kept safe and sound. They kept alive. The drops are deflected, and Serral's maxed. It's crazy. Again, because of all that droning that Serral got away with, I mean, now he's maxed out here at the 9-minute mark. And defending this low ground 4th base, it's going to be a tough ask for HeRoMaRinE. We'll see if he can pull this off. He will need some SimCity. Bunkers, depots. For now, he's moving out and he's pushing into a maxed out army. Tank is caught on siege. 1 tank goes down instantly. Not like this. Another tank gets surrounded. Serral backs off. It was a strong start for the Zerg. Getting 2 tanks. Marines, they stem in. Ultra Cavern's on the way. So Serral going Ling Bane Roach Ravager into Ultra. So going for a Ling run by. Moves that across the map. HeRoMaRinE abusing the center base. Does deny mining. Nicely done. Denies mining. Lings, they get across the map. They catch reinforcements. Marines are going down. Ooh, nice snipe on the Viper. The Lings, they shut down the depots. They go further into the natural as well. Decent defense though here from HeRoMaRinE. He doesn't lose many SCVs at all. But his reinforcements are still being caught up. Bathing run by being set up here at the 3rd. And HeRoMaRinE, he is heavily supply blocked. Ay. 5 depots on the way. He's trying to break out of this. It's still supply blocked, by the way. There we go, just now breaking out. Bailey's roll in. They knock down the depot wall. Speaking of getting supply blocked, he's still supply blocked. Not like this. He just wants depots. Leave them alone. Yeah, as the run bys just keep on coming. Links towards the 3rd, towards the 4th, into the natural. Killing more SCVs. And then the main armies clash at the same time. Oh. So far, HeRoMaRinE holding his own. Forcing back the army. Miles, they connect. Shut down the lid. Ultras are on the way. 21 SCVs going down, and HeRoMaRinE is just being pulled apart. Again, just not enough at home to defend. He was committed, and now he's just running out of steam. Again, his move-outs and his engagements, they weren't looking too bad. But there's just no longevity in this army. Not anymore. Another tank falls. HeRoMaRinE still has a comparable army, but now the Ultras have been revealed. The Ultras are moving in. Nice target firing though on the Bailings. Very nicely done. Shuts all the Bailings down, but what about the Ultras? 1 Ultra falls. Mate, who needs Ghosts? I mean, Ghosts are on the way, that will help. Ghosts are in production. Ling run by once again, ensuring no mining here at the 3rd. Slipping into the natural. Burrow is done. So we got a couple more SCVs. Unburrowing once again. We're just waiting for Serral to collapse in. I believe, does he have any Vipers? He does. They're gathering energy. We're waiting for those Vipers. The Ultras, they're not going to wait. They commit. The Banelings head for the Planetary. Tank goes down. Ultras, they buy time. The Ultras are going to be cleaned up, but they get the base. The the Planetary does fall. GG gets called, and Serral takes game number 1. GG. As he does snowball out of control there. Again, Serral, he just got away with so much droning so early on, and it was never quite punished. Was never quite punished for it. As we are setting up our lobby here for game 2. Un momento. Beautiful. Here we go. But yeah, if you recall, he droned up to 86 in the first, what was it, like 6-7 minutes? Again, that was the moment when HeRoMaRinE, he was trying to harass with Hellions, and there was potential, I want to say, there was potential with that harassment, but he actually committed. He dove into the third base, he dove into the mineral line, he lost everything. Remember, that was before the Banshees arrived. The Banshees, they were lagging behind a little bit, and after one fell, the other just did even less damage, and Serral, he got away with murder, essentially. He got away with so much economy, so much greed, that he snowballed from there. And he was in control from that moment forward, but now we're getting into game 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the Finnish Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Basilisk. Leading the series 1-0. It is Serral. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the Blue Terran player, the Italian Terran representing Streamer Zone. It is HeRoMaRinE. We go. This is also why, if you remember, if you were watching the EWC games, Clem got so good at punishing Serral's greed. Specifically, if you recall, Clem would very often not actually open up 3CC. Clem would often open up 111. What does that mean? That means earlier Hellion aggression, earlier Banshee aggression as well, and Clem was just so good at actually breaking Serral before he could really get into the mid game. As Serral was droning, as he was trying to get away with Queen defense, he would often be punished for it, as he was often skipping Lings and skipping Roaches and cutting corners. So yeah, that's kind of where Clem really did excel. It was what I was most impressed by at the Esports World Cup. And it's definitely something that you have to be on top of here when you're up against a player of the caliber of Serral, is punishing the greed and staying on top of the economy. And we'll see if HeRoMaRinE can rise to the challenge. We'll see. It's not an easy task whatsoever. But now, Hatch Gas Pool. And again, I expect a similar kind of game state here by Serral, going into a third base, going into a Roach Warren, droning up, and getting away with greed. We'll see if Serral does change gears and switch things up. I don't expect him to, but we'll keep an eye on Serral. Likewise, at HeRoMaRinE, does he go for something more aggressive? Does he go for another third CC, or does he go for a faster starport instead? Into a heavier Hellion count. For now, Factory's on the way. Reaper moves out. Does move out across the map, hoping to delay the third if at all possible. Drone is in position, and third base gets run down. So far, just a clean opener here out of Serral. Gets third, dancing with the Reaper. Queen pops out, and Serral holds. Serral does hold. Once again, HeRoMaRinE, he is going 3CC. That's a third CC before start port. Yeah, there we go. For a moment, I thought I saw a second factory. I was shocked for a moment. But no. 3CC. So the same build as game 1. This should be going into Hellions, into Banshees. And once again, Serral will have the opportunity to go into a heavier drone count and try to get away with cutting with cutting units, cutting lanes, and cutting roaches. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Getting ahead of ourselves here. But now Starport is on the way. There's our tech lab. That should be for the add-on swap for Banshee production. With this opener, we could also technically see an armory. If Baby Marine wanted to be a little bit more aggressive here, we could see like a variation of a Hellbat push. For now, though, just calming things down. Building up more Hellions. Banshee production has begun. There's the add-on swap. We'll see if he commits into Cloak. Yep, speaking of, there it is. Cloak is on the way. Meanwhile, there's a safety Roach run from Serral, as we mentioned. That's kind of what we expect here. Tumor went down, not bad. Does snipe the Creep Tumor. And hopefully Baby Marine isn't tempted to dive in prematurely again. Which we just gotta calm things down a little bit, just maintain control. And bring it all together. Overlord dives in. Serral, he confirms the third CC into Banshee, into Cloak. Is aware. Rocks are being knocked down. Hellions have amassed. Dancing with the Queens, going for the dive. Oh! He wants one. Doesn't quite get it. Gets a little hit. Slings, they come in from behind, attempting us around. And the turn backs up. Wants none of that. Goes away, spots the Lings. Blair's on the way for Serral. Joining up his third. Still no Roach production. Bold move. Relying so far on Ling Queen. Baby Marine, he does throw down extra racks, is getting up to 5. Getting to a 5 rack setup. I feel like this wouldn't be a bad map for something like an 8 racks. Banshees have racks, he wants the Queens! He wants them! Does push forward, Clutch Transfuse, saves the Queen. But it will still go down. One Queen falls. The Lings take him in first round, and they will collapse here on the Hellions. Yeah, they're not going to get out. Mass around. Ay, ay, ay. And with that, Serral holds. Now he can drone. Now, this time, Serral did invest into extra Lings. This time, I mean, that was 13 Lings going down. If you remember, previously, Serral, he was on a very light Ling count to join up that much harder. But Serral, he's already getting up to, yeah, he's getting up to 80. I mean, after killing all those Hellions, there's nothing to stop him. There's nothing to really hold him back. And Serral, he is now up to 78, soon to be 82 drones. Back at home, Baby Marine, he's building up, working on 1-1. Serral already teching, Bailey Nest, Infestation Pits, into Hive Tech. And it does feel like Serral, he's gotten through the worst of it. Like, he's survived and he's gotten into his drone count, his economy. Not just that, but I mean, he has access to the gold, so even a boosted economy. And a Baby Marine is taking a 4th. So he's not going for a 3-base hold-in, he's going for a 4th base. Once again, macro game here at a Baby Marine. I mean, I do respect it, definitely. Like, okay, let's go. Wants to take it to the macro game here, but Serral's in a pretty good position here. Is the problem. He's looking quite comfortable. Now focusing on his Ling Bane. Baneling speed is on the way. Lings are amassing. So he needs to knock down these rocks to actually protect the gold. Meanwhile, Baby Marine coming in for a double drop. Roaches are keeping up. And Queens as well. Drop is deflected. Throwing out more rocks. Again, so important here that he does gain access to the center area. Not just to protect his base, but also to try to punish the base of Baby Marine. If he does go for the gold. Meanwhile, Baby Marine going for a split push. Double jump towards the north, and double jump towards the south. We'll see if we can pull Serral apart. Serral's still droning. Jeez. Jesus. Okay. Still droning up. Again, Serral, he's ready for this. The gold. Where's the pickup? Baby Marine going for his own. But that's what the Queen's Roaches and Ravagers is going to be for. Hive is done. Viper's already on the way. And Serral, he's about to max out. He's about to max. He spots the expansion. He's getting ready. More Ravagers morphing in. I mean, he does threaten the stim. Sees the army. Serral ready for a run by. Upgrades are on the way. I guess the one upside here for HeRoMaRinE is that the melee upgrades are going to be delayed here for Serral because of the roach opener. Hydrogen on the way, okay. Not ultras this time. Headed towards hydras and lurkers as well, instead. Now there's Rugs, the Vipers have arrived, going for the tanks. He gets both. Yeah, both tanks go down. Army gets cleaned up. Mining is delayed. Got strong start for Serral. He is maxed. Link's coming from behind. If you're curious, the reason why Serral had to break down those rocks himself is because the creep was keeping them alive. As a heads up, if you spread creep here, you can save those massive tumors. Can save them. Ooh, oh my god! 7 SCV kills, late to react, late to respond. Oh my god. Another tank falls. Still even dragging the Banshees into the Spore. Lurker Den's on the way. So getting ready for that Lurker tech.
Sequences spun. Swarm mutated.
Another tank. Fire army rotates around. There's no tank support. Have to pull back. Nice power bomb. Nice splits here from HeRoMaRinE. Does pull away. Does pull away in time. HeRoMaRinE, he's about to max out himself. He's holding on. He's holding his own. So it's another tank. And we're waiting for that eventual Hydro Lurker switch. He's getting there. HeRoMaRinE taking a 4th, or 5th even. So he snipes a Liberator. Has yet to knock down those rocks. Rotating around instead. HeRoMaRinE does get a base. Not bad. Gets an expansion. He's got some Marines. Not a bad trade here for the Terran. As tanks start getting picked up. 2 tanks on the lid. Nice snipes there. And again, even though HeRoMaRinE has kind of in a way stumbled his way into the mid game, he's here. He's maxing out. Getting into ghost production. And really, HeRoMaRinE, he's hoping for Serral to overextend into him. That's why we're seeing, you know, these Warlocks. These planetaries, these siege lines. Babies roll in. The ghosts! Oh my god. Massive connections. That was how many? That was 3 ghosts going down. Again, Serral can afford these trades. Serral building up his bank, taking the fringe expansions, rotating over. I mean, you can also see how difficult it is to actually break these fringe bases from the Terran side. Like Serral, he just can't really break in, but he can deny any further expansions. Which is going to be a bigger problem here. Yo, let's go. Frenzy on the way. Researching lunge. Oh god. Oh god. Serral just freeing up supply. He's got too many queens. Feels bad, man. Link being rolling in. Down these depots. Going for the tank. Tank goes down. Production under fire. Snipes the factory just barely towards the end. HeRoMaRinE, though, he's still holding. It's supply block, but it's okay. Copian. As he's at least looking quite secure here towards the south. I mean, I say that, the tanks are exposed. Where are the Marines? Where's the bio? The tanks are going down. Bailey's going to rush in towards the planetary. They get behind it. It's the mineral line. Planetary will go down. And HeRoMaRinE is going to be stuck on 4 bases. The 5th is denied. And again, that's the win condition here for Serral. Deny any bases and take down the fringe base as well. Starve HeRoMaRinE out. HeRoMaRinE, he has a mineral bank, but less so a gas bank. That's all that Serral needs to do, outside of just maintaining his own expansions. Dives in, he gets it, oh no! Gets us around! And the ghost out of position, ay ay ay. That was what, 8 ghosts falling. The tanks as well. HeRoMaRinE here overextends. I'm afraid to look. Ah. That was 10 ghosts. Oh. It's Serral's turn to throw away his spellcasters. Unfortunately, he didn't have 10 Vipers. Unfortunately. So not the most even of trades, but a trade nonetheless. As HeRoMaRinE rolls in. Going for the bases, going for the planetary. And we'll take down another 12 SCVs. Meanwhile, mineral line is exposed. We'll get away. Oh! Barred Bailings! Bailings pop up. And HeRoMaRinE is just being pulled apart. Massive connections. Another ghost goes down. And what's scary here is that Serral, you just do that again. You can just remax, do that again and again and again. And just make sure that HeRoMaRinE cannot mine through that expansion. Heavily oversaturated. Nothing here at the 5th. Nice mine shot. Does connect. So he breaks through nonetheless. Doesn't even matter. Takes out all the tanks. Okay, does pull away from the high ground. Does pull away. Going for the CC. Does get it. Oh no! Not again. Don't donate the Vipers. Okay, so at least saves him this time. He pulls away. Let's go. Saves the Vipers. Both players are maxed out, but one is not quite like the other. Serral has a bank. Taking every base on the map. HeRoMaRinE knows. Serral dives in. Nice spread here with the Link Vein. He collapses on the army, takes out the CC once again, going for the mineral line, and there's no escape. Not this time. Army gets zoned back, and all these SCVs are falling. GG gets called, and Serral snowballs out of control, taking the series 2-0, taking down HeRoMaRinE. GG. GG, well played here. Shout out to HeRoMaRinE, though. Again, what I was curious about coming into the series was whether or not HeRoMaRinE would be more aggressive and more assertive and go for these all-ins. Alas, that is not what we saw. We saw HeRoMaRinE both in Game 1 and in Game 2 go for the macro game, go for some more standard setups here instead. Did try to hold his own against Serral, and there were definitely some moments here and there, but for the most part, Serral, he was in control of these games. Both in Game 1 and in Game 2, Serral, he was able to drone up past 80, up to 86 plus workers, and once he got into that economy, I mean, he just had map control. He had map control. We saw that HeRoMaRinE, for the most part, he was just stuck at home defending time and time again, and never really had the freedom to move out and be active on the map and really threaten the bases of Serral. Like, ideally, I mean, these fringe bases that Serral was expanding to, ideally you do want some pressure there, but because Serral just had so much map control, it just never really let that happen, as it was just constantly in HeRoMaRine's face. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Serral, he will claim the series, and now we are getting ready for what comes next. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. Let's quickly refresh and figure out where we are. Here we go. Okay. With that, we have the first 2 rounds finishing up. We have Serral taking down... Oh, hold on. There we go. We have Serral taking down HeRoMaRinE 2-0. We also have Ryung takes down Jumi 2-0, and a Laser takes down HeRoMaRinE 2-0. Oh my god, 2-0s all around. A Laser, big win there over HeRoMaRinE. And now we're getting ready for the third round. We have Serral versus Jumi, Ryung versus a Laser, and HeRoMaRinE versus HeRoMaRinE. As the group stage is slowly filling out here. If you're curious, what is our next series? We're going to be following the Terran. We're going to be following our Italian Terran player here, HeRoMaRinE, into HeRoMaRinE. A TVP. So we're taking a break from Serral. We have been casting a lot of Serral's matches, but from here on we will take a break. Actually, I think that was the last Serral game we cast here. Yes, that was the last Serral game that we're casting on the channel, at least here tonight. Moving forward, we're going to be following some of the other players instead. So HeRoMaRinE versus HeRoMaRinE is up next. That is going to be followed by a Laser versus Jumi and HeRoMaRinE versus Jumi. As a heads up. That is the plan. So 3 series remaining. Let's go. As vetoes are underway, and we will soon be jumping into our TVP. Let's catch up. Let us catch up. Is there another stream to watch Serral? I believe some of these other matches should be on the main stream. I think up next, Ryung versus a Laser is going to be on the main stream. I believe they're covering that. Serral versus Jumi, it'll come down to another language stream stepping into that. Serral versus HeRoMaRinE and Serral versus Ryung. I do think a lot of those matches are going to be on the mainstream. So check out Take TV on Twitch. They will be covering, I believe, the remaining Serral matches, if that is what you are looking for. Otherwise, again, we're going to be hosting some of these other players instead. Otherwise, until then, we're going to be going on a break. Cast Serral, please. As Kuro was stating in the chat, yes, we don't really have control over what we're casting here. They are assigned to us, but it's all good. It's all good. Amazing players nonetheless. Thank you so much for your casting. Oh, gracias, gracias. You're welcome, you're welcome. It is 8 a.m. I'll give you some updates. It's 8 a.m. here in Australia, 8 a.m. Let's go. Let's go. It's actually getting a little bit hot as well. So, we'll be opening some windows. Ventilating the house. For now, though, again, we're going to be going on that break. When we come back, we should be hosting HeRoMaRinE and HeRoMaRinE, the captain himself. Let's go. See you soon. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the remainder here of Group D. We are halfway through the group stage, or halfway through Group D, I should emphasize, and we are jumping into our TVP. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the Italian Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Streamer Zone. It is HeRoMaRinE. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player from the land of the Netherlands, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is HeRoMaRinE. Finally, we're able to feature HeRoMaRinE for the first time tonight. The captain is here. He is ready to go, and so far he's had a bit of a harder time in the group stage, but it's still early on in the groups. We still have 3 rounds left, and we'll see if he can advance on, if he can make his way through the groups here into the upper echelons of the players in Group D. We'll see. As HeRoMaRinE, he does move out, going for the initial single gas opener. And with this SCV, he can go for the eBay block. Yeah, he's going for the eBay. SCV will slip in, and we'll see how much progression he can get going with this engineering bay, as it is thrown down. Now, the way this works, of course, is ideally HeRoMaRinE, he wants to pull out just before the eBay is done. HeRoMaRinE, he will check the low ground, and he will get eyes on the would-be eBay block. And he responds. He responds with 3 more probes. So far, so good. HeRoMaRinE forcing a reaction, forcing delayed mining. eBay gets around 70% of the way done. Oh! You can see the SCV trying to come in, but is zoned away. Gonna be zoned back. Another probe comes down, and HeRoMaRinE will eventually expand. Behind this, HeRoMaRinE going for his follow-up factory. Again, he cannot afford a CC because of the eBay. He has to wait for the cancel. And HeRoMaRinE, he's not done. Also, before I forget, Gamba time. Gamba time. Let's go. Predictions are open. Place your bets in the chat for how you think this series will unfold, as the SCV does skirt around the edge of the map. The factory is almost done, and once it finishes, I'll be going for a proxy starport. My eyes are on HeRoMaRinE. Are we going for the proxy? It's tempting. He's tempted. He's tempted to go for it. But now reactors on the way into an add-on swap, I would imagine, into Hellions, into proxy medevac. Yeah, let's go. There's the add-on swap. Starport's on the way. And I would imagine proxy medevac as well. Now, this could be one of 2 things. I know that I'm talking about the medevac, and we could be seeing a Hellion drop into the main. Otherwise, this could be a Hellion aggression into the natural and proxy liberator instead into the main base. So we could see a multi-pronged aggression or one committed drop. One or the other. So we'll see which one HeRoMaRinE does go for, as Hellions are amassing. Hellions are building up. Oh, Adept Shades in. Big moment here for HeRoMaRinE. Shades into main base. He sees that the starport is missing, and he should be aware that something is wrong, that something is amiss. If there's no starport, there should be a CC, and there's none. So there's a high chance that there is a proxy. Behind this is going to be a Twilight Council opener into Blink. Army setting up. HeRoMaRinE getting ready to wall off. Goes for the hallucination. Going for the scout. Meanwhile, we have the answer. It's not going to be liberated. It's going to be the medevac. Hallucination will get eyes on the Hellions just barely. Does spot them. Doesn't chase them though. Oh, there we go. Does confirm. The proxy is spotted. Medevac into the main. And HeRoMaRinE, he has time to respond. And the army does rotate 2 Hellions into the main base. They can delay some mining time and not much more. He wants those probes. Oh, takes a lot of hits. Takes a lot of damage. Heads towards the natural. And does get any worker damage. Yeah, not a single probe goes down. Hellions, they're coming from behind the force field. Oh my god, they do collapse here in the natural. Finally, we get 2 probes. 2 probes to 2 Hellions. Still not quite worth it though for the Terran, as he barely does escape. Ooh, and so far, better defense for HeRoMaRinE. Does hold. There was some lost mining time, true. I mean, some mining time was lost, but outside of that, strong defense here from the Protoss, working into Blink. Blink is on the way. Back at home, HeRoMaRinE just now getting to his CC, is quite far behind when it comes to his natural base timing, now expanding. Getting into his 2-1-1 tank production. So again, all in all, really good scouting here by HeRoMaRinE, with the Adept into the main earlier, followed by the hallucination. And now he does gain map control. So far, just working with 2 gateways, I believe. No, sorry, 3 gates. Never mind. 3 gate Blink into a 3rd. So HeRoMaRinE just moving out with some map control, or gaining map control, containing the Terran. Hoping to catch the Cyclone. We'll get it. A massive pickoff. Cyclone goes down. Does catch the Cyclone. Cannot push into the natural though. HeRoMaRinE pulls back, going for the starport, and may even get a kill. It looks like he will. Tank is getting within range. Oh! Tank shot goes up. Starport is so low, but it barely does catch fire, but is saved. It's going to be saved. Medevac gets stopped up, moves out towards the south. Is spotted by HeRoMaRinE. Oh! And barely doesn't get there in time. But there are stalkers in the main. So HeRoMaRinE is safe and secure. He defends. And he gets his third. Third base getting up and running. Third Vax has arrived. HeRoMaRinE, he attempts to move out, but once again he gets caught out. Nice force field. And the push is delayed. As HeRoMaRinE is trying to get his main base back under control. Getting it back up and running. Getting into stim, getting into combat shields. And now we can enter the mid game. We're settling in. When it comes to HeRoMaRinE, he does have potential to try to go for something like a 2-base all-in, but we'll keep an eye on him to see if he does commit. Still moving out with 3 tanks. Bold move. Does get surrounded, almost. HeRoMaRinE coming in from both angles. Delays the move out. Will delay the push. Remember, there is no sim. The power in this army is really in the tanks more than anything. Stalkers, they catch reinforcements, they pick up a medevac. Massive pickup here for HeRoMaRinE. Even catching more Marines. HeRoMaRinE is bleeding out too much. HeRoMaRinE getting ready for a surround. The base is taking a lot of damage though. HeRoMaRinE, there we go. He does pull the trigger. The base is getting low, dives on top of the tanks. He gets 1, he gets 2. 2 tanks go down, can he get 3? Yeah, he barely does. Takes down the 3rd tank, going for the medevac. And HeRoMaRinE holds. HeRoMaRinE, he holds, does cost him 7 probes, but still up in workers, up in economy, and ahead in bases. Does hold. HeRoMaRinE, he has potential with the drop as Stim is just now finishing. But HeRoMaRinE does leave some stalkers patrolling. He's ready. He's ready for the drop. Moving out. Now, HeRoMaRinE doesn't need to push into this. He just has to contain. That's his win condition. Just contain the Terran. Tempted to go into the main. Spots the 3rd base. It's attempting. He's going for it. Yeah, dives on the 3rd base. Forces to cancel. HeRoMaRinE out of position. Rotating over. And this is getting out of hand. Gets a Marauder. Gets 1. Gets 2. 2 Marauders go down. Massive pickups. From here, HeRoMaRinE can always recall. HeRoMaRinE trying to set up a surround. Oh. Trying to catch the army. HeRoMaRinE, he doesn't fall for the bait. Goes further back into the main. Gets another Marauder. Oh, the Might Shot. Might Shot goes up. And then he's forced to recall. Decent pickups towards the end. HeRoMaRinE, he does pick up how many Stalkers? 6. 6 Stalkers. Not bad. 6 Stalkers do go down. But he was hoping for more. Bearing in mind as well, he lost 3 Marauders, 2 medevacs as well. And he pulls the boys. I mean, what else can we do? Remember, the 3rd base was cancelled. There is no 3rd. It's all or nothing for Baby Marine. He cannot macro out of this. Now, what's scary, though, is that HeRoMaRinE hasn't seen this. He hasn't seen the all-in until now. Yeah, storm. Oh, no! Prism goes down. No storms. That was 3 High Templar. Baby Marine, he can pull this off. He can do this. The Mind Shots. Oh, massive connections. 3 more mines left. And he's going for the kill. He's going for the 3rd. Base is almost dead. There's 1 shield battery. He has to evacuate. He has to pull away. No storms. And without storm, Baby Marine, he might do this. He might just nibble out of control. Again, 1 mistake, 1 slip up. That can cost you the game. And losing 3 High Templar, I mean, that was huge. Yeah. Keep going. Keep going, Bob. Oh my god, that was a brutal blink. Blinks into the minefield. Baby Marine going for the 4th. He's crazy. He's going back home. He's mining again. He's pulling back to his natural. But I feel like Baby Marine, he can just go for the natural himself. Now it might just be too late. Now HeRoMaRinE, he has Storm. He has 1 Storm ready. Baby, he respects it. Oh! Going for the High Templar. Gets the High Templar as well. Massive snipe, but there's 2 more storms. Still 2 more storms remaining. Nice splits. Nice spread. Oh, God, I spoke too soon. Oh, God. Takes storm to the face. It doesn't matter. He sims in and he wins. He breaks on through. GG gets called, and HeRoMaRinE takes game number 1. GG. The comeback, papi. Oh, my God. Things were looking dire. Things looking very dire there for HeRoMaRinE. He was forced into an all-in. He had lost his third base. He had lost workers. He had lost tanks. Things were looking bleak for the Terran. But alas, he brought it back. Oh. As I quickly have to set up for the next game. 1 moment. Un momento. Don't want to hold up the players. Don't want to hold them up. But with that, GG well played. HeRoMaRinE does take a lead in the series. And again, a lot of it did come down to the storms, right? If you remember, the Prism with 3 High Templar full of energy, that was 3 storms for Hearthstone. He got caught out. It got sniped. Suddenly, no more storms, no more splash damage. I mean, that was almost game then and there. That was brutal. And now we're getting into game number 2. Whew, okay. And suddenly, HeRoMaRinE, he's 1 game away from taking the entire series. Onomas, 1 more game is all he needs. Can he pull it off? Can he pull it off? Let's go. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Frostline, we have the Italian Terran player, the Red Terran representing Streamer Zone, leading the series 1-0. It is HeRoMaRinE. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player from Land of the Netherlands, representing Shovelfire Rebellion, down in this series. Can he force an ace match? He has to. He has to take this game here and now to force the ace match. It is Hearthstone. Let's go. Whew. Oh my God. So just take a breath after a very intense game 1. And we settle into Frostline. Frostline, of course, being the largest maps amongst the new maps in the map pool. I should emphasize that. This is still smaller than Abyssal, smaller than Neon Violet Square, and smaller than King's Cove. But amongst all the modern maps, is the largest. Has a lot of wide open spaces. It has some very spread out bases as well. When it comes to the 3rd, when it comes to the 4th, you become very spread out. So it can be quite difficult to keep up with army rotations in a longer later game. In a longer late game even. But we'll see what kind of openers we go for. This time, no eBay block. The Rush Distance by ground is a little bit longer on this map, so makes sense. There's no eBay block whatsoever. Not this time. HeRoMaRinE going to be opening up Double Gas. Interesting. Okay, Double Gas opener out of the Terran. This is leading to a faster factory, into a more delayed CC. This can lead into a couple different things. This can lead into a Widowmine drop, can lead into an early tank push. This can lead into Banshee play as well. HeRoMaRinE, he has options. Does have a lot of tech options available here. I should still expand, don't get me wrong, but following this, we can get into a faster starport. So we'll see where HeRoMaRinE does take us. Back at home, yet to embrace our tech. Because we're in a bit of a larger map, going into a Stargate opener into Phoenixes is viable on a map as large as Frostline. So we'll see if Hearthstone goes for it or if he just plays safe. Again, typically Blink-based openers are a safer way to play. We'll see what he goes for. For now, Reaper moves out, heads towards the natural, and there it is, a Twilight Council. So again, just really safe opener here, assuming we go into 2 or 3 gate Blink from Hearthstone. We'll keep an eye on the gateway counts. Likewise, HeRoMaRinE has yet to confirm what's going on. Oh. Keeping the reactor on the racks, actually going reactor to Reaper Hellion. Okay. A much more assertive start. Now the goal here is to mass up a second wave of Reaper Hellion, and with this, get into a mineral line. Ideally, get into a mineral line and kill probes. We'll see if we can get there. Starport's on the way. Of course, CC on the low ground. We're settling in. And we are going to be getting up to triple Reaper. We're not going up to 5, though. There was potential to go up to 5 Reapers and 3 Hellions, but it's only going to be 3. So not too much of a commitment here from Baby Marine. I mean, still ideally you want to get some economic damage with this because it is an investment nonetheless. But could have been a larger investment. As Baby Marine, he does move out. And again, his goal here is to get into a mineral line if at all possible. Gets a probe. Tries to rush past. Goes for the mineral line. Gets 3 workers so far. Gets 4. Can he get 5? Can he get 6? Oh, this is adding up. 7 probes go down, and the Hellion escapes. I spoke too soon. Almost escaped. But did stick around a little bit too much longer there. But at least the Reapers do get away, and so far that was a worthwhile trade for the Terran. That was what? That was 2 Hellions for 7 probes. Well worth it. Ooh, second Reaper goes down though, and Baby Marine is going to bleed out some units. Get some rough losses for the Terran. Second Reaper falls. More importantly, Baby Marine, he did not get into the main. He doesn't know the tech, doesn't know how many gateways there are. So nice cleanup here by HeRoMaRinE. Very nice cleanup. We'll move out, and we can see the follow-up. Remember, when we spoke about this, about the double gas opener, it can lead into either Widow Mine drops, can lead into Cyclones, lead into early tanks, lead into Banshees, and there it is, Cloak Banshee. Reaper dives in, confirms the Stalkers, it must be Blink. Likewise, HeRoMaRinE does hit the natural. Marines will force us back. More importantly, the main base hasn't been scouted. HeRoMaRinE, he has not gone into the main. Not yet. Tank will siege. Nice pickles here on the Marines. But I'm a little bit concerned here. There is a robo. Observers on the way. Thankfully, there will be some detection. First observers across the map. Second one's about to pull that back at home. But the Stalkers are otherwise distracted. And the Banshee's making its way for the mineral line. He's sending it, Pap. He's moving over. HeRoMaRinE taking a third. And she diving into the natural, but it looks like HeRoMaRinE, yeah, he's ready for this. He has detection. He has some Stalkers. He will defend. Only 1 probe goes down. And again, if HeRoMaRinE was out of position, this can very quickly get out of control. Speaking of, observers trying to keep up. Stalkers into the main. Yeah, they go for the dive. They get 2 SCVs. Baby Marine now out of position. Terran player rotating over. Leading out 5 SCVs. Nice counterattack here by HeRoMaRinE. He gets 5 workers. He wants more. Oh. As Baby Marine has yet to throw down a 3rd CC. No 3rd base yet. 1 eBay. Working on Stim, working on +1. Bleeding out a lot actually to these Stalkers. And the more SCVs that Baby Marine loses, the more I believe it's going to be a 2-way soul-in. Stalkers, they go for the dive. Up! Do we repair in time? We do. And the tank is saved. And the Terran player should just be waiting for his upgrades before pulling the trigger. Oh, 3rd CC. Never mind. He's expanding. He's going to be expanding. Banshee across the map. Gets a couple of probes. 3 workers go down. Oh. Getting almost 4. 3 probes for Banshee. Not an ideal trade here for the Terran. Another Banshee to the main also goes down. HeRoMaRinE, he's all over this. Shuts down the Banshees, takes his 3rd, takes an economic lead. And from here is working towards his splash damage. What's it going to be? Colossus. Well, we have a bay. Should be for Colossus production. He's getting there. From the side of the Terran, we didn't quite get the opener we were hoping for. Didn't quite do enough damage with the Banshees. Can now be active with these tanks and with the Spire. He's expanding behind us. And the move out is spotted by the observer. HeRoMaRinE knows. HeRoMaRinE is going to try and slow this down. Ideally, bait out a Stim. Force a siege. Gets a Marine. Oh. Gets 1. Going for the Marauder. Gets a Marauder as well. And a Widow Mine. And oh, the move command! No! Oh my god! HeRoMaRinE! Oh god, as he does move command into the army and he bleeds out most of his forces. Oh yes, he's down to 3 Stalkers. Down to 3. No splash damage, not yet. Colossus on the way. Oh, no. Oh, God. So I was caught off guard. As Harsum, he's in a bit of trouble here. That was not worth it. Does have charge. Plenty of zealots, thankfully. Oh, the nice force fields. Oh, my God. Mine just going up. Very nice connections. Harsum, he's holding on. The force fields were clutch. Very clutch. Zell's coming from behind, coming for the surround. And HeRoMaRinE, he needs his reinforcements. It's coming in. Harsum, he can still pull this off. Okay, he dives on the army. Mine's just getting baited out. Zell's coming in from behind, and Harsum holds. Harsum, he shuts this down. He does hold on. He survives. We're okay, Pappy. We're okay. Oh my God. Who needs stalkers? Who needs them? Just charge the spot. True, true. Harsum holds. HeRoMaRinE scanning, looking for a fourth. We're on even bases, even SCV counts. HeRoMaRinE does have an economic advantage, but he did lead out most of his army. Has to back up. Okay, calm down. Hi, hi, hi. As we calm things down, Harsum now taking a fourth. Likewise, so is HeRoMaRinE. Fourth CC is on the way. And again, because the map is so large, I mean, Harsum is deterred to really go for a counterattack. At least not right after the fight. But now he's up to 2 Colossus. I mean, this is a pretty hefty army. He can move out. Let's go. Ghosts have arrived. EMP is going to be available. Army gets spotted. Scan reveals a Colossus. Bold move. HeRoMaRinE going for a drop at the same time. Oh! Gets spotted. Spotted by the army. Zealous, they hit the third. HeRoMaRinE out of position. The SCVs are not quite going to go down though. Harsum pulls away. Doesn't risk it. Pulls back. Ensuring there is no fourth base. Pokes forward. Setting up another zealot run by. This time, HeRoMaRinE, he's ready for it. Shuts down the zealots. Both of them, actually. Zealots go down, but here comes the main army. Goes straight for the third. Third base under fire. Force fields the entire area. Oh my God, just looks down the army. HeRoMaRinE, he just cannot engage. Massive force fields. Oh my God. Gets completely shut down. That's 17 SCV kills, most of the army as well. And HeRoMaRinE, he just can't engage. Not anymore. Yeah, third base is going to fall. The boys are being pulled in. More SCV's falling. And Harsum, he's in the driver's seat. This time, there's no throwing that away. Not this time. GG gets called, and Harsum, he does take game number 2, tying up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Let's go. We're going to the ace match. Despite that, there was still some tense moments, don't get me wrong. Still quite back and forth. But GG, well played. We're going all the way to game 3. That is all I ever ask for. A back and forth. So we're getting into the ace match. Yeah, getting into the ace match here. And we'll see how this story ends. As game 3 is going to be on El Dorado of all maps. Oh boy, I'm not ready for this. For the first time tonight, it's going to be loading into El Dorado. One of the most vetoed maps in the map pool. We rarely see it. We go. So getting into game 3, Eldorado, of course, has, I mean, there's a lot of features to it. There's a lot going on that map. Short rush distance by air, short by ground. Likewise, we have these southern bases you can expand to, with gold bases as well. There's a lot to embrace. But here we go, we're getting into the ace match, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Eldorado, we have the red Protoss player from the Netherlands, representing Shopify Rebellion, bringing us to the ace match. Can he keep up that momentum? Can he keep it going? Can he close it out? It is HeRoMaRinE. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Italian Terran player, the blue Terran, representing Streamer Zone. Can he bring it back? Being forced into the ace match, can he bring it himself home? It is HeRoMaRinE. Can he cause an upset? That's maybe the better way to put it, because HeRoMaRinE is coming in as one of the favorite players to potentially make it out. Of course, a big fan base, one of the fan favorites, has been around for a very, very long time, even in Warcraft 3 before SE2. But clearly, HeRoMaRinE, he can pose a threat. Can threaten HeRoMaRinE. We'll see how this story ends. For now, one gas. For now, single gas opener. HeRoMaRinE going for a Rax expand. Let's go. For the first time this series. If you remember, game 1 was an eBay block. Game 2 was double gas into Reactor to Reaper Hellion into Banshee. Here in game 3, faster CC. So more economic here by our Italian Terran. You know, HeRoMaRinE going for the gates into Nexus before Cybercore. Okay. HeRoMaRinE cutting his own corners. Let's go. HeRoMaRinE being slightly more economic, slightly more greedy. Likewise, CC is on the low grounds. HeRoMaRinE skipping his Marine Scout, skipping his SCV Scout, what I meant to say. Going Marine first, no Reaper. And we'll shut the probe down. Nicely done. So HeRoMaRinE, he's playing quite greedy here. It isn't just an economic opener, but also zero scouting. No SCV Scouts, no Reaper Scout, no nothing. Not really concerned with what HeRoMaRinE is up to. And we'll see if he gets punished for it. But now just looking for any straight proxy. Making sure there's no gateway. HeRoMaRinE back at home, going for a sec of choice, going for the Stargates. Okay, interesting. This is the map that he opts to go for a Stargate. I mean, on the one hand, it makes sense. If he does recognize that it's going to be a Marine first opener and a CC on the low ground, he knows that he should be safe from any prying eyes of the Terran, which means it's unlikely that HeRoMaRinE would go for any kind of committed move out. So he's decided it's going to be safe to go for a Stargate into Phoenix. I would assume Phoenixes. In general, Stargate play can be quite vulnerable, especially early on, to tank pushes, to early aggression. But again, that's only if HeRoMaRinE were to be aggressive. As he's getting into his 1-1-1. Reactor to Hellion production. Phoenixes are amassing. And Phoenixes, they can keep you safe against drop play. Of course, pick off key units. And eventually, ideally, lead into Colossus production. I mean, Phoenix Colossus was the meta for a very long time. Nowadays, less so. Nowadays, it is a little bit more rare. I mean, in general, a lot of the top Terran players have just become that much more aggressive. I'm referring to Maru, Bjorn, Clem as well, Oliveira. So it can be difficult to get away with this. But now, though, settling in. HeRoMaRinE going for his Mind Drop. Very committed with a Mind Drop as well. For Widow Mines, we saw this against Fort Jumi, if you recall. Very committed. Meanwhile, the Phoenixes are on patrol, and they will come across this. Oh, will they? Barely not. Oh my god, he threads the needle. Oh, he gets in. Does boost in. Goes to the mineral line. Hellions, they dive in as well. Probes are lining up. Oh, but the Widow Mines, they are picked up just in time. They're trying to waddle in. Overall, though, a nice cleanup here from HeRoMaRinE. Takes the mine to the face, but cleans up the Hellions and the Widow Mines. Whew. Will it clean this up? The medevac will barely try to escape, but HeRoMaRinE is on the hunt. He knows it's somewhere out here, is looking for it. And it looks like he will find it. Yeah, just barely. Oh, there is a miss available. Up! Can he get away? Ah, no, not quite. Not quite. Medevac goes down. Nice clean up here by HeRoMaRinE. Stronger start for the Protoss. Gets a Marine. Gets the hell out of there. And now HeRoMaRinE, he's stuck at home. He's going to be stuck at home, building up on 2 bases. Getting to Vikings, Cyclones. Stim is now on the way. And this is a rough game state for the Terran. 3 more SCVs. And he's contained. Behind this, HeRoMaRinE, he can just be greedy. Taking his 3rd, probing up. Scan to reveal saturation at the 3rd base as well. And HeRoMaRinE, he's not going into Colossus, he's going into Charge instead. Bold move. So instead of Phoenix Colossus, it's going to be Phoenix Chargelots, as that is a lot of gateways on the way. The gateway explosion is upon us, +1 armor as well. For those that are curious, +1 armor has more value for Zealots just because, I mean, that much more armor means they can actually survive and get on top of the army in time with their charge. It's a similar dynamic with Ling Bane, where carapace is more valuable than melee. As it does increase the survivability here for the units to actually get on top of the army. Likewise, of course, each armor value is applied to each Marine shot. And it all adds up. As the 3rd base is spotted. Big scout here for HeRoMaRinE. Does spot the 3rd. Now he knows there's no 2 base all in. Takes a 4th. Takes the 4th base back at home. Knows he's safe and sound. As HeRoMaRinE is macroing up. Looks like he's going to be expanding towards the south. Let's go. Something I didn't get to talk about, of course, there are the gold bases. 2 gold bases in the center and 1 gold base towards the south. Let's head over. Likewise, Bay is now on the way. I think we're up to like, what, 8 gateways? Yeah. 8 gateways into a Bay, into Colossus. Again, HeRoMaRinE looking quite comfortable so far. HeRoMaRinE, he will finally break out, finally expand. Again, HeRoMaRinE, he has so much map control. He's got the Zelnagas, he's already mined through the center. He needs to dip in. Getting 2 more SCVs. Oh, for a Phoenix, though. Let's pick up here from the Terran. Gets a Phoenix. Army rotates over. To the 3rd. Colossus production has begun. At least HeRoMaRinE already has Vikings because of the Phoenixes. That will help. He's trying to set up. More Zealots massing up. Zealot drop towards the natural. And he will collapse in. Yeah, tanks hit related to siege. Tank's gonna be going down. He gets 1, he gets 2. Can he get all 3? Not quite. But 2 tanks do fall. At the same time, War Prism is late to go into the natural. HeRoMaRinE, he holds. He's going to be holding on. HeRoMaRinE pulling back, getting a 5th. Now committing into the main. Does commit in. HeRoMaRinE, he's going to be able to respond in time. And he should be able to hold on. Oh. Yeah, Mind Shot's going off. Production comes in. Prism goes down. HeRoMaRinE shuts down the drop. And again, this was a little bit lackluster. Ideally, you do want to hit with 2 armies at the same time. You know, with your main force at the front, and then the backstab here into the natural, into the main. So, a little bit disjointed. That's what I was looking for. A little bit disjointed there from HeRoMaRinE. Bleeding out the Phoenixes. Oh, that's going to be almost every Phoenix going down. Every Phoenix falls. Harsum slipping up a little bit here. And it's not like he was maxed out, freeing up supply. Like, no, not at all. Now without the Phoenixes, I mean, drop play is now viable here for Baby Marine. Limited anti-air. Baby Marine rotating over, forcing a recall. Well, he could actually dive on the Colossus. No shield battery. Yeah, no shield battery. First Colossus is going to go down. Massive pickup. He gets one. Doesn't quite get the other, but that was worth it for the Terran. Oh. As medevacs are under fire, and they're both going to go down. Not enough dead space. I would say still a worthwhile trade, though. Getting Colossus. Meanwhile, Harsum, he has maxed out. Or he's soon to max out, I should say. He's getting there. He's getting there. Going for a double War Prism? Okay. Let's go. I would imagine one to harass and one to reinforce. I would imagine. Don't open C2. Let's go. Double the Prism. Double the Micro. True. Let's go. As the goal base is being taken, Baby Marine, he's maxing out himself. I'll dive in. Ghosts are exposed. Show CPs. EPs do connect on the Stalkers. Second Prism has arrived. Just joining up with the main army. Okay. fair enough. Okay, headed towards the north. Stalkers, they dip in. So Top Baby Marine just biding his time. Pushing forward. Snipes a Prism. Almost gets a Colossus. Almost. At the same time, War Prism slipping in between the bases, going for the main. Army dives in. But the Warp into the main base, it will complete. Will finish. The Prism got so low. And this drags quite a bit of army back home. It does distract. That's a massive Zealot army diving on the main army, diving on the main front line. Takes down the tanks. Gets one tank at least. But never mind, the Zealots, they melt. Oh my god. The Planetary holds on. Baby Marine, he defends. Cleans up the War Prism. Shuts down the Zealots. That was how many Zealots falling? 29! Oh my god. 29 Zealots, both War Prisms. Nice defense here by the Terran. He holds on. Takes the supply lead. And Harsum, he backs off. He's getting to Skytoss. Storm is on the way. Stargate. Fleet Beacon as well. He's trying to work towards Skytoss. Takes another expansion. Baby Marine going for the drop. He's going to be denied. Forced to pick up. Defending back at home. He's still very much so in this. Carrier or Tempest production hasn't quite begun yet. Awesome, pushing through the center. The army has not been scouted. Yeah, just now. Baby Marine out of position. He has to rotate. They'll say diving to the mineral line. SCV is going to be going down. Not a bad trade here from the Protoss. And remember, he wants to clear up some supply to get into Skytoss. Doesn't want to lose too much. Has to back up. He gets 9 SCVs. Pushing further in. Massive EMP. Yeah, Harsum does overextend. Does have a storm behind this, but that's still a brutal loss for Harsum. Again, pushing up the ramp there was a bold move, and it didn't pay off. Massive EMP, and Harsum, he's in trouble. He's racing back home, throwing away more Immortals. Reset the Colossus count. There's no High Templar either. There's just one. Now, thankfully, this Zealot run-by is going to force back the army. And Baby Marine, he races back home. He had momentum, but he's forced back. Okay, the Terran has to race back home. Harsum, he has time, building up more Immortals. That was still an expensive loss for Harsum. As again, he's just buying time, sending out more Zealot run-bys. Head up towards the south. Only a handful of reinforcements back at home. Once again, HeRoMaRinE, he responds with his main army. He has to race back. And throughout all of this, Tempest are on the way. It's just all about buying time for Tempest. Tempest are building up. Expansion goes down. Massive pickup. Alongside 13 SCVs. And nicely done here by HeRoMaRinE. Storm going up as well. That was the only storm, though. And HeRoMaRinE, he's done waiting. He's done defending. Doesn't quite commit, though. Again, there's just a wall of cannons and shield batteries. Jesus. Pushing up this ramp is not going to be easy. HeRoMaRinE backs up. HeRoMaRinE taking more bases, more expansions, up to 102 probes. Jeez, I feel like that's hurting HeRoMaRinE more than anything. 102 workers. He's crazy. Calm down. EMP's popping up. Nice snipes here on the Ghost. Gets one, gets two, gets three. Three Ghosts go down. A very nice control here by HeRoMaRinE. And HeRoMaRinE, he doesn't really have a tank to work with. He needs a base. He needs an economy. Does need another expansion. HeRoMaRinE does threaten the storm. Nice snipe on the High Templar. Snipe by the Terran. Tempests are revealed, and he cannot dive in. He cannot punish this. The Tempests are protected. And HeRoMaRinE, he's back in the driver's seat. HeRoMaRinE coming in from behind. Not quite. Never mind. Going for a counterattack instead. Plenty of Zealots, though. Zips in. Nice kiting here against the army. HeRoMaRinE rotates. Just rotate over. For the most part, as the northern base is going to fall, force a recall. And hopefully he doesn't recall. It does recall the Immortals. The Immortals are going to be going down. He only gets one, though. Only one Immortal falls alongside 18 probes. It's okay, HeRoMaRinE, he can afford to lose some workers. It's fine. He still has 87 workers, and he's still making more. He's crazy. All the probes. And HeRoMaRinE, he's committed. Does catch out those Immortals. Where are the Zealots? There's no buffer. HeRoMaRinE, he can chase this down. And he could, but he does pull back. And not feeling too confident. Zealots are coming to reinforce. HeRoMaRinE taking this slow. Bleeding out a lot of units, though. And instead, just going for a counterattack, going for the northern expansions. Natural's going to go down. And HeRoMaRinE, he's trying to just go for a base trade instead. He's trying to. Another flanking storm goes off. Massive connection. And HeRoMaRinE, this is the final army. I mean, he's running out of steam. Running out of units. Fully behind in supply. Does get some probes. But again, he's out of minerals, he's out of gas. At least HeRoMaRinE, he has established a goal base. True, that's keeping him going just barely. Just barely kept going. But HeRoMaRiNE's maxed. Still maxed out. He can shut down what little is left here of the army. With purely Tempest. Same time, HeRoMaRiNE trying to break out. HeRoMaRiNE's all over this. Going for the Ghost. Does snipe. Yeah, HeRoMaRiNE just cannot keep up. Not anymore. GG gets called. And HeRoMaRiNE, he will take the series 2-1. It will take down a HeRoMaRiNE. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. A rollercoaster ride of emotions here. HeRoMaRiNE in general was looking solid in this series, but there were a couple of key moments where he did slip up, where HeRoMaRiNE was able to punish. Whether it was losing High Templar, losing Immortals, losing Colossus. HeRoMaRiNE, he was so opportunistic, able to just catch those units whenever he saw possible. able to punish Harstem. In this game, though, I do think that he was maybe a little bit too passive at times, just because Harstem was getting away with so many bases and so much economy. That's kind of one of the difficult things here about El Dorado, is that if you do expand in different locations in different areas, it can be quite difficult to rotate between them and try to harass across the map and try to commit to those big fights. We saw that for the most part, HeRoMaRinE, he wasn't really able to move out past the halfway mark. Did harass, of course, with some drop play, but his main army was, for the most part, stuck at home. Was stuck at home. And with that, GG. GG, well played, Harstem. He will take the series. And now we're getting ready for round 4. For the 4th round of the group. Let's catch up on the bracket. Let's catch up here with Wikipedia. As we switch our scenes over. Have a look at the group. Okay, from the top, we have Serral. Serral takes down Jumi 2-0. Meanwhile, Harstem takes down HeRoMaRinE 2-1. That was the series we just casted. And it looks like Ryung and Laser are mid-series. They're in the ace match. Let's go. They're in game 3. This could go either way. This could actually determine who makes it out and who doesn't from this group. I mean, it's still up in the air. It looks like we have confirmation, though. Unfortunately for Jumi, mathematically cannot make it out of Group D. So for Jumi, he is going to be out of the standings here to make it into the playoffs. But everyone else still has a chance. Everyone else still does have a chance here. As so far, Serral's undefeated. Ryung also undefeated as well. But that's Ryung versus a Laser series. Could still go either way. Meanwhile, scrolling down, we do have round 4. It's going to be Serral versus Harstem, Ryung versus HeRoMaRinE, and the Laser versus Jumi. And I believe our next series is that ZVP between a Laser and Jumi. Let's go. That is our next series. Again, for Jumi, he might not be able to make it out of the group, but he can stop a Laser from making it out of the group. That's the thing here. Jumi, he can bring a Laser down with him. So we'll see if Jumi can pop off, or if a Laser can maintain himself. But again, we are still going to be waiting for a Laser versus Ryung to finish, because we can't cast a Laser if he's otherwise preoccupied. So we do have some downtime. We'll have some downtime here, waiting for that match to conclude. And then we have 2 rounds left. We're almost done. We've almost wrapped up the group stage. We're almost there. Let's go. It's almost 9 a.m. Aye. We can make it. We can make it. Let's go. Just catching up in the chat. Here we go. He had over 100 work. It was crazy. So unnecessary. Harstem going to the TY School of Making Workers. For those of you that remember, infamously, TY would often make like over 100 SCVs in TVZ, and he was often asked about. Well, he was asked about it at one point in I think it was either a GSL interview or maybe an SSL interview, and his answer, of course, was, I mean, well, I make so many SCVs because I know I'm going to lose some of them. Like I know I'm going to lose some SCVs to like a Ling run by or a Ling Bane counterattack, so he'll always have extra workers to maintain himself. I mean, hey, it worked. Worked in his time for Harstem as well. Copium. Here we go. Why he does Phoenix Colossus even with the Cyclone bug. There is no Cyclone bug in this tournament. I should also emphasize this as well. I don't think I mentioned this today, but for those that are curious, this tournament is being played on the current patch. That is true, but it is also we are also using a mod in these custom games that does fix some of the bugs that are plaguing the ladder or plaguing the base game, specifically the Cyclone bug and the Oracle as well. I believe the Revelation cast range is reduced from 12 to 9. I think it's longer, or it's larger than it should be in the live version of the game. So for those that are curious, again, those bugs aren't affecting us, thankfully. Shout out to the mod maker, of course, for, in a way, patching the game for us. Big shout out. Of course, the ladder is still broken. Be careful out there with the cyclones. The latter is still plagued by that, but at least these tournaments are not. As I should emphasize, the mod is publicly available, so most likely future events, even if the game isn't patched, will most likely be using that mod. You know, online open cups like our open tournaments, Wardy's open tournaments, Pigosor Mondays, etc. will be using that mod. I don't know if it's live on Korea and North America. It should be. I should probably message them to make sure that happens, but it's at least live in Europe. At least live on Europe. Otherwise, we are going to be going on a short break. Again, we're going to be going on a short break. I mean, I say break. We're going to be waiting for a Laser and Ryung to wrap up, and then we'll be jumping into our next series. So, until then, see you soon. Take this moment, get some snacks, get some food, get some water, hydrate your hydras, stretch your roaches, and massage all your marines. We'll be back soon with some more StarCraft. See you then. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We have returned with round 4. A bit of a shorter break. I was not expecting that, but it looks like Ryung versus Laser has concluded. Now we are jumping into our PvZ as spawning in the top left-hand corner of Abyssal Reef. We have the Polish Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Team Liquid. It is a Laser. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player from the land of Germany representing Streamer Zone. It is Jumi. And do I jinx it? I don't know. I mean, the last series went quite smoothly. I think for the first time, right? Like, Baby Marine and Hearthstone, there was no hiccups, there was no stuttering, there was no lag out or anything. Like, no one had any issues. Happy. Have we done it? Have we fixed the undersea cables? Have we have we paved some new fiber optic? Are we good to go? Can we StarCraft? Oh, what have I done? Everything's about to catch fire now. Everything. Oh, no. Regardless, we're jumping into our second last series of the night. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. Predictions. Predictions are open. Place your bets on how you think the series will unfold. Best of luck in the chat. Best of luck, Pappy. Best of luck. As I just said, Lynn. Now, as a reminder, Jumi cannot make it out of the group. He cannot make it out of the group stage, but a Laser can. So this is going to be a very important series for a Laser. Likewise, Jumi can deny him as well. So there's still a lot on the line. Still on the line here. Oh, no, no! God, no! I shouldn't have said anything. God damn it. Nice. God. I mean, well, at least Hearthstone and Baybream was good, I guess. Oh, no. It is a feature. True. The real online experience. Feels bad, man. As we are leading into Abyssal Reef for the first time tonight, I believe. I don't think we've actually casted on Abyssal Reef before this, so... we did cast yesterday. I do recall that. Did cast it yesterday. So we are going to be settling in. Again, one of the big features, first things first, of course, welcome back to Abyssal Reef, one and all. It's been many years at this point. Was in the ladder map pool back in 2017 into 2018. And now it's back. Now it is back. It is a very large map. A lot of bases, very defendable as well. Very prone to getting to a 3, 4, 5 base economy and getting into the late game. And we'll see if we slow the game down or if we are more assertive and aggressive in the mid game. We shall see. As the Laser expanding linearly, actually. Interesting. Gonna be expanding on the right hand side. We're gonna spread that creep. But for now, Hatch Gas Pool standard open out of a Laser. Likewise, Jimmy going for a gate expand into Cybercore, going for a seg of choice, going for a Stargate opener. Let's go. Is gonna be the Stargate here for Jimmy. Okay, it's gonna take a while for me to get used to the fact that he's called Jumi now and not for Jumi. No, not gonna lie. Aye. As Jumi is just building up, looking to move out with that initial Oracle, looking quite secure here back at home, and will eventually expand. Does go for the Nexus. Oracle gaining high ground vision. And we'll soon move out. Soon move out across the map for Jumi, just fully walling off the ramp here. I mean, again, it's quite a narrow ramp. Doesn't take much at all here to fully wall up. And meanwhile, that is a fast lair. Oh my god, a Laser being the aggressor instead. That was, what, a 4-minute lair timing? Lings are amassing, and are we going for Link Queen Nidus? Are we going for Dropper Lords? What's it going to be? Laser is taking 2 extra gases. He's going for a 3-gas setup. That should be enough to afford a Nidus. Assuming that's the direction we're headed. Lings are moving out. Laser dipping in between the bases. I mean, the other option is to rush into a fast Hydrogen, but I'm leaning more towards Nidus. Here we go, Lings. They do get across the map, going for the shield battery. They come in for a surround. Shield battery will fall. A Laser is droning. He's taking extra gases. No shot. Is he going to mute him? Is he rushing to a spire? I mean, on a large map like this, you can get away with it. True. Okay, not a spire. He's rushing into hydras instead. Okay, okay. A little bit less fun. But that's all 6 gases. 2 gases in the main, 2 gases at the natural, 2 gases here at the third. Rushing into mass hydra. Okay, bold move. And there's an, okay, I'm not insane. Like, initially, when we saw the fast layer, like, I was like, Ling Queen Nidus all in. It is Nidus, but it's Nidus Ling Hydra. It's crazy. I don't think I've quite seen this before. Lings, they do hit the natural, or the third, I should say. Disrupting some of the economy. Pulling away, Hydras are amassing. And how does this all come together? We do have no receiver towards the left-hand side. So we can get a Nidus Swarm and Hydras into the main, I suppose? Or even just outside? Never mind. Nidus Swarm here, outside the third. Nidus on the way, a laser cutting workers here at 66, that's 3-way saturation. Oracles, they do spot the timing of the lair at least, but here comes a Nidus and it might just be too late. Back at home, what does Forjumi have? Forjumi, he has 4 Stalkers, 1 Immortal, 2 Adepts, not much of an army, Blink is not done. And Forjumi, he's not quite ready for this. Shield Buddy doing what it can. Hydras have arrived. Going for the army. Stutter stepping forward. At least trying to. They get the Zealots, getting a Stalker. The army's under fire. A laser, he races back home, but GG gets called as it is just too much. And Jimmy has nothing to defend. A laser takes game number 1. GG. A laser does take the first game. Again, with a wild build, going into a 4-minute lair to go into a Ling Hydra Nidus all-in on 3 bases. I mean, I say all-in, did have a decent economy behind it, but again, had no further tech, had no upgrades, had no 4th expansion. Very committed by a laser. And GG. Does well. GG, well played. And with that, we're getting into game number 2. And game 2 is going to be on Whispers of Gold. And we'll see if a laser has another wild build here. Again, usually I'm used to seeing a laser go for something more macro, being a more, again, mid to late game focused and centric player, but clearly showing us that he's willing to spice things up, willing to be cheeky. So suddenly my eyes are going to be more on a laser here. See if he goes for another early lair, early Rosewarn, early Baneling Nest. We'll see. Or if he calms things down. As we settle into game 2, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the German Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Streamer Zone down in the series. We'll see if we can bring it back and force the ace match. It is Jumi. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. Ooh, going for a 15-15. We have the Polish Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Liquid. It is a laser. Leading the series 1-0. Does take lead the series, and Jumi, I did notice the early probe, and he's setting up for a proxy. Let's go. For Jumi is going to be the aggressor this time, setting up for what looks to be, is this going to be a flower? Is this a proxy 4-gate? No gases, bear that in mind. No gases whatsoever. We get 1, we get 2, we get 3, and shows the 4th. Someone call Coconut. Oh wait, no, never mind. 2 gates with a forge. It's a cannon rush. It's a variation of cannon rush. Okay, interesting. So Zealots and cannons going to be on the horizon here. Again, remember, no gases. No gases yet from Jumi. He is headed in. Setting up for the rush. I mean, I guess the goal here, if this gets scouted, is to force the boys being pulled to the low ground and then Zealots suddenly coming to reinforce and punish the boys. As again, we'll say 15-15. Oh, sorry, 15 hatch. Into gas pool. Pylon is done. Cannon's going to be on the way. Again, they are perceived to be out in the open, but these zealots, they will be able to reinforce as the first 2 zealots are about to arrive. Cannons are spotted. Hatchery is cancelled. The drone is spotted by the zealots. Nice cancel here by Jimmy. Doesn't waste any resources. As the drone moves out. The zealots, they dip into the main. They will deny one of the spines. Deny one spine cooler, head towards the mineral line. Oh. Going for the second spine. Drones have to drill in. So far, so good. Oh, 1 drone goes down. 2 drones go down. The zealots are cleaned up. Not bad. A laser he's holding. Cancels extra spine coolers. And we can see Jimmy transitioning. Taking 2 gases and a cyber core. So it looks like Jimmy's going to be expanding? Question mark? I'm curious. He's chasing down that worker, by the way, so he's just keeping tabs on the laser, making sure there's no ninja base. Containing the Zerg. Roaches are on the horizon. And again, Jimmy, do we take a natural? Where do we go from here? Or do we commit into like a Stargate into Void Rays? Cybercore is done. Yep, Stargate's on the way. There we go. So it should be for Void Ray production. The reason why, of course, as a Roach all-in is quite common in this kind of scenario. Void Rays will keep you safe. As the cannon is going to go down. And the laser will break out. It will break out. From here he expands. Jimmy has yet to do so. A laser confirms there is still no expansion. There's that Void Ray on the way. A laser is aware. Dust scouts moving out across the map. Finding the zealots. Edip's throwing a shade into the main. Is there a spine cooler? No, quite. Edip's, hey, get in. The boys have to be pulled. So far, 2, 3, 4 drones going down. Very nice damage here by Jimmy. Gets 4 probes. Or 4 drones. With that, Jimmy takes a slight worker advantage. Natural bases are pretty similarly timed. Jimmy shading. Oh, God. Not quite worth the shade this time. A laser defense. Interesting, as the Void Ray could have gone for Overlord kills, but no, instead goes for the Road Ravager. Gets across the map. We'll take down 1 Ravager. Not bad. Ravager threatens the expansion. There is 1 Queen to defend. Uh-oh. Spores are repositioning. Jimmy does go for the Spore, and he will bring it down. No transfuse. No transfuse available. Spore's gonna fall. Queen as well. Jimmy, can he pull this off? Across the map, gonna be leading out some probes. But the Skytoss army busts into the main. Going for the Overlords. Oh, not quite. Pulling back to the natural. Going for another Queen. Second Queen under fire. Mile doesn't connect. Spore is done. While he's holding on. He's barely holding on, getting into more spores. Jimmy likewise probing up. This is still just a really awkward game state. And I might even give you the edge to Jimmy here. Good. As supporters, you have to be so careful with them. As they pull away, get a couple of workers. 1 Oracle goes down. Jimmy playing with fire. And the laser, with that layer, he's rushing into 2 base Hydra, I guess. I mean, it does help. It does help against the Skytoss army. Behind this, Jimmy switching into ground toss, of course. Twilight Council, Robo, extra gateways. Not continuing with Void Rays. Oh, wants a Queen. He gets it. Queen goes down. Well, the Spore dishing out a lot of damage. Oh my god. Queen gets an Oracle Spore, gets the Void Ray. Jimmy overextends. And now Jimmy's vulnerable. I'm a little bit concerned about what we're seeing here as Jimmy is taking a third expansion. He's taking a third base. Whereas Alazer is still in 2 bases himself. Alazer going for his own third, at least for Larva. But if Alazer decides to cut workers, and if he decides to just mess up with Hydras, he can try to break Jumi. Jumi doesn't have much to defend. Island goes down. We'll knock down the gateways. More Hydras are amassing. That's a lot of Hydras. Alazer, he's cutting workers here at 44. 44 workers, 2 base saturation. Gateways get cleaned up. He's moving out. He's moving out. He does have a Hydra range. Nidus on the way to reinforce. Yeah, Laser's going for the all-in. I assume so, but a Laser, he's making workers. Never mind. I mean, this is an army to be aggressive with this early on, but no, a Laser, he's droning. He's droning up. Jimmy going for a gateway explosion from Mass Zealot. Is going mass chargelets. Remember, no gases at the natural, no gases at the third. It's just purely Zealot here with some immortal reinforcements. This does look like what's soon to be a terrifying army. And a Laser can't get caught out like this. Charge is done. Master gets spotted. Zealots they dive in. Good fighting here against the Zealot. Takes down the Oracle. Bile connects. Sentry's getting low. More Hydra reinforcements, they barely arrive. Take down most of the Zealots. Most of them. Nice room into the main. Nice kiting here by a Laser. Getting some of the sentries. The Immortal as well. One Immortal goes down. Massive pickup. Nice into the main base. It does finish as well. And the Laser is pulling for Jimmy apart. More Hydras everywhere. More Hydras in the main. Shuts down the production. With the reinforcements. Going for the pylons. Powers the Stargate. Powers extra gateways as well. Yeah, Jimmy just getting pulled apart, losing everything in his main. Probes are going down. Gateways that he powered. Contamination on the expansion. Doesn't really do much. Does, I guess, deny any additional worker production. Does deny workers. As Hydras, they ignore the probes, they go straight for the Nexus. Likewise, Jimmy going all in. Counter-attacking. But there's plenty at home to defend. There's Slowlings, Hydras, Queens. The boys are being pulled. And Laser holds. Backup Nidus just in case. And Jimmy just doesn't really have much left over here. It was a very chaotic start with a wild cannon rush. I mean, it wasn't too bad initially for Jimmy. But the all-in here from a Laser did snowball out of control. Trading well against Jimmy on the right. Of course, killing the main base here on the left. And the Nidus Worms, they don't finish. They're not done. Laser pushes into the natural. Likewise back at home. There's only one Immortal. War Prism does keep it alive, but GG gets caught again. We're just running out of steam, and a Laser will take this series 2-0. We'll take down Jumi. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, Laser. He will take it in the end. Again, a very chaotic series. Game 1, a Laser went for his own aggression, went for his own all-in. Here in Game 2, with the fast layer, if you recall, going for 66 workers, 3 base all in with Nidus Hydra here in game 2. Instead, we saw Jumi being the aggressor with the interesting cannon rush, going 2 gates into a forge, into a cannon rush. Was doing quite nicely in the aftermath as well with his Oracle and Void Ray harass, but then he lost the Void Ray, he lost the Oracles, he lost map control, and he was caught out by the Hydra all-in. GG. GG, well played. Laser does pull it off. And with that, do we have any updates? I mean, our series was quite fast. We had a pretty fast series, all things considered, which means the other matches might still be ongoing. Let us find out. As here in round 4, we have Serral versus HeRoMaRinE. They're currently in game 2. Serral is leading 1-0. I believe that series is being casted on the main stream. So Serral and HeRoMaRinE, they got you covered there. Meanwhile, we have Ryung versus HeRoMaRinE in a TVT. It looks like they might still be in game 1. It's hard to say. If they aren't being casted by anyone, then they might be in game 2 or even the ace match, and we won't get an update until their series finishes. So there's potential to maybe jump into a series there. Otherwise, we're wrapping up. We're wrapping up part of the group here. Looks like Serral is confirmed out either in first or second place. Serral, he will make it through the group stage. Jumi and HeRoMaRinE will not. HeRoMaRiNE's the other player confirmed to not make it out of Group D. Again, my condolences here to HeRoMaRinE. Did and is playing well here, but did have a bit of a harder time against some of these other players. Again, still currently up against Serral. And up next on the channel should be some more Jumi, I believe. Yeah, up next should be HeRoMaRinE versus Jumi on the channel. Should be that PvP. As I mentioned before, though, if Ryung and HeRoMaRinE, if they are mid-series, and if we can catch game 2 or game 3, then we could slip into that TVT instead. Or first, I should say. We could jump into the TVT initially, followed by the PvP. For now, though, I suppose we are going to be going on a break. What is the main feed? What is the main stream covering? Let's see. The main stream, they're in game 2. Yeah, they're in game 2 of Serral HeRoMaRinE. Makes sense. In game 2. Does anyone know? Is anyone casting Ryung versus HeRoMaRinE? Kind of. Yeah, it was a weird build. It was interesting. It was like a. It wasn't even a macro cannon rush. It was, yeah, interesting. Let's see. Cosmos is casting Serral HeRoMaRinE. Take is casting Serral HeRoMaRinE. Let's see. Enki. Okay. Looks like Enki.
We got everything.
So just playing Twitch ads. Yes, Enki is in Ryung versus HeRoMaRinE. He's in game 1. He's in game 1. And we might be able to get into game 2. So for now, we're going to be going on a break, and we'll see you guys in a couple of minutes here, either with game 2 of, probably with the game 2 of the TVT. That's what it'll be. Until then, see you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, I hope you enjoyed that lovely Brutal OC as we have returned with our second series here of round 4. Again, we are nearing the end of Group D, and we are here for the finale of this TVT. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the red Terran player from the land of Italy, representing Streamer Zone. It is HeRoMaRinE. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, leading the series 1-0 as we are jumping in mid-series. We have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran, representing Team Vitality. It is Ryung. Here we go again in the middle, or as these players were playing out their first game, we played out an entire series. So these matches, or these series, did start at the same time. We just wrapped up with a Laser versus 4Jumi, and now we are jumping into Ryung versus HeRoMaRinE. And if you're in the chats, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Get your predictions going. Get your Gamba going here as predictions are open for the next minute or so. You can place your bets on who will take the series. Of course, Ryung does have an advantage. Ryung is leading 1-0. Ryung is at the top of the group. But again, it is not impossible for HeRoMaRinE to bounce back. So predictions, I'm sure, are going to be a little bit more in favor of Ryung. But, you know, best of luck to those HeRoMaRinE believers. Believe, Pappy. Believe. Let's go. As we do embrace Ultra Love. A map that we have actually rarely seen tonight. I think we've seen it like once, maybe twice. But yeah, it's a more often vetoed map, at least in today's group stage from our perceived matches so far. We good. 500 plus people on the CranKy stream. Yes, thank you for all those that are tuning in. Hope you're all enjoying yourselves as well. It's been a very long broadcast, and I know especially in the first half there was a lot of downtime. That was a lot of downtime. you could argue there was more downtime than there was like casting games. Like, unironically, it was crazy. It was crazy. But thankfully, towards the end of the broadcast, we have picked things up, and downtime has been reduced quite significantly. Thankfully, more games, more consecutively. You do love to see it. And again, if you missed out on day 1, I do recommend the VODs. We did stream day 1 as well. VODs are available on Twitch and on YouTube. They're on both platforms. And we will also be streaming day 3 tomorrow. Day 3 is going to be the playoffs. Originally, we weren't going to be casting day 3, but we have heard a very last-minute format change, and it looks like they do want to try to cast the quarterfinals at the same time, and there is going to be an elimination bracket. Originally, it was going to be single elim, but now there's going to be double elimination instead. Oh, as Reapers are diving to the main, Marines in position, one Marine goes down, and so will the second. Nice pickoffs here by HeRoMaRinE, getting a scout, but will bleed out his final Reaper, as we do have Ryung getting into his economic opener, getting into his 1-1-1. Likewise, so is HeRoMaRinE. I say that it's going to be a much later expansion for the Red Terran, so he's going to be falling behind economically. But what does he have a lead in? Tanks. Early tank production by the Red Terran. I imagine early medevac production as well, getting ready for an early tank drop. Very aggressive build by HeRoMaRinE. Very aggressive. Again, I'm assuming it's going to be an earlier medevac. We'll see as we are building up. There it is. Medevac's on the way, so early push, early drop. So HeRoMaRinE is going to be the aggressor, Ryung going to be the defender. As Ryung is going for a safety Cyclone, getting into his own 1-on-1 into, I imagine, Raven production. Yeah, there we go. Raven's on the way. Oh, never mind. Going into a Liberator. Okay. Bold move. I see you. Bold move. But again, originally it was going to be single elimination for the final brackets, for the playoff bracket, I should say, but it is looking to be double elimination instead. Because of that, more games. Because of that, we will be a part of it. We'll be a part of it tomorrow. And you know what that means? I wanted to sleep in. I wanted to sleep in after today's cast. I was like, okay, we made it. I can just go to bed and I can just never wake up. I can bench, take me. But no, the show will go on and we will be casting tomorrow as well. So let's go. As HeRoMaRinE, he does hit the natural. Good position with the tank as 2 SCVs. Within range of the bunker as well. As he will pick off, will get away. 2 workers and he does back off. I mean, not a bad trade here for the Red Terran whatsoever. As long as he doesn't get caught out. Will boost away. Ryung hunting for that army. Doesn't quite find it. Building up his own tank count, getting into his own Raven production. Likewise, so is HeRoMaRinE after the medevac. Into Raven. We go. It's HeRoMaRinE, he does pull back home. Ryung going to be the first to expand, getting a 3rd CC. Likewise, so is HeRoMaRinE. Both players expanding. Both players getting into the mid game. We are setting up. And we're settling in. Oh boy. Could be here for a while. As both players are going to be looking to take their 3rd bases and work towards the mid game. HeRoMaRinE, he's sharking around with his main army, but he shouldn't really commit. He has potential with those Ravens to catch a stray tank here or there. As Ryung has the high ground. HeRoMaRinE, he will find the Cyclone. And we'll chase it down. Interesting with the tank. Gets 2 shots off. Ooh. Cyclone will barely escape. So they do skin each other. Looking for a way in. Now, because HeRoMaRinE has map control for the time being, this does mean that he can take a faster 3rd. He can lift and land his 3rd base a little bit faster and attempt to contain and delay the 3rd of Ryung. Ideally. That should be the plan. As you can see, HeRoMaRinE moving in position. Scans looking for the other 3rd. Trying to make sure he's ready for it. Looking for the expansion. Both players getting to Viking production. I mean, Ryung, he is known for being the TVT sniper, the Clem crusher, if you will. In a time when Clem was at his peak, Ryung was the one to stop him in those TVTs. He did what even Maru could not. So we'll see if HeRoMaRinE can take it to him. So far, getting to more Vikings. Looking at the units tab, I believe. Actually, HeRoMaRinE having a Viking lead. Slight Viking advantage. Very slight. As I say that, never mind. Ryung does take a lead. 7-6. HeRoMaRinE getting his 3rd base up and running. As I did mention, he does have map control. And Ryung's 3rd is delayed. Does move in position. HeRoMaRinE, he backs off, but he already got what he was hoping for. Again, it's not like he engaged with the main army or anything like that, but he has been able to saturate his 3rd base so much faster. And as Ryung moves out, and the drop moves in. Hits the main. Catching reinforcements. SCV's going to be going down as well. It's going to be 6 SCV kills. 7, 8, 9. Oh my god. Almost 9. 8 workers go down. Picks up. At the same time, the main armies do clash. Brutal disables. HeRoMaRinE bleeding out 2 tanks. Did I say 2? My apologies. 3 tanks going down. Nice catch here from Ryung. May have lost workers, but he does take a tank lead. As he has 6-3. Stream had more than 1K earlier during Serral versus Alasia. Serral versus Alasia, that was, I would say, the best series of the night, actually. It was really good. I mean, I'm always for late game ZVZ. So it was a really good series. Now they're Ryung postering. HeRoMaRinE likewise maneuvering as well. Did HeRoMaRinE? Okay, does have 2 Ravens. They're not with the main army. Medevac goes down. HeRoMaRinE pulling away. Ravens, they join the main army. Ooh, big tank shots going up. Gets the tank. Nice catch from Ryung. Again, it's all about positional play, getting another tank as well. Yeah, another tank falls. Now pulls back. Rotating over. Viking count slightly in favor, or is in favor of Baby Marine. 9 Vikings to the 6 of Ryung. But he denies the 4th. 4th base is going to go down. It's going to be killed even. Yeah, no escape. At the same time, Baby Marine coming from behind, catching up these tanks. Big disables. Yeah, he gets all 4. Massive pickup. 4 tanks to full. Ryung has to get the hell out of here. Stuck on the high ground. Vikings moving in. Again, 10 Vikings for Baby Marine. Ooh, just bullying Ryung. Getting every single Viking. Not bad. Shuts down the Vikings. Behind this, Ryung getting his own 4th. Should have an economic lead here over the Red Terran. But it's down in army supply. Down in Vikings specifically. And even on tanks. Baby Marine just rallying right down mid. Getting ready for a massive stim. Army gets spotted. Ryung knows. Baby Marine, he does back off. This game does slow down. Ryung does take an economic advantage, but Baby Marine has been able to preserve his army over time, building up a higher Viking count. So we have a bit of a give and take. If Ryung is given a little bit more time, he can max out, but Baby Marine, he's the first to get there, the first to max out. Let's go to mass bio army. 2-2 about to kick in. Upgrades are about to equalize. He steps forward, gets a tank. He gets 1, but he can't push into this. No shots. Yeah, tank flow is going up. Baby Marine, he does take the fight. He can snowball from here. Snowball out of control, takes out every single tank. Massive win here for the Red Terran. Shuts down the fire, shuts down the tanks, and Ryung is down to nothing. He has almost nothing left. He's got 2 tanks, 2 medevacs, 2 Marines, and a dream. Ay, ay, ay. More reinforcements on the way. Working on 3-3. Baby Marine, he has momentum. And he needs to keep going. He needs to keep pushing. He needs to press his advantage. Otherwise, he will allow Ryung back into this. Ryung still building up. Okay, that is Sours. Baby Marine, he does rotate. Catching another tank. Central tower as well. Good. Another tank. See Baby Marine now reinforcing with Raven. Just maintaining that air control as well. Just mass Viking Raven here for the Red Terran. Ryung, he is recovering slowly but surely. Building back up. I mean, his economy was untouched. He had the higher worker count. And that is slowly paying off. Still in this. Still very much so in this. HeRoMaRinE rotating over towards the right hand side. Ryung pushing right down mid instead. Can they catch him off guard? Oh! Getting medevac. Ooh, big tank shots going up. From both sides. Likewise, Ryung pushing on the right hand side as well. HeRoMaRinE out of position. It's being pulled apart. CC goes down. That's a kill, not a cancel. Going for the planetary. And can he bring it down? Tanks are disabled. Planetary barely will fall. Just barely. Ryung diving into another kill. Oh my god, that's 3 CCs. 3 CCs going down. Very nice pickups. But it did cost Ryung quite an army. Lost a lot of tanks and marines there in that fight. He's going to try and hold on. Here comes a counterattack. Ryung rotating back around. Just looking for a way in. Gets another tank. And another. Ryung. Just every now and then just finding a tank here and there. A medevac. A Viking. He's holding his own. Once again pushing on the right hand side. Once again HeRoMaRinE forced to cancel. Out of position. Like his entire army is just centralized focus here towards the top left. And HeRoMaRinE, he's losing more bases. More expansions. That's another kill and another CC. And potentially another. HeRoMaRinE, he just might be forced all in. SCVs are exposed. An entire mineral line. Jesus, 10 SCVs going down. His main army can't quite push forward. Oh, he snips it. No, the unsiege. Oh, massive unsiege, and every single tank going to be going down. Massive pickup. 5 tanks falling. Ryung diving into the main. Came with the production. Gets another tank and another. Yeah, brutal tank shots going up. And HeRoMaRinE is just being pulled apart. It's insane. He's got 11 tank kills. 11 tanks. That's crazy. Tanks going down. HeRoMaRinE, he will clean this up. But he lost so many bases. He lost like 5 expansions. HeRoMaRinE gets hunted down. GG gets called. It just becomes too much. And Ryung will take the series 2-0. Taking down HeRoMaRinE. GG. Whew. GG, well played. But an impressive game there by HeRoMaRinE. I mean, again, not gonna lie, he was even ahead at certain points in that game. He had a much stronger, I would say, mid game here compared to Ryung, able to catch him with his, or catch him off guard, catch him with his pants down multiple times. But Ryung, he was able to stabilize. We mentioned it at the time, when Ryung lost most of his marines or most of his tanks, the problem was that Ryung, he had the higher SCV count. So because he was able to buy time, because HeRoMaRinE wasn't able to push into any bases, Ryung recovered. He was able to recover, able to bounce back, and he was able to make use of a more mobile army, able to just pull HeRoMaRinE apart, hitting the north and the south. And unfortunately, HeRoMaRinE, he just could not keep up with the movements, with the mobility of Ryung. GG. GG, well played, but still a very close game, and I'm sure a very close series. In the end, Ryung will take it, and now we are getting ready here for our final series. Oh boy, we're getting ready for the final series of the night. I believe that might be the conclusion of round 4. Let me just double check here. Yes, round 4 does conclude, and we have results. Yeah, we have our results coming in. So there's a little bit less weight behind round 5, unfortunately, as we quickly do double check. Yeah, switching our scenes over. We have confirmation. Oh. Bam, there we go. Okay, Group D. Group D, Serral and Ryung. Serral and Ryung, they will make it through into the playoff bracket. A Laser, HeRoMaRinE, HeRoMaRinE, and Jumi, they cannot. Again, mathematically, they just cannot. Serral and Ryung are both undefeated. Undefeated here. And that means that, I mean, there is some weight behind this final series. Serral and Ryung. Serral and Ryung, they are facing off. And this will determine who makes it out in first and in second place. Oh boy. So best of luck here to Serral and Ryung. Meanwhile, we are getting ready here for HeRoMaRinE versus Jumi. I did say that that was going to be our series, but it looks like they already started. Looks like they began while we were in the TVT. So HeRoMaRinE and Jumi, they are going to be jumping into that Protoss versus Protoss. Which means we might just settle on the Laser versus HeRoMaRinE. Again, we were meant to cast the PvP, but it looks like they have already begun. So did miss out on that. Mainstream is going to be covering Serral versus Ryung, so we may as well just settle on a Laser and HeRoMaRinE instead. I guess that is going to be the plan. But until then, looks like our players, they need some time to get their vetoes underway. When it comes to HeRoMaRinE versus Jumi, is anyone casting them? The mainstream has Serral Ryung. Just trying to find them. Not too sure. Not too sure. HeRoMaRinE should have won this several times. He just didn't want to push. I do agree that he was very tentative when it came to pressing his advantage, right? Like there were a lot of moments there with HeRoMaRinE, especially in the mid game, where he was able to catch out tanks, catch out bio, where he was able to take a supply lead and supply advantage, but he never really pushed in towards either the third or the fourth expansion, right? Like he never really tried to vie for any of those bases of Ryung. So unfortunately, maybe just a little bit just lacking confidence in the matchup, maybe lacking confidence against Ryung. Maybe just having a bit of a harder time. Maybe just having a bit of a harder time being aware of that. As we are getting ready for our next series. We'll need a moment though. We're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, I believe we're going to be jumping into. Actually, we may, okay, never mind. Oh. Okay, that's crazy. Jesus. I did not realize, but HeRoMaRinE and Jumi, they finished. I want to avoid spoilers. Jesus, what the hell? Okay. That's crazy. wait, that was like a 10-minute series. Okay, hold on. Hold on, Pappy, hold on. Just trying to set things up. My apologies. As we are getting ready for a Laser versus HeRoMaRinE. Okay, let's go. So as a heads up, a laser versus HeRoMaRinE is about to begin. But before they begin, they have agreed that they're gonna go get some drinks. They're gonna go get some shots. They're gonna look. It's been a long night, Pappy. It's been a long night. They're gonna get some bevs first, and then we'll jump in. Okay, let's go. I mean, we did also just mention as well that there is less weight behind this series because we already have confirmation that it's going to be Ryung and Serral making it through, so we may as well enjoy ourselves. True, may as well have some fun. We're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we'll have the final series of the night. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the final series of the night of Group D. As a reminder, we have another match also ongoing at the same time. We have Ryung versus Serral over on the main stream, but we are here with our own ZVT. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Frostline, we have the Polish Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Liquid, going for a 15-15. It is a laser. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Terran player from the land of Italy, representing Streamer Zone. It is HeRoMaRinE. We've made it. We made it here to the final series. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. As a heads up, the series was delayed by a couple of minutes here because our players, they went down to the bar, they got some drinks, they got some chelas, papi, and we are good to go for the final series of the night and for a longer night to come, I'm sure. Oh boy, as again, the group stage has been a long one. There's been some ups, there's been some downs. We've had some tech issues, for the most part, they have since been resolved, and now we can focus on our matches and then head into day 3. The playoffs. The playoffs are going to be tomorrow, of course. We have yet to determine the seeding for the playoffs, as we still have our top 2 players competing for that slot, and there's a little bit less weight here on these 2 players' shoulders, as neither a laser or HeRoMaRinE will make it into that playoff bracket, but they're still here to duke it out nonetheless. As we do have our 15-15 out of a laser. Settling in, going for a delayed gas geyser. Again, that's the purpose of this build, is for a faster hatchery, a faster spawning pool, and later gases. So gas is going to be late for a laser. Now, because the gases are so late for a laser with this build, usually this means no link speed. It means you skip out on link speed and you go into a roach base opener instead. I'm curious if he will go for that specific style, or if he goes something a little bit different instead. We'll see. We'll see how greedy a laser wants to be. As for now, we are settling in. HeRoMaRinE just going for his own rack expand. Economic standard opener here out of HeRoMaRinE. So far, so good. Reaper moves out. Third hatchery is on the way for a laser. Still no gases. Still no gases from the Blue Zerg. Again, cutting a lot of corners. Reaper dips in. Means they're keeping up, and the Reaper is going to be forced back. Reaper is forced out of the main. And we casted HeRoMaRinE against Serral earlier today, and we saw him go for the same build every time. Yep, 3CC. 3CC into Starport, into Banshee. We saw that every game against Serral, and we might see that here as well. Now, this is a more economic build, so because of that, it does feel like a laser should be able to get away with this greed. Should be able to just drone up quite freely here, get his natural saturated, now get into his gases, working towards his tech. Ooh, nice snipe, though. HeRoMaRinE, he does get the creep tumor. Tumor goes down. Nice pickoff. Does get the tumor. Rotating over. Headed for the natural. Roach Horn's on the way. As we did mention, I mean, at least we do scout this. At least HeRoMaRinE is aware. But again, 15-15s usually mean you skip link speed and go straight into Roach production. So far, so good for a laser. Is going to be settling in. And HeRoMaRinE just doesn't really have too much to really punish this, or to try to punish this. He has some Hellions, sure, but not that many. Is moving out. Is moving out as we speak. With his Hellion Banshee. Third base is done. Hellions, they come inside. The wall is not done. And the wall barely nods. Does get into the mineral line. So far, so good. Drones are lining up. And that's going to be 6 workers going down. Only 6 so far, but now we get 7. Can he get 8? Can he get 9? Oh, he's so close. Oh my god. As we have the spore trick here from a laser. Another spore as well. More Hellions rallying in. A laser still in there. It's purely drones. Nothing else. No roaches, no links to defend. You can see how greedy a laser's been. He's being punished. That's going to be 14 drone kills. Oh my god. 16. 17. The entire mineral line goes down. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, insane, brutal damage here. And again, the laser is still only droning. He refuses to make anything else. I will not make a roach. I will not make a ling. Only drone. Now, this is something that only a laser gets away with. Like, he does something very similar in ZVP. If you've been watching a laser against Protoss, you would know it is standard to see a laser lose 17 drones and still be ahead and win the game. Like, it's very, very common. Very common. How do you play like a laser? Make sure you lose the mineral line. Likewise, a laser, he will lose the mineral line, and he still is up in workers. I mean, just because of just the sheer amount of drones he's been making. But he can't lose too much. As more boys being pulled, that's going to be another 5 drones falling. 6 workers, even 7 workers. Oh my god, I'm afraid to look. In total, 24 drones have fallen. Oh my, to 4 Hellions. The value, the efficiency. So far, so good. Very nice trades here by HeRoMaRinE. But again, he's up against a laser. And a laser, he likes losing drones. That's the problem. he likes it, Bobby. He likes it. He wants you to kill his mineral lines. Because he just keeps making more drones. He's crazy. That's the laser way. You don't want to be a worker for a laser. Let me tell you, you don't want to. he does not value you, not at all. Oh no, you're just a number to be replaced. As HeRoMaRinE, he does dip in between the bases, heads for the natural, getting even more drones. It's gonna be 2 more workers. Getting a queen as well, not bad. And again, look at the drone count, by the way. 70 drones here for a laser. He's back up to 70. He's still making more, by the way. He's getting up to 77. 77 drones. Rushing into a hive as well. Like, again, this greed is crazy. And HeRoMaRinE, he needs to soon move out. He did a good job with the Hellion harass, but he needs to move out with his 7-minute push. This. With 1-1, with Marines, with tanks. If he doesn't, then a laser's going to get out of hand and get out of control. Oh boy. As I'm quite concerned for HeRoMaRinE. They nibble away at the base. A laser getting into +1 range, going to Roach Ravager. I'm curious what is going to be done with the hive, whether it's just for Adrenal or to rush into Ultras. I would assume just Adrenal and Vipers. As HeRoMaRinE is moving out with his double drop, keeping his tanks back at home. Again, the laser doesn't really have much of an army. Expansion is denied. Nice pickup. No link speed either. And again, if HeRoMaRinE had moved out with his entire army, I think he could have actually killed his opponent. I think there's potential here to just kill laser if he had everything to work with. But now forced to be picked up. The laser holds. Deflects the drop. Expanding towards the south. Is expanding elsewhere. HeRoMaRinE now moving through the center. Pushing right down mid. Army is spotted. Laser clogging up his own Ravagers. This could be delayed. HeRoMaRinE going to be stepping in. Biles, they do not quite connect. Nice sort of stepping here by the Terran. Diving on the Ravagers. Tanks go down. Tanks, they are biled. Massive pickups. Bane building up. Ultra Caverns on the way. Nice snap with the Roach Warren. Laser working towards the Ultras. Heading here out of HeRoMaRinE. Banshees, they hit the Southern Expansion. They kill the 4th. Nice pickup. 4th base goes down. And the laser, he's barely holding on, but again, he's down to a 3-base economy. He can't really afford Ultras. I mean, 3 Ultras are on the way, but they're not that well upgraded. And HeRoMaRinE, he just keeps pushing. And this is the correct thing to do. Just keep pushing. Just keep on going. HeRoMaRinE, he should know that he's ahead. He should know that a laser, he's limping along. He's barely holding on at this point. And you have to go for the kill here and now. HeRoMaRinE pushing in between the bases. Gets a couple of workers. Tanks are exposed. Oh. Yeah, tanks are going to go down. The Bio Army out of position. That's going to be 3 tank kills. Ultras, they collapse on the army as well. Oh my god. Massive swipes. Power bombs going off and laser holds. Laser, he defends. Forcing back the drops. And laser, he's massing up more Ultras. Kindness plating almost done. Adrenal as well. Laser, he's catching up. He's slowly recovering. They do shut down one of the ultras. The ultras does fall. Pushing on the right hand side. Going for the fourth. Once again denying the expansion. At the same time, he does sneak up here on the northern fourth as well. They're going for both bases. And he gets one. One hatchery goes down. A laser doesn't really have the supply to defend both locations at once. Once that hatchery. I'm concerned, though, about the ghost count. How many ghosts do we have? Oh, 0. 2 ghosts are on the way. But that's going to be a lot of ultras. The laser, he's diving in. Shows some lightning clouds. It covers 2 of the tanks. Just the 2. Whilst they do connect. Getting another tank. Ultras are falling. HeRoMaRinE, he trades relatively well here. We'll lose all the tanks. Minecraft's moving out on the right hand side. Laser holding on. Getting his 4th base up and running. Pulling back his ultras. Getting into ultra speed. Again, HeRoMaRinE, he still maintains that army supply lead. They're just gonna keep going. No anti-air. Liv denies mining at the 4th. 5th base under fire. Liberators at the natural as well. Now we do see a laser trying to engage, coming to the freedom zones. The freedom is here. Shots going off. Takes down an ultra. While they take down the liberators, just barely. The liberators go down. Decent trades here from HeRoMaRinE. Takes down another ultra. Again, the laser, you just can't afford these losses, can't afford these trades. Initially was being greedy and initially trying to get away with it, but last, HeRoMaRinE, he did a good enough job. Did well here, punishing that greed. Steering it in. Oh, the lightning clouds. And the clouds didn't quite connect, and the laser, he's just running out of steam, he's running out of Ravagers. The Ravagers are on the run, barely any link being left over. Laser, he has saturation, but he's about to lose it. As there's no saving the space, there's no saving this expansion. GG gets called, and HeRoMaRinE takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Very nicely done. Again, the laser just being so greedy early on, getting up to, losing 24 drones at the start of the game. It was insane how many workers he lost to the Hellion Harass alongside Liberators as well. Hellion alongside Banshee. And with that, GG, well played. HeRoMaRinE, he was able to maintain himself. Thankfully, went for the follow-up move out with his bio tank and made sure the laser did not recover. He almost did. He almost recovered. He was getting up to 4 bases, up to 5th base as well. Getting into ultras, but a laser was denied. And with that, we're getting into game number 2. Getting into game number 2 here. And we'll see if a laser is as greedy. We'll see if he calms things down or if he just keeps doing the same. We're here for it. So loading into amygdala. Here we go. Jumping into that second game and spawning in the top right-hand corner of amygdala, we have the Polish Zerg player down in the series. Is down and soon to be out. He has to fight back here and now to force the ace match for Team Liquid. It is a laser. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Terran player, the Italian Terran, representing Streamer Zone, leading the series 1-0. It is HeRoMaRinE. We go. As a laser, once again, is going for a 15 hatchery into a 15 sporting pool. We saw this last game, how this usually leads into a very delayed gas geyser, into roaches, into delayed link speed, into greed. And we'll see if a laser can get away with it this time. We'll see if he cuts as many corners as he did previously. As a reminder, a laser, he did not make a single... Oh, okay, let's go. Let's go. I was going to say a laser didn't make a single ling or a roach in his defense, which is why he got so much damage done. Meanwhile, HeRoMaRinE is going for a proxy 2-rax. Let's go. It's going to be a proxy 2-rax marine rush with bunkers as well alongside it. Bunkers going to be placed here at the natural. Now, bear this in mind. This is only 2 raxes, not 3, so this is not an all-in. This is committed, yes, but you can transition out of this. You can expand back at home and get into a longer game state. This is not as all-in as other builds. Aggressive nonetheless. It's still aggressive. Marines are amassing. Overlord should be parked outside the natural to make sure a laser gets eyes on the building bunkers. Speaking of, SCVs are soon to move in. Speaking of, bunkers are being placed. The boys are being pulled. So far, HeRoMaRinE, he's going to be able to kite back. Does focus on the drones. Gets 1. Almost 2. First SCV gets saved. Second drone falls. He gets 2. He gets 3. Yeah, 3 drone kills. 4 drones. He's going to be able to get all 4 workers that deny the spine crawler, but the SCVs have gone down. And without any bunkers, I feel like laser, yeah, he holds on. He shuts down the bunkers, forces a cancel. If the bunkers had completed, different story. It would have been a different story here. And now HeRoMaRinE, he has to transition CC on the high ground, throwing down his factory. He's racing back home. We're getting to a longer game state. In the end, this was not too successful. HeRoMaRinE, he did kill 5 drones. True. He killed 5 workers, which is nice, but ideally he wanted more damage. Ideally he wanted some queens. Ideally he wanted to deny mining at the natural. Maybe even force a cancel at the natural base as well. I mean, that would have been crazy. Does find an overlord, not bad. Supply box a laser. Oh. Feels a laser lord, man. That's HeRoMaRinE, he does race back. Lings, they come in for a surround. They at least attempt to. HeRoMaRinE, he is going to actually be cleaned up for the most part here. Down to 2 Marines. Oh, down to 1. Barely will come out on top. HeRoMaRinE, he holds on behind this, double expanding, going for a natural and going for a 3rd CC straight away. Double expanding. And again, as we mentioned, proxy 2-rax is not all in. It's not all in. Can macro. But we'll see if he can recover and get into the mid game in a decent position. Meanwhile, laser going straight for the roach horn, skipping link speed, just now going for gases. We get a very late gases here from a laser. Leading to roach play. And similarly to game 1, a lot of this is going to come down to the Hellion harass of HeRoMaRinE. How good is it going to be? Is it going to be here? As Stim is being prioritized, Stim is on the way. No add-on swap into Banshees. Ooh, actually going for not just a Hellion move out, but a Hellion move out with a Marine drop. Okay, it's going to be a little bit more committed. This time, Laser's making roaches though. Yeah, he's making roaches. He's not being too greedy this time, and we'll be able to hold his own. Yeah, not just going to roaches, going to link speed as well. And laser, he's not droning. He's not droning up. He's amassing an army. He's moving out. He's pushing. He's going for his own all-in. I mean, it makes sense. HeRoMaRinE, he is double expanding. He's cutting corners to try to recover, try to be as greedy as possible. And how the turns have tabled. Now it's time for a laser to punish. Hellion dropping to the main, gets zoned away. Where Ravager has arrived. Going for the depots. Depots do fall. Supply blocking Baby Marine. Boys being pulled away. Ooh, fast connecting in with the Marines. Yeah, massive pickups. Another depot under fire. 9 SCVs going down. Bars taking it with the tank. Oh, they do connect. Yeah, tank goes down. And now there's barely anything left. Baby Marine, he's caught with his pants down. SCV kills Marines, tanks. Depots falling left and right. And a laser, he has broken the back of Baby Marine. As things just flood across the map. And there's barely anything to defend. So he's building up more Marines, at least trying to. Battle's taking for the tech lab. The Hessies going down. GG gets called. There's just nothing left. And Laser will take game number 2, tying up the series 1-1. GG. We are tied up, but we are going to the ace match. Oh boy, it all ends here. It all ends on game 3. And again, this time we saw that Laser, he was not cutting as many corners. I mean, I say that after defending against the initial 2 racks, did go for his own counter all-in to try to punish his opponent, to try to catch Baby Marine, maybe cutting too many corners, which is exactly what happened. Again, Baby Marine, he was cutting corners, he was being greedy, no bunker, fast third TC. Very little army to work with, and with that, GG. GG well played. It will all end on ley lines. Oh boy. How will this story end here? Who will take it, a Laser or Baby Marine? Clearly, they can contest against each other. But as long as the Laser isn't too greedy, I feel like he should be the favorite player here. But we'll see. We shall see. This Baby Marine, he's here to cause the upset. Let's go. So players are getting up, getting ready. Also, I do have another series after this one as well. I got a treat for you. I don't know what we're going to be stepping into, but there is one more series after this CVZ. Oh boy. As we're getting to the ace match and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the blue Zerg player for Team Liquid from the land of Poland, tying up the series 1-1. Can he take it in the end? Can he claim victory here? It is a Laser. No, he's in love with his 15-15s. Meanwhile, spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Italian Terran, the Red Terran for Streamer Zone. It is Baby Marine. We go once again, 15-15 open out of Laser. Once again, should be late gases, should be a late link speed, and a prioritization of Roach play instead. Again, this has been quite trendy as of late. We've seen this a lot from a Laser, from even Rainer and Dark as well. It's a very safe way to open up, a very safe way to play. As Roach Ravager can shut down early aggression and early move outs. So it can safely get you into the mid game. But now that we're settling in. This time Baby Marine going for his racks back at home. No proxy, not this time. Just setting up for his racks expand. And likewise, a Laser just droning up, taking his natural. Sorry, just stretching. We've been live for 11 hours. I think yesterday we had a 10-hour cast, so we've gone a little bit over time tonight. A little bit. I think yesterday was a 10.5 hour cast. It's similar enough. It's okay. As we do have our 1-1 follow-up. Again, Baby Marine has often just scored into a third TC, into a starport. Very economic. I imagine we'll be seeing the same here as well. It's a natural. Pokes in, pokes out. Overlord Scout is denied. And are we hiding anything? Not really. I mean, we're hiding an economic build. Third CC is on the way, so the same build that we saw in Game 1, and also the same builds that we saw against Serral earlier today. So far, so good. Meanwhile, a laser should soon throw down his Roach Warren. Just now taking his gases. Saturating his natural. Reaper pokes in. Starport's on the way. There's a Roach Warren for a laser. Back at home, we should soon be seeing a tech lab on this rank to go for an add-on swap into Banshees. If not, we could end up going into an early medevac again. There it is. There's the tech lab. Tech lab's on the way. Once again, that should be for Banshee play. Which is ideal against a Roach all-in. So if a laser committed, then HeRoMaRinE, he would be ready. Banshee production has begun. Do we commit into Cloak? Yet to be determined. HeRoMaRinE does find a couple of workers. 2 drones go down. That's an okay start. Rotating over once again, going for the third. Nice Evo walls though. Aliens, they're blocked off completely. 3 drones is nice, but again, HeRoMaRinE, he wants more. He's hungry for more. As time goes on, now roaches are amassing. Additional queens. Becoming more and more difficult here for HeRoMaRinE. He's yet to find the damage he's been looking for. Hellies, they rotate over towards the natural. Oh, they get in! Oh, they barely do get in. They go for the mineral line. The drones are going to be going down. And how many A workers already? 8 drone kills, getting up to 10. Only 2 roaches to defend. And this is stacking up. Well, sometimes all it takes is one wrong move. 1 open wall, 13 drones fall. Not as many as game 1, but a respectable amount nonetheless. 13 workers for 6 Hellions. 14 workers with 6 Hellions even. Banshee gets across the map. 16. Oh, and a laser. I assumed it was just going to be going into 3-base Roach play like we saw in game 1, but no, he's going into mutas instead. Bold move. Going into mutas. Going to mass muta even. And if this goes unscouted, I mean, HeRoMaRinE, he may just over-invest into Hellion, into tank. This does have potential for the Zerg. Does have potential. Banshee, they're going for their bases once again. Go for the queen. They do get it. 1 queen goes down. But Lassie has yet to scout the main. Hasn't seen what's going on. Has no idea. So chat is so quick. It's been a long day, Pappy. It's been a long. Oh no. I don't blame them. I don't blame them. As versus are getting shut down. 13 mutas on the way, and so far unscouted. The mutas have been unscouted. HeRoMaRinE has no idea what's going on. Back at home, no turrets. Is massing up some Marines, thankfully, but is not ready to mineral lines. He is not ready for this. And laser, he moves out. Unscouted. Link speed is on the way. +1 carry pace. HeRoMaRinE, he does catch the mutas. Yeah, barely does spot them. Oh wait, he's crazy. A laser, he dives in. Does dive in. Marines, they go for the stem, and they trade. That's going to be how many? 17 Marines for 4 mutas. Mutas, they barely come out on top, and he's going for the kill. He's going for the kill, going for the Marines, picking off more and more Marines at a time. No anti-air, and that might just be game. That might be game then and there. Crazy maneuver here for a laser dive on those Marines, but it was worth it. It was more than worth it. Gets 4 CVs. Catching out more workers, going for the tanks. Ling Roach reinforcements soon to arrive. Gets another tank. Oof. Another tank. Mutas have to retreat. Drone's going down once again. And they will be able to collapse on these Banshees. We'll shut them down. Bleeding out 9 drones in the process. Oh, no detection! No detection. HeRoMaRinE, he's doing some damage across the map. Evening up the worker count, shutting down these roaches as well. HeRoMaRinE, he's still in this. He is still in this. Gets 10 workers. Building up his army. Armory's on the way for 2-2. As mean as they do threaten the natural once again. Catching more reinforcements. Oof. Yeah, that is brutal. Not just reinforcements, but tanks. More SCVs. HeRoMaRinE, he scans, he sees what he wants, he's going for the 4th. And can a laser stop him? Can he slow him down? Looking to deny the building CC. HeRoMaRinE, he commits. Bailey's not ready. Uh-oh. Bailey's at Bailey not ready in time. Massive stim, he dives in, he denies the Bailings. 0 Bailings left over. And HeRoMaRinE, he can win the game with this fight. He can't keep pushing. Going for the mineral line. Bailey's about to morph in. Expansion's gonna fall. Expansion does fall in time. Marines, they stand their ground, but Bailey's they waddle in. Oh, not the Bailings! Oh my god, no major connections. Laser, he's holding. He's holding on. Spins up his Metamax. Oof, full Metamax goes down. But at least from here, at least HeRoMaRinE, he was able to force back the Zerg player. Killed a 4th expansion. Did put things on, or did delay the move out. As HeRoMaRinE, he is securing himself. Going for his 4th once again. Mutas into the main are denied. Laser embracing Ling Bane. Stabbing the army. Oh. Put some fights around. Both armies are looking quite comparable. Laser has a higher worker count. HeRoMaRinE has a higher army supply. Laser getting up to 81 drones. He's getting out of hand. He's reaching his final form. HeRoMaRinE, he needs to stop him soon. Otherwise, they're not going to be neck and neck in that supply. Not for much longer. Scans ahead of time. Spots the 5th. Backing up. Bounce back up from here. Mutas once again distracting. Alasia still building up his upgrades just because of the chaotic nature of the build and especially prioritizing Mass Muta. The upgrades are lackluster. Bailings, they do roll into the mineral line. Unchecked. Late reaction. Does react in time though. That's okay. Oh. You got 3 ACVs. Again, could have been so much worse. But the main army's diving in. And there's no Widowmite set up here. Marines get caught out. Bailings, they bust into the mineral line. They go for the planetary. Planetary goes down. Laser, he backs up. He does run through the army, though. And Baby Marine, he can just commit to a counterattack. Laser down in supply. As again, there's no turning back. More bases falling to the mutas. Baby rolling in. Oh my god! The reaction! Oh! He takes the Bailey's to the face! No splits! That was a brutal loss. I mean, does pick up a good chunk of his bio though. Meanwhile, pushing in the right hand side, takes out a base. Not bad. Jeez, that was 36 Marines going down. It could have been a much cleaner engage. I mean, Baby Marine, he's still got the army. Still has that massive army to work with. It's okay. It's still in this. Lays up to 81 workers. And Alasia is still committing to Mass Muta, or I should say to Mutiling Bane. Now going into Ultras. Now going into Hive Tech. Just committed on a Lair Tech kind of mid-game army instead. So far is buying time, but these fringe bases are under fire. Army dives in. Our laser keeping up. Ooh, takes out the Medivacs. That's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 Medivacs going down. The drop is denied. Oh my god. Massive loss for Baby Marine. Does get the expansion though. Laser knocks down to 4 bases. Still very close supply. Baby Marine taking the center expansion. Moving out. Once again going for the mineral line. He's going for it, but not enough Marines. Oh, my shield doesn't connect. And mine shield's not quite going off. Nice target firing. Gets Wooden Mine. Baby Marine, he does trade well. Oh, the friendly fire. Friendly fire is brutal. A laser, he holds, he defends, just barely. Goes to the mineral line, takes down the CC. The Baileys, they too far at the ramp. Let's go. And the reality is that most of this army does not shoot up. The tanks, the Marines, they do nothing. There's only Marauders left. And they can be targeted by all these mutas. The Marauders are punished. Marine's coming in. Baby Marine, he barely holds on. Oh. Oh, he wants to. He wants to bait him in. Up. He wants it. What my drop is gonna reset. Got 3 drones. Nope. The laser, is he looking? Is he looking? Does he step in? Oh, he wants it. Massive connection. Means they dive. They dive on the army. With my shots going up the base. Oh my god. Hubei 2. A laser losing everything. Muse, they get shut down. Despite the failing connection, the Widowmines, they were greater. And the laser plummets in supply. Oh. Late split. Late reaction by Baby Marine. Brutal baiting connections. Macho going up. Still very close. But I want to give the edge to Baby Marine to the Terran. So he can't keep going. Now taking the center expansion. Unbarring. Moving forward. Heading for the center expansion. Are going down. Hitting a laser where it hurts. Going for the drones. The window shots. Widowmine's going to be going off. Massive connections. Oh my god. The mutas go down and that's it. GG gets called and Baby Marine will take the series 2-1. Will take down the laser. GG. Oh my god. Again, so difficult to make Massive Meter work. Again, one wrong move and you will lose everything to the Widow Mines, to the Marines as well. A Laser who was playing on a knife's edge, had some cheeky moves himself. He was in the driver's seat for what felt like a long time there, was doing quite a lot to gain map control, and was even trading well with his Ling Bane initially, but alas, one too many mine shots to the face with that GG well played. Rough, expensive losses there for a Laser, and a Baby Marine, he does it. He does fight back. GG. GG, well played. The baits, Pappy, the baits. And with that, congratulations, Baby Marine, who will take him down. And I believe that is going to be concluding the group stage. I could be mistaken, but I think Ryung and Serral are still playing out their series. I'd have to double check. I will double check here. Or are they done? Oh no, they're done. Okay, there you go. They did just wrap up. So it looks like they have wrapped up day 2, and we are getting ready for day number 3. But before we get into day 3, we have one final series to jump into. Uno más, papi, uno más. Oh my god. You may have remembered, and there is a slight spoiler in a sense, because we know that it was a fast series. But shout out to Hearthstone. Shout out to Hearthstone because he was kind enough. If you remember, we were going to be casting Hearthstone versus Jumi. But at the time, we were busy with the final game of Ryung versus Baby Marine. So we were locked in a TVT. Wasn't even a long one. It was like a 20-minute game at most. When we came out of that series, though, I was looking for Hearthstone and Jumi. They had already finished. They had already finished, and Hearthstone, he did let me know, did share those replays. I have no idea what happened, by the way. No idea what happened outside of the fact that it's a short series. So may as well squeeze it in and jump into one final best of 3. I do not know what the results are. I did not look at the Wikipedia page. I recommend avoiding spoilers as we jump into a PvP. Let's go. I'm ready, Pappy. I'm ready. Let's go. So we're getting into game 1. Uno más, papi, uno más. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline, we have they just jumped in. They weren't even ready. Oh god. We have the blue Protoss player from Germany representing Streamer Zone. It is Jumi. No longer 4. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player from the land of the Netherlands representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Hearthstone. Let's go. As we are going to settle in, I mean, so to start things off, we're loading into Frostline, and this is one of the larger maps in the map pool, the largest when it comes to at least the more modern, newer maps, I should emphasize. And because of that, I would assume that we would go into a more longer, standard, maybe even mid-game scenario. I mean, what I will say, because the map is so large, we have seen a lot of proxies. We've seen, like, proxy Starport, or sorry, proxy Stargate plays, or even proxy Robos from time to time. There's a lot of proxy locations. I'm curious if either one does move out. For the time being, though, we are settling in. 2-gate opener versus 2-gate opener. As we have our 2-gate setup. And so far, no probes on the map. No probes out on the map. Neither player really concerned with what's going on. Okay, I see you. Neither player concerned. And as a result, we're going to be throwing down our second pylon in the main, or at least it looks to be the case. Some checking for a proxy. We'll check his own natural. I mean, you can see here there's a very large alcove that you can take advantage of. Instead, Harsum are hiding his second pylon, but there's no probe scout. Like, Jumi doesn't care. Jumi has no care in the world, and to be fair, neither does Hearthstone. No probe scout out of Hearthstone, no probe scout out of Jumi. They have no idea what's happening. They have no idea what's going on. And we'll see what this leads into. As Jumi has his second pylon in his main. Hearthstone going for a Stargate opener. Okay. Going Stargate. Into Oracle Harass. Into a delayed expansion. Meanwhile, Jumi back at home. Opening up Stalker Sentry. and is looking to go for a faster expansion, going for the natural. Okay, so Jimmy will have the greater economy. Hearthstone will have potential for damage. The goal for Hearthstone is going to be to get into the mineral lines, wreak havoc, kill some workers. And we'll see if Jimmy can keep up. As Hearthstone does move out. Does move out across the map. Meanwhile, there's going to be the expansion again slightly later for Hearthstone. Oracle's being cornered as we speak. At the same time, Hallucination will move out across the map to confirm the exact build that Hearthstone is going for. But it's still possible that the Hallucination might actually miss the Stargate. Bit of chase into the main. Oh, doesn't commit. Jimmy just opening up double Sentry Stalker. Very safe play into Twilight Council, into Blink. Hallucination has arrived. And we'll confirm the missing pylon in the main. Oh, no, there was a pylon further back in the Gas Geyser. Gets eyes on the building natural. And yeah, he's looking for that third pylon. He knows it should be somewhere. Alas, he won't find it. Will not find it. Oracle busts into the main. Jimmy out of position, wasn't ready for this. Getting up to 4 probe kills. Not bad. Hearthstone takes a bit of hull damage, but does get out. Behind this, there is a second Oracle. 2 Oracles, they can one-shot probes. They do threaten the natural. So far, Jimmy keeping up. Does keep up. Headed towards Blink. That was how many? That was 4 probe kills. And Hearthstone has a slight worker lead. Up 1. Up 1 probe. Oracle towards the main. This time Jimmy's ready. He has 3 Stalkers in position. Will deflect. Likewise, Jimmy, he has double Sentry here at the natural. He's ready for what's to come. Both players getting to Blink Stalkers. 4-gate setup here by Jimmy. Setting up a proxy across the map. And this might just be a 2-base all-in. We'll see if he throws down a 5th and even a 6th gateway. So far, only 4. Oracle does confirm. Gets eyes on the gateways. Hearthstone setting up for a 3rd expansion. Hallucination will get eyes on at least the probe. And there's a proxy. Yep, there's a proxy. 2-base all-in. Jimmy is committing. Hearthstone throws down 2 gates of his own, so he's getting up to a 4-gate setup before expanding. A big reason for this, I'm sure, is that the Hearthstone, of course, he's scattered. He saw the extra gateways, so he's a little bit scared. Making sure he's able to keep up. 3rd base on the way. Gateways in production. 3rd gateway, sorry, I'm going to say 3rd Nexus is on the way for Hearthstone. He does find the proxy, and now he knows. Now he is aware. He spots the 5th gate. From here, getting in position, throwing down more stasis traps. I mean, this is the advantage here of how changed PvP is with the NG overcharge, is all the stasis traps. We have 1 outside the natural, 2 here at the 3rd. And Jimmy has to be so careful with how he does engage. God, even more stasis traps. Hearthstone trying to bait him in. Trying to bait Jimmy up the ramp into a trap. Gee, the stasis traps, they continue. Up. First one gets faded out. Nicely done here by Jimmy. But the second stasis does go up. Massive connection, and Hearthstone can shut this down. He plays on in. Dives on the army. And he will overwhelm. Does focus on the sentry, going for the stalkers. Ooh, and he will punish Jimmy. Yeah, so hard. Jimmy forced a retreat, has to back up. More stalkers getting caught out. Nice catch by Hearthstone. And the trades are insane. Bearing in mind, Hearthstone has a faster third behind this as well. Another, oh my god. Another stasis goes off. And Jimmy, he has nothing left. Gateway gets depowered. Hearthstone recalls back home. He did. He did find another. He found it. Let's go. As the stasis is about to run out, and Hearthstone is going to be all over this. Is going to attempt to recall. Not like this. Escapes with like 5 stalkers. And the problem is that Jimmy's still all in. Remember, no expansion. He's still down a base. He's down a base. There's no macroing out of this. It's all or nothing. They're everywhere. Like, and there's still 3 more here at the third. And another in the main, or in the middle, in the center of the map. You get the power of the, and they just keep going. The power of the energy overcharge. Nice bait there from Jimmy. Baits out 1, baits out 2, stasis traps. No, he takes it to the face. They just keep going. They don't stop. Harson, does he turn around? Yeah, there we go, there we go. Does turn back around. Again, Jimmy baits out 2 and there's still a 3rd. That's the problem here. They don't stop. The stasis is soon to run out though. Harson diving in, pulls the boys coming in from behind, collapsing on the army. And GG, well played. Harston takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Harston does take the first game. And again, this is something that we have seen. This is kind of the evolution of PvP that we have seen over the past couple of weeks in the PTR, is just how much value... Oh. Is just how much value that has been getting here. Hold on. Hold on. As we are getting ready for game number 2. Oh. Hold on. Hold on. Indy wants in. Hold on. As we're getting ready here for our next game. Hold on, I got you, Indy, I got you. Just need to make a new folder here. As we're getting ready for that second game. And we will soon be jumping on in. Sorry, I just had to make a folder on the fly. And game 2 is going to be on Amygdala, I believe. As Indy is going to join. And is Geralt joining too? No, we're jumping in. It's all good. Oh my god, right. Yeah, I forgot that Indy was there. Indy was at the event. True. The boys are crowding around. They're watching Indy. We're getting into game 2 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala. We have the red Protoss player. The red Protoss from the Netherlands representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 1-0. It is Harston. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the German Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is for Jimmy. But what I was getting at is, right, of course, because the NG Overcharge Oracles have so much more value in PvP, and we have seen many a time in PvP where you just have a field of stasis traps. You just throw down 3, 4, 5, 6, up to 7 stasis traps with 2 Oracles. It's insane, the amount of stasis traps that you have. And that is something that we have slowly been getting used to here in PvP. I mean, Jimmy, he found that out on the fly. Oh no. He found all of them, Pappy. He found them with his face. As we're now getting into game 2. Oh, there's a GLA chef. Love to see it. Meanwhile, 2-gate opener out of Harston. Likewise, 2-gate opener out of 4 Jimmy. So far, so good. So we are settling in. Getting our cyber cores once again. Jimmy, no scout. He doesn't care. No scout out of 4 Jimmy. And Harston does move out. Does move out across the map. Trying to get a read on what's going on. Jimmy not really concerned, and yeah, just more focused on what he's up to instead. What do SC2 nerds do at a bar after an entire day playing StarCraft? Watch more StarCraft. True, true. But yeah, Innie was letting me know that that he's there with Geralt, also enjoying, watching. Share my papi, share my. Much love, much love. As a probe does slip in. Meanwhile, Jumi, he does hide his own worker here towards the top left-hand corner of the map, setting up for a fake or real proxy pylon. Second pylon gets placed. Twilight Counter. Let's go! Mate, it has to be DT's. Twilight Counter opener out of Jumi. Hidden probe. Show us the pylon. Show us the Dark Shrine. As Jumi does open up double stalker. Probe gets activated. Does he go for the pylon? Does he set up the proxy? Oh, going for the gold, actually. Okay. Interesting location. There's the pylon. Pylon gets placed. Twilight Council is done. Okay, it's just blink. Okay. Just gonna be one base blink all in. 3 gates at home and 1 gateway across the map. So it should be a 4 gate, 1 base blink all in. Hallucination confirms. Hallucination sees everything in the main, sees 3 gateways and the researching Twilight Council that screams all in. And now Harsom's getting ready. I wanted the Dark Shrine. Force fields get thrown down. He locks down one of the stalkers. Very nice catch. Good start here for Harstom. Very strong start for Harstom, I should say. Jimmy's building up. Rallying his forces together. Gateway's about to finish. Moving out with the Adepts towards the main. Adepts are denied. Harstom, he's holding his own. Chasing down another stalker. Oh, he locks it down. Oh my, the force field. He's crazy. It gets a second stalker. Harstom, calm down. Meanwhile, Jumi can, of course, warp in 4 stalkers at a time. He's still committed. No shield battery on the low ground. And the question becomes, has Harstom been a little bit too cavalier with these force fields? As he's running out of energy. Jumi building up. Jumi's building up. Starts taking forward. Catches out 2 of those stalkers. Nah, barely not. Gets 2 though. 2 stalkers go down. Immortal has arrived. Catching out another stalker and going for the pylon. Going for the production. Production is under fire. Does force for Jumi to respond. And the pylon goes down. At the same time, Adepts, they shade in towards the mineral line. And Harstom, he has a massive worker lead. Depowers the gateway. Chases down the Adept. And things are looking a little bit bleak here for Jumi. I mean, he's still all in. He still has to commit. Coming with the second probe, repowering the gateway. Looking at the units tab, at Jumi, he's got 8 stalkers to the 3 stalkers of Harstom. He can still take a fight. The problem is the Immortal. The problem is the Immortal, the sentries, the energy. Energy overcharge popping off, able to, I mean, fill up the sentries once again. That's a lot of force fields. Harstom confirms no expansion. There is no natural. Jumi, he's up to 11 stalkers. Getting up to, oh my god, getting up to 14. 3 more stalkers warping in. Goes to the blink. The bait with the hallucination. Going for the Immortal, but last he does not get it. The Immortal survives. The Immortal, it's Immortal, papi. It's crazy. Does live. Shuts down the stalkers. Oh my god, he blinks in. GG, well played, and Harstom, he will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. A very, very short series here as Harstom does take it. Jumi attempting the all-in here in game 2. Likewise, being hyper-aggressive, going for a 2-base all-in in game 1. And again, I do think he had potential in game 1 as well, but Harstom, he scouted. Harstom, he was very well set up with all those stasis traps, with the field of stasis traps, which, of course, for Jumi did find. He found them, did find them. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Harstom does take it, and now we can take a moment here to take a look at the bracket. Let's go. As I've been avoiding it, and I'm curious if they've even seeded the playoff bracket as well. Let's find out. Let us find out together here as we switch our scenes over, and we have confirmation. In the end, we did have Serral. Serral takes down Ryung 2-0. Serral going undefeated, not dropping a single map in the group stage, going 5-0 in Group D. Ryung going 4-1, only losing a series to Serral, so a very impressive performance here out of Ryung. Does come out in second place. Meanwhile, we have Gumiho, Nightmare, Maru, Spirit, Clem, and HeRoMaRinE. Again, if you missed out on the VODs, we did cast Group A and Group B yesterday, and today we casted Group C and Group D, so I do recommend the VODs. A lot of matches were held on the CranKy Ducklings here on the channel. That is how many? That is a lot of Terran, is what I will notice. Jesus, oh my god, 6 Terrans, 1 Protoss, and 1 Zerg. Let's go, let's go. Now, when it comes to the players making it through here, there were some surprising results, very quickly going over it. Here in Group A, what I will say, if I remember going through the predictions with Yaku, we did assume that Gumiho would advance on, but we were it was a little bit ambiguous who would come out in second place. We were debating whether it was going to be Nightmare, Lambo, or Skillus. Who did we go for? I think I went for Skillus. I think I went for Nikita. I'm a big Nikita fan. I think Yaku did go for Nightmare. Nightmare has been informed 100%, and Nightmare does come out in second place. My condolences to Skillus, Lambo, Battlebee, and Fiant. When it comes to Group B, I will say here, this was more of an upset. We all of us assumed, myself and Yaku included, that Showtime would make it through. Showtime is the runner-up. He's the runner-up of HomeStory Cup. Showtime has been informed. We've been watching Showtime's results here over the past couple of months, and Showtime has been getting some very strong showcases here in these online tournaments. But when it mattered most at HomeStory Cup, he did fall short. We missed out on, I think it did occur on the mainstream at the time, but Showtime versus Spirit was a banger of a series here. Showtime versus Spirit. At the time, we were casting Maru and Geralt. I remember. We casted Maru versus Geralt, and the mainstream was covering Showtime versus Spirit. And in the end, Spirit did come out on top, did bring Showtime down. So that's a big win here for Spirit as he comes out instead over Showtime. Here in Group C, another upset, another series that I didn't cast. Again, the downside of going over or covering the B stream is that I don't get to cast any of the mainstream. I don't get to watch any of the mainstream. So I didn't watch any of those matches. Likewise, Raynor versus Big Gabe. Also a crazy result coming in here. Gabe takes down Raynor. Gabe advances on instead of Raynor, and I would say that is an upset. I think most people assumed it was going to be Clem and Raynor, but Big Gabe, he comes out swinging. He's big, he's huge, he's massive. Comes out in second place. Big win there for Gabe. When it comes to Raynor, I did catch a glimpse of some of the main stage. I think Raynor was saying and expressing that he was very tired. He was huffing down like 5 Red Bulls or something, and he was not in good form or not really feeling himself. And I mean, in the end, Gabe did take advantage of that. Scrolling down, someone who is feeling himself, though, is Serral. Serral undefeated, and Ryung in second place. I remember that myself and Yaku, we were debating who would come out in second, whether it was Ryung, a Laser, or Harstem. You can see here a 3-way tie, actually. Harstem, Baby Marine, and a Laser. Very close between them, but Ryung in form. Ryung very much so in form here. Does come out in second place, and now we can go over the playoff bracket itself. Now, there has been a final adjustment here. Originally, it was going to be single elimination. Originally, it was going to be single elim, but last minute change. Now it is double elimination. Now, because it has changed to double elimination, we will be casting tomorrow. We weren't going to. We were only going to be casting day 1 and day 2, and day 3. I was looking forward to some veg, to sleeping. I was looking forward to getting some rest, looking forward to getting some sleep. Alas, the call, I will answer the call, of course. I will answer the call, Papi. I've been asked to cast one more day here in day 3 because of this adjustment, because there are extra games, extra matches. We will be casting the playoffs as well. I believe the plan is for the quarterfinals, 2 of them are going to happen at the same time. So 1 on the main stream, 1 on the B stream. I don't know what we're going to cast yet, but I will know that basically we're going to be casting 2 of these quarterfinal matches. Which ones? Yet to be determined. I'll be honest, most likely the TVTs. We'll get I'm sure the mainstream are going to have dibs on Serral and Spirit. That makes sense. And Clem versus Nightmare also looks really juicy as well. I mean, a lot of oh my, Maru Ryung? Mate, who seeded the bracket? Oh, I didn't even look. My apologies. Okay, the bracket. We have Maru versus Ryung, the 2 Vitality boys facing off against each other, knocking each other out in the quarterfinals. Ay. That is very brutal. Scrolling down, we have Gumiho versus HeRoMaRinE. Purely TVTs up here. It does confirm a Terran for the upper semifinals. Or sorry, for the upper bracket finals. Again, Gumiho versus Big Gabe. That could go either way. The thing is that Gumiho is also a TVT sniper. 100%. Like, Gumiho is not afraid to mech it up. He's not afraid to bio it up. He's not afraid to do his own builds and look crazy and win as well. Like, he's a wild animal is what Gumiho is. Likewise, Gabe, I mean, you know, he has the home ground advantage. He's got the crowd behind him. You know, he's got his apron, he's got his chef's hat, he's got his pizza as well. You know, he's fueled up, he's ready to go. So, best of luck. Best of luck to Gabe, Gumiho, Ryung, and Maru. Scoring down, we have Clem versus Nightmare, Serral versus Spirit. I was, during the downtime, I was tuning into, like, a bit of an interview that Clem was having. They asked Clem, who do you not want to face in the playoff bracket? Clem said, I'm okay playing against anyone who comes out second in these groups. So, like, Nightmare, Spirit, HeRoMaRinE, Ryung, Laser, Harsum, because this was before Group D. He said, I'm fine playing against anyone. I don't want to play against Nightmare. That is what he said. And, take TV. the cruel admins, they face him off against Nightmare. Again, Nightmare, there's good reason for this. Nightmare has defeated Clem in the past. Nightmare has very aggressive TVP. Very aggressive, very gateway heavy. He often does kind of skip out on splash damage and is more reliant here on just mass swarm toss instead. Can be very, very difficult to deal with. And I mean, Clem is aware firsthand. So Clem, he was a little bit concerned about Nightmare, and that happens to be his opponent. So best of luck to Clem. I'm hoping for a back and forth series. I'm hoping for, like, you know, a game 4 or a game 5, you know, an ace match. We'll see what does occur. And then we have Serral versus Spirit here towards the bottom portion of the bracket as well. Serral is looking in form. His ZVT is going to be put to the test because we have a sea of Terran looking to face off against him, and potentially a Protoss as well. True, potentially a Protoss. Spirit, he's a little more passive in TVZ. Actually, I was going to say he's a little more passive. He's a little more macro-oriented. He's very greedy. He often cuts corners in turn versus Zerg. That is true. At the same time, in recent months, in the past year actually, we have casted quite a bit of Spirit, like, cheese it up against Zerg players. We've seen him go for like 8 Raxes. We've seen him go for, you know, BC based openers or 2-port BC. Like, every now and then Spirit, he's got like a wild side to him that he doesn't often let out, like, you know, maybe like once every 6 months sort of thing. So he's definitely one to keep an eye on. Definitely we could see a spicy series, but could see it, but overall it should be standard, but has potential to be something more. So there we go. So we're gonna be back tomorrow. I'm gonna be back tomorrow with some more HomeStory Cup action. I don't think we're gonna cast too much. From my understanding, I think we're gonna be casting 2 of these quarterfinal matches, 2 of them, and then I think we're gonna be casting one of the semifinals. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if we get assigned the TVT. That would not surprise me. But I think we're going to be casting the upper semis as well. And then maybe while the mainstream casts the upper bracket finals, we cast the lower bracket finals. Down here. Okay. Down here. Wait, what just happened? Did I, like, click on an ad? Okay. But yeah. So we do have our setup here. So it should be 1, 2, 3, 4 matches at most. 4 matches at most. But the mainstream should be covering the finals. The finals, the upper bracket finals, and the lower bracket finals as well. So mainstream should be covering the tail end of the bracket. And with that, we're done. With that, we are done for the day, done for the morning. I will have to get in contact with the Take TV admins to find out what exactly we're casting, and set up all my alarms and get ready. Oh. Okay, just so you know, we have confirmation. You know what? I'll say it. I'll say it right now. It's fine. We have confirmation. Okay, so what are we going to be casting tomorrow? Maru and Ryung. Maru versus Ryung. The Vitality TVT. Let's go. We're going to be covering the TVT here of Maru versus Ryung. Meanwhile, the mainstream, we're going to be covering Gumiho and HeRoMaRinE. And that means that we're going to be splitting off here in the lower quarterfinals. Mainstream is going to be covering Clem versus Nightmare, and we are going to be covering Serral versus Spirit. Let's go. Let us go. So that is the current plan for the quarterfinals. So we have Maru, Ryung, Serral, Spirit. mainstream have Gumiho, HeRoMaRinE, and Clem Nightmare. Does make sense. It makes sense for the mainstream to cover HeRoMaRinE because, again, you know, he's one of the German boys. You know, he's got the crowd behind him, so they got to cover Gabe. Likewise, I do think that Clem Nightmare is going to be a good one. Like, it's going to be close. I think that's going to be a close one as well. Would not be surprised if it goes back and forth and even goes to the ace match as well. So I do agree with the mainstream picks with which series that they would go for, but the TBT is going to be fun between Maru and Ryung, definitely, considering that Ryung often coaches Maru. So he does often coach him, is often, you know, kind of like the angel in his shoulder or the devil at times, depending on how you want to look at it. So it's going to be fun to get into that. Likewise, Serral and Spirit as well. I think that has also a lot of potential. I mean, Serral is looking in form. He's looking terrifying. So best of luck to Spirit. Best of luck to Piotr. Best of luck. And then again, we're going to be covering one of the semifinals as well. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Hope we'll see some banter, maybe. But with that, we're done, Spappy. With that, we are done for the day. We're done for the morning. I'm gonna go get some breakfast. I'm gonna go get some food. It is 11 a.m. in the morning here in Australia, and if you're curious, mark your calendars because the cast is gonna be in 13 hours, right? 13 hours? Let's see here. Yes, you can see here, 13 hours time, midnight Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time. So in 13 hours, we're going to be live on this channel. I will most likely try to stay up a little bit and try to line up my 8-hour sleep to wake up just before the cast, so I'm as well rested as possible. That's what I'm going to try and do. Otherwise, if you enjoyed the cast, do consider following. We do cast here on a daily basis. Every single day we're live with some content, with some StarCraft, whether it's Pigosaur Mondays, Lima League. We're the official Lima League casters, for those that are curious. I know Wardy does replay casts, but we're there live on Jijik, casting a Lima League as well. We have Sparkling Tuna Cup, Code for Giants Cup, the Pond Cast, Masters Coliseum. Bit of a PSA for those that are curious. Masters Coliseum, the qualifiers are this weekend, and we cast every single qualifier. European qualifiers, Korean qualifiers, Asia qualifiers, global qualifiers. It's all throughout the weekend. If you're curious, what is Masters Coliseum? That is a big online event that SC Boy does organize. SC Boy, they're the people behind WTL. So after this weekend of HomeStory Cup, next weekend, Masters Coliseum. The qualifiers, at least. The main event starts the week after, so it's qualifiers into the group stage, into the group stage, into the group stage, into the playoffs. It's like 2 months of Masters Coliseum. It's crazy. A lot of StarCraft. Otherwise, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow. See you then. Thanks for watching. Hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego. See you next time. Follow us on the social media: Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Discord. VODs are on YouTube, VODs are on Twitch, VODs are everywhere. Check them out. Subscribe. See you next time. Ciao. Yeah.